Welcome to our video introducing the Dual Arcana System. Arcana System is a pre-battle strategic system independent from the enchantment system. It allows you to increase heroes' attributes throughout the battle. The system will be unlocked after the player reaches level 7, and the slots within the Arcana list will also unlock one by one as the player's level increases. You will need to use Arcana Fragments, or gold, for the purchase and upgrade of Arcana. It can also be acquired through other sources, such as completing achievements. Before the start of a game, the player will select the Arcana system in the preparation slot to create an Arcana combination best suited for their hero. The appropriate combination of Arcana can give players a clear advantage when the battle is begun. Arcana is split into 3 categories based on its functionality. Red Arcana focuses on increasing the hero's ability to attack. Purple Arcana focuses on increasing the hero's ability to self-recover. And Blue Arcana focuses on increasing the hero's defensive abilities. Arcana of each color is further split into 8 categories based on their bonuses: attack, life, defense, function, lifesteal, attack speed, critical hit, and pierce. Each independent Arcana has 3 levels. The higher the Arcana level, the more bonus it grants the hero. On the Arcana page, players can freely pick as they wish to create the combination from red, purple, and blue Arcana. Players can create their Arcana combination on the Arcana page based on the role of their hero and their own playstyle. After choosing your Arcana, you can click the top right of the Arcana page to rename and save your combination. In addition, the system has recommended combinations based on roles and playstyles for the player to select directly and use. Depending on the different combinations in a match, Arcana will enhance a hero's performance in different ways. Even if the player uses the most advanced Arcana for their combination, the bonus provided for the hero will not greatly affect the balance of the game. Then, how will the Arcana system help players? During the early stages of the match, the basic attributes of heroes are quite low. Even if the Arcana did not offer much bonus, it could bring about a considerable and substantial difference. Such a change will help the player decide their early game strategy and playstyle while adding more variables to the battlefield. Arcana combinations are not absolute. According to one's understanding of the hero and their playstyle, players will all have different combinations. Should you focus on certain enemy heroes or making up for the shortcomings of your allies? Should you take the initiative in teamfights or increase roaming efficiency? It is entirely up to the player. This marks the end of our video introduction to the Arcana system. Thank you for watching, and good luck on the battlefield. Class Introduction. Welcome to the class introduction of Arena of Valor. In Arena of Valor, the 2 sides will confront each other in teams of 5, and the heroes are the avatars of the players on the battlefield. Your knowledge of your hero and class is the first step towards victory. For your convenience, heroes are divided into 6 classes in the legendary duel: Tank, Warrior, Mage, Assassin, Marksman, and Support. Due to the unique abilities of some heroes, they will have multiple classes. Players can clearly see the characteristics of the 6 classes in the hero interface. Aside from this, players can also check the class of their chosen hero at Choose Character screen in a match. Tank class heroes. Tank class heroes fulfill the role of the meat shield of the team. If you're a fearless warrior who wishes to charge through the forefront of battle, then tank class heroes are undoubtedly the best suited for you. Disrupting the enemy's formation and drawing their fire is the core use of tank heroes. Thus, they also shoulder the heavy burden of initiating team battles. Warrior class heroes. Warrior class heroes excel in close-quarter melee combat, combining the ability of dealing damage and tanking. Warrior class heroes are the backbone of the team, and they're suited to fight in any situation. At the same time, they have multiple item sets and play styles. In a real combat situation, we will prepare item sets based on the team's composition and battle situation to balance the team's overall offensive and defensive capabilities. Mage class heroes. Mage class heroes are the core of the team's offensive capabilities, dishing out large damage via magic. Using their spells and abilities to obliterate everything in their way is what all mages desire. Normally, mage heroes all have powerful magic damage capabilities, and a certain amount of control abilities to ensure that they can quickly defeat enemies with very high armor. but due to their poor survivability, they can be vulnerable targets for the enemy's attack. Assassin class heroes. Assassin class heroes are the masters of burst damage. Thus, they are quite difficult to use. If you're someone who enjoys the thrill of seeing the enemy fall to zero almost instantly, then the Assassin class heroes are your best choice. Assassin class heroes often combine excellent movement abilities with damage abilities. However, due to their lower basic HP than other heroes, Assassin class heroes rely on other players' ability to assess the situation and timing, as well as their mastery over the hero to maximize their potential. Marksman class heroes. Through steady and consistent physical damage, Marksman class heroes are also the core of a team's damage output. Different from the ability based on burst damage of mages, Marksmen prefer suppressing their enemies from afar and dishing out non-stop physical damage. But their fragility and lack of survival skills are their biggest shortcomings, putting them in a position where they are dependent on the protection and support of their allies. Support class heroes. Support class heroes value functionality. Normally, they are unable to deal substantial damage or have noticeable defensive abilities, but they have the important mission of protecting their allies, supporting their attacks, and guiding the initiations of team fights. Support players can also be the MVP. According to the different styles of the team, some teams require a tanker support hero, who can share the burden of the tank with higher offensive capabilities, whilst other teams require a functionality-based support hero, who can protect teammates in dire situations and provide buffs to control and enhance magical damage. Your choice is closely tied to the team's needs in real combat. A team will need to choose 5 out of the 6 classes above to form. Utilizing different combinations of heroes can bring forth different chemical reactions for the team, and the right mix of combinations will allow you to demonstrate your advantages. This concludes the class introduction for Arena of Valor. Good luck on the battlefield, and we will see you next time. Welcome to our video introducing the ping system in Arena of Valor. Arena of Valor is a fast-paced, competitive multiplayer game. Communication and coordination within your team are vital to ensure victory. To help players communicate conveniently while reporting and delivering quick, accurate information on the battlefield, Arena of Valor has a context-sensitive built-in ping system that is easy to use. The ping button prompt is placed on the top right corner of the screen in a match. To use it, long press the ping button and point your finger to the triggerable area to send your team the corresponding ping. In addition, players can click the map button on the top right corner to expand the map and send pings by tapping the corresponding location on the map. Of course, players have the option to block ping sound effects and voiceover from other players to prevent interference during the battle. Battle alert pings. When players are on the move, they can send their estimated arrival time to teammates by tapping their location on the map. Players can request support from teammates by dragging the ping button prompt to their own hero. When the player is hidden in the grass, drag the ping button prompt to the grass to instruct teammates to hide themselves and ambush together. When a player is outside of the grass, dragging the ping button prompt towards the grass will notify teammates to be careful of an enemy ambush. Wilderness status ping. When Abyssal Dragon, Dark Slayer, or your own buff exists on the map, players can give corresponding attack commands to their teammates by tapping the corresponding monster directly on the map or by dragging the ping button prompt to the relevant monster. If a monster has yet to respawn, dragging the ping button prompt will notify the players of the corresponding monster's respawn time. Personal status ping. Players can notify teammates their skills are ready by dragging the ping button prompt onto their hero's skills. Dragging the ping button onto a skill in cooldown will alert teammates of the cooldown timer. When a hero dies, the player can drag the ping button prompt onto the death countdown to inform their teammates how long it will take to revive. In addition, players can inform teammates that they're returning to base by dragging the ping button prompt onto the recalling button while in recall. Enemy status ping. When the enemy has disappeared from a lane, the players can send an enemy missing ping by tapping on the lane. When the enemy reappears, tapping on the lane will signify how many enemies are present. Situation alert ping. Players can prompt teammates to defend structures by tapping their defense tower on the map or by dragging the ping button to the tower. When the player is not in a mid-recall state and drags the ping button prompt to the recall button, it will remind teammates to return to base. Furthermore, players can send scores to teammates by dragging and dropping the ping button prompt onto the scoreboard. There are hundreds of different ping options in Arena of Valor. Players should use them strategically to give themselves and their team a leg up on the competition. Be aware that the ping button is only a notification. The key to victory lies in making the right informed decisions. This marks the end of our video introduction to the ping system in Arena of Valor. Tell us your favorite thing to ping in the comments. Thank you for watching. Good luck on the battlefield. Welcome to our video introducing the team communication systems in Arena of Valor. Arena of Valor is a fast-paced, competitive multiplayer game. Communication and coordination within your team are vital to ensure victory. To help players communicate quickly and clearly in-game, Arena of Valor has introduced team communication systems, such as pinging, quick messaging, built-in real-time voice chat, and emojis. Players can press the context-sensitive ping button prompt on the top right corner of the screen to instantly notify teammates of their status on the battlefield. Players can also drag and hold the ping button to various elements in-game for different alerts. Depending on the context, pings can be divided into types such as battle alerts, wilderness status, personal status, enemy status, and situational alerts. Check out our ping system introduction video to learn more about how you can use the ping system in Arena of Valor. Players can use the in-game quick message system to plan and communicate. Quick messages first appear as part of the pre-battle strategy screen.
Rally for a team fight.
Before the match, the player can set selections and adjustments within settings. These pre-made messages can be split into three major categories: defense, offense, and communication. Players can select 8 messages from these 3 categories to use as quick messages within Arena of Valor. Some quick messages even have voice lines that play when being used.
Let me get the buff.
In the event you want to communicate in more details with your teammates, you can also tap the box beneath the quick message window to enter text. Keep it clean. Aside from quick messages, voice chat will always be the most accessible and concise way to communicate on the battlefield. Players can use the game's built-in real-time voice chat system to speak and converse with their teammates directly. To use voice chat, tap the microphone button on the left side of the screen. When the player is queuing with friends in a pre-made party, they can choose the voice chat to be party only. Emojis are a fun and expressive way to communicate within Arena of Valor. Before the start of the match, players can equip emojis with their customization suite. Make an emoji selection while in a match to use the corresponding emojis. When triggering certain scenarios, heroes will automatically release their preset quick emojis. If there are teammates nearby that use an interactive emoji, and the player responds with an interactive emoji of their own, a new effect will be created for both emojis. One last thing to note, emoji displays can be seen by your enemies. Use your smileys wisely.
I picked Dragontail. Not the other way around.
Painting genius, Jan. Since his childhood, the exceptionally talented Jan has reached the pinnacle of painting as a teenager. But when inspiration dries up, causing the talented young man to fall into infinite anxiety, his master sends him on a journey to find inspiration, taking with him the Rivers and Mountains Dream Scroll and Sword of Inspiration in his path to find materials. The young man's search for a breakthrough is fraught with crisis, but this is no obstacle for the battle-savvy Yan, who will hold the brush of the Sword of Inspiration in his hand and repel the enemies that stand in his way as he paints everything in his path. passive, Spiritual Spark. When Yan uses Skill 1 and Skill 2, he will gain a stack of energy, having 2 stacks of energy, depending on the difference in the previous skill. Will cause the next normal attack to gain additional boost. After using an enhanced normal attack, his attack speed will increase. Yan's skill will mark an enemy when it hits them. Dealing damage to the same target will consume the mark and trigger additional physical damage, restoring Yan's own HP in the process. Skill 1. Black Jade Sprinkle. Yan will deal damage and apply movement speed reduction to enemies in a fan shape in front of him. Passive Enhanced Normal Attack. After a short delay, deals damage to the enemy in front and knocks them away. He can move during the delay and deal additional damage to minions and wild monsters. Skill 2. Draconic Step. Yan moves forward in an arc, dealing damage to enemies along the path. Yan is untargetable while using the skill. Passive Enhanced Normal Attack. Charging towards the target enemy and dealing damage, he can use another part of Skill 2 within a short time frame. Additional Skill 2 cast has a separate cooldown calculation and does not accumulate energy. Skill 3. Hills of Dream. Yan releases his seal, entering enhanced status and dealing damage to surrounding enemies, receiving a massive physical penetration, and can use the second part of the ultimate skill. He gains super armor and reduces damage taken during the cast. Yan will enhance all of his other skills. The second part of Ultimate. Yan charges forward and deals massive damage and knocks away enemies in a massive range forward. Enhanced Skill 1. Deal 2 instances of damage to the enemy. Enhanced Skill 2. Deals even higher damage. Yan's ultimate skill buff will increase with every upgrade. When ultimate is upgraded to level 1, the skill damage of skill 1 and 2 increases by 50%, and the number of times the mark can be triggered also increases. When ultimate is upgraded to level 2, passive enhanced normal attack hitting enemies will extend the enhanced status duration and can be used multiple times when under the buff from the second part of Yan's ultimate. They aren't affected by cooldown reduction. When ultimate is upgraded to level 3, passive enhanced normal attack will return 1 stack of energy. Yan is a highly controllable warrior-type assassin. His damage will continuously increase as the game goes on. He becomes extremely powerful in the later stages of the match. Thus, rapid growth and increasing level are important for Yan. The key to mastering Yan is utilizing Yan's skill set, launching enhanced normal attacks with different effects, and making use of the short cooldown time of his skill set to continuously dish out skill combos. At the start of the game, if Yan needs to support and gank enemies, he can save a stack of his passive in the bush. Use Skill 1 to slow down enemies who passes by, and trigger Skill 1's enhanced normal attack to knock away the target, to crowd control them and coordinate with teammates to finish them off. Yan needs to save up 1 stack of his passive while chasing down enemies. He needs to make use of Skill 2 to get close to the enemy first, then uses enhanced normal attack's additional reset of Skill 2 to continue pursuing. Once the gap is closed, use Skill 3, Skill 1, enhanced normal attack, Skill 3's second part to finish up. In team fights later in the match, make use of the buff effect from the ultimate to bring forth a good haul. Yan needs to attack from the flank. Use Skill 2 first to close in on the back row, followed by Skill 3, normal attack, Skill 1, normal attack, the second part of Skill 3, Skill 2, Skill 1 to finish them off. When there are multiple tank-type heroes in the enemy composition, due to Yan's lack of high damage before using his ultimate, he needs to watch his timing when he enters the battle. Make use of the physical penetration from the ultimate, as the bonus can deal quite substantial damage even against tank-type heroes. Due to marks being able to be triggered multiple times, while in enhanced status, Coordinating with Skill 2's movement and Skill 1's damage, you can potentially take down tanks. Yan's passive HP Restore allows him to have decent survivability. Watch your timing on using Skill 2's untargetable effect to dodge enemy damage. Yan needs to improvise in battle and requires careful observation of the situation on the battlefield to choose the right skill to cast.
Jade Fan Beauty Yue. As the princess of the Dragon Kingdom, Yue brandishes a fan as her weapon, retaining her elegance even in battle. Aqua Force and Mountain Crusher allow her to easily control the whole battlefield, and Borrowed Might allows Yue to unleash endless attacks. If an enemy dares to offend Yue's grace, then they will taste the power of Rising Wind. Passive skill, Borrowed Might. Every time Yue uses Aqua Force and Mountain Crusher, she will gain a stack of Borrowed Might. When she has 2 stacks of Borrowed Might, Yue will reset the cooldown time of Aqua Force and Mountain Crusher and strengthen the next Aqua Force or Mountain Crusher. Skill 1, Aqua Force. Yue throws 2 bone fans at close range, dealing damage to enemies in their path. After strengthening, Yue will throw out 4 bone fans when using Aqua Force. Aqua Force will deal several times the damage where the bone fans converge. Skill 2, Mountain Crusher. Yue throws 2 bone fans at far range, dealing damage to enemies in their path. After strengthening, Yue will throw out 4 bone fans when using Mountain Crusher. Mountain Crusher would deal several times the damage where the bone fans converge. Skill 3, Rising Wind. Yue knocks back nearby enemies and deals damage to enemies in its path while pushing them back slightly. Yue will gain additional vision. Yue is a long-range mage with a powerful ability to exhaust the enemies, but is complicated to operate. To deal perfect damage using Yue, you need to be skilled in combining her skills to deal damage multiple times stronger. However, when Yue overlaps with the enemy, both Aqua Force and Mountain Crusher can deal full damage. When in the lane period, Yue can quickly clear enemy creeps via refreshing her skills through her passive skill and then assist the side lanes. In team fights, Yue needs to use Mountain Crusher multiple times to exhaust the enemies and frequently use Aqua Force to charge up her passive skill to look out for chances to kill or exhaust fragile enemy heroes. The core combo of Yue is to save up a stack of her passive in advance and instantly use Mountain Crusher twice to deal burst damage. But be cautious. Yu's ultimate is the only life-saving skill, so she needs to save her ultimate to be aware of enemy assassins' heroes in team fights.
Hey, send me up at any location, I hold up and mow them down. Look at the constellations for consolation while I retain my crown. Back in the background, I'm a background, what goes gon' come back round. I'm self-made, built everything from the ground up, but say it proud.
Welcome to the Arena Valor International Championships 2022. My name is Vittorio. With me is Nikos. We are now on the second day of the semifinals. We are now at the lower brackets. And we're actually going to witness the best of 7 between V Gaming and Bikertopia. Are we going to see a GCS versus GCS finals? Or are we going to see a redemption story for V Gaming to have a rematch in the finals with one team?
Yeah, I think they need to have a rematch, man, because of how they just giving a lot more games yesterday, and it had more flair, I think, that they give after. But it's going to be really hard for the side of V Gaming again in this current matchup. But we could possibly see GCS versus GCS in the final because of how Bikertopia just won against Bacon Time at the game 7, and that is something that is hard to believe, and is given the fact that 7 games for yesterday and also maybe 7 games for today is going to be a tired week for the side of Bikertopia. But Bikertopia had what it takes to be in the finals. But yeah, V Gaming was also had a couple more dishes that they need to give, but a 4-1 loss to one team at the upper bracket, that is some history to be pulled off by side of V Gaming. They need to win and go for the finals.
Yeah, definitely they have the capability, but Biketopia also has that perseverance, that endurance to actually outlast Bacon Time in a game of 7. So if you put that into account, they've played a lot more games than V Gaming, and of course V Gaming is a more rested team in this series. Yesterday they lost in 5 games, so definitely they had a lot of chance to actually witness what happened on yesterday's series. And Biketopia, a very aggressive team, but V Gaming is no stranger to that kind of gameplay. But in your screen, we are gonna see the prize pool for AIC 2022. We already have the 4 placers. It's Bacon Time. They're gonna be taking away the $100,000. But the first, second, and third is still a mystery. Whoever is gonna be losing though is definitely gonna be taking the $200,000 for the third placers. But who wants to settle on the third place? You want to have the highest honor. You want to have the lion's share of the prize pool, a $700,000 US for the first placers. That's definitely big for a mobile game.
Yeah, that's 200 for today, and for next week it will be 700 as well as 350 to be distributed to all the 3 teams left for today. But yeah, in terms of the bracket itself, we already seen one team will wait, whoever, maybe V Gaming or Biketopia will be in the finals. But now for today we are going to see V Gaming and Biketopia who will claim their victory and go for a one-team matchup in the final for next week on the 10th of July. So yeah, V Gaming, they had a pretty big loss against one team with the 4-1 losses, but Biketopia, they had a lot more games, 7 games they played with Bacon Time, and it's going to be really hard for V Gaming itself because they had a lot of rest, but in terms of how Biketopia is, they can drag a lot more games, and V Gaming really needs to think about it. If not, it's going to be something that it is really hard to be in the lower bracket semifinals, and it's kind of nuanced to see Biketopia versus the V Gaming. It is really hard to go for this matchup.
We've seen V Gaming and Biketopia match it out on the second day of the playoffs, and we've seen how V Gaming actually won against Biketopia. They had the better firepower in terms of how they play it, and it was a best of 7. So you already have an inkling of what's gonna happen. They had a 4-1 against Biketopia in the upper bracket, but now in the lower bracket, where everything is at stake, you don't have second chances here in the lower brackets. It's either you win or you actually get out of the tournament. And definitely that will boost some of their fighting spirit. They're going to be giving their all in this best of 7. And I hope they do commit a lot in terms of investing their hero pool. We've seen yesterday Bacon Time actually failing in the series because the drafts that they had was pretty much comical. It wasn't really a draft that you would expect to win, and if a team actually pulls that off yet again in this best of 7 series, I'm gonna be losing hope for that team already. But we already have game number 1 starting, and V Gaming still going with the main lineup: Han, Wang TD, Maris, Kwang Hai, and Bird LP. Kwang Hai is, all of the members of V Gaming are very, very solid players. I don't actually see the players of V Gaming falling off in terms of individual skills. It just so happens that they actually lose in a lot of team fights. It's not about mistakes. It's about decision making. In Biketopia, T1, Zero Recent, T-Lin, and Pika, I can see a weakest link as well on VRO. They're very, very solid. Both of these teams are definitely going to be competing in terms of who's going to be taking the bulk of the early game. You can see here on your statistics that 5 to 13 minute win percentages, V Gaming doesn't usually win in the opening early games, but the mid game they actually have a boost on their win rate, and on the late game they only have a 40%. But on Bikertopia, they definitely win their games early on. 100% win rate to most of their matches that end at 5 to 13 minutes. But
Yeah,
as it progresses, they grow weaker.
Yeah, that is the interesting part, is because of we've seen gameplays for Bikertopia, they wins a lot in the early phase, and 5 to 30 minutes is 100% win rate for Bikertopia. 66%, that means V Gaming could defend pretty good in that early matchup, but in terms of after 13 minutes, that statistic for Bikertopia just lessened a lot from 100 to 30%, and giving a lot more potential for the side of V Gaming, because of V Gaming, when they saw 30-minute marks, they've wait up for the Dark Lord Slayer, they slayed it out, they play a lot more aggressive in that particular minute. So if V Gaming could just stretch this matchup and wait for Bikertopia to play the early game and just defend it a lot, and V Gaming could have much more like a similar when they match up in the second day of playoff. So Bikertopia, they could not bring the game into late game. After 30 minutes, that is a death match for side of Bikertopia, because of V Gaming will punish more in terms of how much you invest in time, and Bikertopia needs to win that game. If they want to win, they have to bring the game down before 30 minutes into the matchup.
Yep, and of course, I think what really comes to me is that one of the reasons why Bikertopia actually lost against V Gaming is they almost have the same playstyle, and when you have the same playstyle, whoever gets to execute it better is gonna have the advantage in most of the games. And V Gaming has already mastered this kind of playstyle. They've been known to actually be very, very hot in the early to mid game, and the key player for V Gaming is going to be Maris with a 5.9 KDA, 5 MVP counts already, 34.6% that the team actually dealt was mostly on Maris. So that's actually a big number. He performs very, very well, especially in team fights. You don't see him making a mistake early on in the game as well. Not much that you can expect here. If they really want to actually shut down the machinery of V Gaming, they need to shut down Maris. If you lock Maris down onto his lane, he's not going to be able to provide contribution in the match.
Yeah, it is going to be really hard for Maris itself, because he has a lot more jobs, and also availability in this current matchup, because we saw a lot more mid laners is not up to par against the AIC matchup, but still has the much potential for Maris itself. We saw a lot more involvement for Maris in terms of when they met in the playoffs. They won a lot more contests in that mid matchup, but in terms of how Bikertopia needs to realize that this is going to be their redemption, and they need to bring a lot more into the game, and if they want to win against V Gaming, because V Gaming maybe seems a lot of trouble when they face down one team on the upper brackets, but Bikertopia has a lot more spice in their journey because of how they are the first one to be sent by V Gaming onto the lower brackets, and they still want to manage to take over V Gaming in terms of this final lower bracket, and it wants to go for the final. But yeah, it is a big mountain to climb for the side of Bikertopia, because they had a lot in common in terms of playstyle, but one single advantage could be taken is it between Mars as well as Zin in terms of what is their composition they want to bring in game number one, or either steal away the momentum in this first matchup.
Yep, and game number one, the first bat is going to be a Florentino instead of an Omen. Aya is still going to be definitely the first bat in Biker Utopia. They're going to be picking out if they're going to be banning an Omen or a Lorian. V Gaming needs to play this well. There is going to be a 2 picks for Biker Utopia since they're the first pick. So Lorian and Omen is definitely going to be an open pick there. Lorian is going to be open, Nakrot as well. In terms of the Nakrot matchup, you can actually pick up Zuka against a Nakrot first pick. But Gaming is actually hovering onto a Laville instead of the Lorian. They are going to be very confident there. Maybe they already have a composition in mind. Laville brings a lot to the table with a double trouble. Late game is definitely going to be available for V Gaming because of their AD carry. The only downside for a Laville pick is the early matchup. He doesn't really go for... he doesn't have efficient trades with his skill sets. He needs a lot of items to deal a lot of damage, and Biker Utopia already picked out, actually hovered into Lorian and Ahayate against the first pick Laville, and they do lock it out. It's going to be a very scary 2 picks for Biker Utopia. They already have a lot of zone control, the ability to actually alter the clashes as well. Star Sky is a crowd control that has a long-term effect. As well on the Kunai Blitz of Ayat, it's an AoE skill. As long as he's not going to be stunned, they're going to be able to cleanse and have the ability to actually use the Kunai Blitz effectively. They're definitely going to have the edge on the team fights. But B Gaming answered it out with a crazy pick and a Baldoom, who strategically, as a support, has a lot of utility on himself.
Yeah, because as we know that Kirixia and also the Baldoom and the Laville is a great combo with this matchup for V Gaming because of the double trouble as well as the Wild Prison could connect a lot, and as well with the Moonfall damage with the team fights that V Gaming want to bring, it will be a good kind of combo for V Gaming. But instead, they know that they are one of the teams that are good in terms of late game. They want to bring the Grixie as well as the Laville. So after 13 minutes, they will have a lot of items with the Moonstick as well as the maybe the Hekates for Grixie, and bringing a lot more Major Peers with the Total Reaper, and they had Laville to secure us with the AD damage. So V Gaming, they want to go for a balanced type of composition in terms of this matchup. But for Bikotopia, we saw the stats given that Bikotopia needs to win this before 15 minutes into the game. The 13-minute marks is the one that Bikotopia is eyeing for, so that's why they bring up the Hayate as well as Lorian. The Lorian pick is one of the picks that they need to take because they doesn't want to give for V Gaming, and they still doesn't want to invest onto the Nacroth because of how first pick Nacroth will just make your investment a lot more thinner in terms of the first game, and the Zuka as well as the Nacroth been banned for V Gaming. So Bikotopia really need to think about it. They also ban out the Elendor as well as the Ryoma, so maybe they want to go for the Volcath. Maybe Yan and Lubu could be in the jungle for the side of Bikotopia. They need the early damage. Aoi will be open for V Gaming.
Yeah, Aoi is going to be open, but I don't think Aoi is definitely going to be a pick. It's very effective in this kind of lineup. Aoi actually excels when there's a lot of squishies, but if there are a lot of tanks on the other side, he's not going to be effectively getting... They're not going to be... it's not going to be an effective pick for V Gaming. But Kira definitely is a pick that could actually make a difference. It's one of the junglers that actually can burst down tanks, and I really think Kira is going to be fitting well here for V Gaming. Yena as a Dark Slayer later. Maybe they think that Eon is gonna be put up in the DS lane because Bikertopia actually used the Eon multiple times in their best of 7 series against Bacon Time. That Eon was always placed into the Dark Slayer lane. So the jungler question is what jungle are they gonna be using in Bikertopia? They're actually hovering onto a Wukong, and that's gonna bring a lot of damage. They're actually relying heavily onto the Thane, who's going to be the main tank for Bikertopia. They're not investing much on sustainable heroes that can actually outlast them. They're going all or nothing. Glass cannons are actually found in both sides, and it's a pretty scary prospect here. If the Wild Prison doesn't deter the initiation from Bikertopia, or they're not going to be able to use it defensively, it's going to be difficult for V Gaming. We have a Baldum versus Stain matchup here, and this will definitely dictate the flow of the matchup. It's either the Baldum is a more effective support, or the Thane will actually be able to outlast the members of V Gaming. That's a focal part here, because if they're not gonna be able to destroy Thane in the opening minutes of the clashes, it's actually very difficult for V Gaming to go for an entry play, even with the entry that they have on the Kira and the Gena.
Yeah, they could play for a lot more team fights because of how they have the Baldwin as well as the Grixie. But in terms of the counterattacks that Bikertopia putting on with the Lorian, the Stereo Sky, as well as the Kunai Blitz, it would be hard for the side of V Gaming in this first term. They have to wait for the late game for that Kira to be online, as well as the Yena. So if Yena could silence one member for the side of Bikertopia, they could burst out for a lot more team fight in terms of only one, maybe Pika could be silenced away from Burrell B, and that is going to be something. But in terms of the jungle matchup, I would say that V Gaming had the best picks currently with the Kira instead of the Wukong. We haven't seen a lot of a Wukong 100% win in terms of the jungle, because how Wukong really needs to depends on what item he has, maybe onto the slick stings, and also with the help from the Lorian. But in terms of Bikertopia has the Lorian, it will be a hard game for V Gaming, because that crowd control that Lorian provides is too much to be handled. If the Baldum will not hit the Wall Prison, if the Wall Prison lands onto the Lorian, it could be an easy matchup for the side of V Gaming.
Yep, and with the start here, they're not really going for invades. They know that they don't have the capability. This lineup is more of a scaling lineup, especially for Bikertopia. In the late game, there's going to be a push already. Han is going to be the target. T1 is going to get a stun there. They almost get, and they do get that first blood with Sin using that skill. There's also going to be a push. Mars is going to be dangerous. T1 gets that kill. That's a double kill already for Bikertopia. And Kwang Hai does his best, but the damage from Kira is non-existent. And still, we're seeing Zerubi going in for a 1v1 against Wang TD. One more shuriken throw, and I guess we are gonna see another dead member from V Gaming, and Bikertopia already gets that triple kill.
Yeah, that's the fourth kill, maybe the number 4 for the kills has been registered for the side of Bikertopia as well. That V Gaming, they are not ready for this kind of matchup, because that is some early gangs, early kills that Bikertopia are bringing in. But V Gaming, they are hot stock right now, because what just happened there? They just full on commit because they had a Grixie and a Baldum. They want to defend their jungle, and that wall charge coming in for from Han is not giving the game. He needs to run away exact moment, but I think the flicker as well as the push coming in for T1, that makes the game possible. But no, with all the firepower that VGM has, they did not take away That Abyss of Dragon as well, but they claims the kill. They go for the punish here. But aside of V Gaming, they cannot. Takes only one kill away from the side of Bicotopia. Claims the kill number 5, but they miss on the Abyss of Dragon matchup.
Yeah, Birdle Beetle was able to steal out the red buff from Bicotopia, so this could actually help them. Not that big of a help though. For sure, one buff is definitely not, a game changer. You need to get a lot of looks, the objectives as well. But T Lin is going to be securing the Slayer, so we already have a 1.5k gold lead, almost 1.5k gold lead on Bicotopia, and that's a very, very big lead to start this off. That's 3 minutes in the mark. T1 is going to be hit by some of the skills of Fanghai, but it's not going to be affecting that Thane. We know that Thane is a very tanky hero. He's going to be able to get suffer from the damage, and he's going to be able to soak it up as a tank.
Yeah, apparently we saw in the footage that Bicotopia is the one having a problem right now, but I think it's okay because the 5 kills that Bicotopia had in that early matchup is going to give a V Gaming some time to just cope with that aggressive gameplay. They take a lot more objective in terms of the jungle, but I will commend onto V Gaming when they are the first one to steal away the Abyss of Dragon, and it is something that V Gaming said that we're still trailing in terms of 1.5k goals, but we had the firepower, we had the Baldo with us. The Baldo will not be taken away easily, so it is hard to say that V Gaming will not put more resistance into the first matchup, because the early ganks coming in for Bicotopia is really working for them, because Bicotopia really needs to win this before 30-minute marks, and they had to play a lot more aggressive in terms of they had the Hayate as well as Lauren, but it will push back a little bit because they're going for Wukong jungle. They need to wait for the Cliff of Santi to be finished before they're going for the second objective. So that point is, if Wukong has more scaling than the Kira, it's hard for the Kira to make up into this game. I would say V Gaming still have the chances to closing the gap in terms of what objective will be next for V Gaming, because they did not push onto the Slay lane just yet because of how the Yan still has more damage than the Yena, and they need more time for the Kira and the Yena to have maybe one item, maybe the Spear or Longinus, maybe. But in terms of the matchup currently, Bicotopia is on top, and Bicotopia has much more momentum. They are saying this game will be theirs.
Yeah, definitely. Bicotopia, with the lead that they're building, they're looking to have, the better early game, and the win rate that we saw on the 5-minute to the 13-minute mark may actually happen in this game. That's just how much of a lead that they're actually building. Remember, they have a lot of late game heroes on their side. They have a Lorian, they have a Hayate. They also have a late game monster in the jungle, which is the Wukong. Right now, you're gonna see that his damage isn't that big, because most of his damage will actually come from luck, from the critical strikes. But as he builds up his items, he's gonna be able to almost have 100% crit rate. And definitely a Wukong that crits a lot is a hero that's gonna be able to obliterate the squishy heroes on V Gaming, like the Crixie, Wang TD, Bird LP, Huanghai. Those are squishy heroes. Even if you build tank items onto Bird LPs, Yena, it's not really a hero that could suffer from a lot of the damage.
Oh!
The Double Trouble is actually at a hit, and it might be an initiation, but Morris is going to be late to the party, misses out that Moonfall, and there is going to be a rotation coming in from Sin. He is going hard though. Star Sky is gonna be used, but he got stunned. He's not gonna be able to use the Star Sky to stun anyone. But there is another invade here from Bikertopia. A counter invade is gonna happen though with Kwang Hai actually here onto the red camp. He is going to be successfully taking that. T1 is going hard. Bird LB is forced to flicker down, but Fury as well is going to get a hit. Lin is going to take more resources for himself. The Wild Prison is not going to hit the double trouble as well. Han is dangerously low. They need to reposition themselves. Wang TD is going for a trade. He wins that though.
Yeah, I think the main point for side of V Gaming, they need to land onto the double trouble what we saw on the top side. That will be giving a lot more space for the side of V Gaming, and they could play a lot more surprise attack coming in that matchup. But in terms of Maris, little bit late to the party, but now not into the party themselves. They want to kill down Pika, but Pika will be taken away. And Bird LB a little bit too low, but still has the orb and goes in with a couple more attacks coming in for Zen. He will take a lot more damage in terms of target, but he kills. He takes the kill, and now Moonfall comes in. He cannot run away. The double trouble just happened to just move away from the side of V Gaming, but this secures the second kill for them and make it possible. And Bikertopia only claims one. That is some small win traits coming in. Oh no! That flicker, man. That flicker, man. Just miss with the yards. He can't go, but now with the cooldown Blitz want to secure his kill, but on top of Han really needs to run away, but the damage coming in for T-Lin. Two members of Bikertopia really needs to run away, but still have the dashes, but not enough with the Moonfall. Only one's left, but Mario secures the kill onto T-Lin, and giving Zero is the first one left, and T1 comes to rescue, but still has no damage to the left. But they cannot just push three members of side V Gaming onto the bottom side. That flicker, man, comes in from Han. That is making the game possible for Bikertopia. That's some missed clicks coming in from Han.
Yeah, but Han actually missing that is definitely not gonna feel good for them. That's a double trouble actually getting a hit, and they do get Lorian there. The double trouble actually is making it work for V Gaming, and now they're having a traction here as the lead is down to 1k yet again, almost at 600 already. And Bikertopia needs to play a lot more aggressive, needs to actually get the pickups that they want, because Wang TD is definitely being effective here. It is an almost kill. They get that, and the Wild Prison is going to be used. The Fading Phantom already being brought down here by Kwang Hai, and Wang TD finishes that off, and the Star Sky has been used. It is not going to be able to clear the wave though, as V Gaming takes the first objective of the game. They get the lead back from Bikertopia, and now Bird LB is going to be spotting out Lin and also Pika taking the Slayer. They're starting to take this, but without the jungler, they're not going to be able to contest this. But they trade it out with a mid lane push. They get two first-year turrets already for their V Gaming.
Yeah, V Gaming in the verge of trying to take a lot of objective. They still believe in their composition in terms of late game. They make the possible win. They take one by one with the side of Bikertopia, and Bikertopia is really scared that they just group up in terms of the mid lane and goes for the Dark Slayer because they want more gap in terms of goal. But now coming in, only Kwang Hai could do this, but a little bit too late with no vision at all. Comes in with the trouble hits first with the ultimate comes Kwang Hai with a couple more damage, but now the Tian will be taken away as well as Zen. Then now V Gaming in the verge of taking a lot more objective. They steal away two members of Bikertopia. They lost none in that process, and now V Gaming is in front of Bikertopia. They are in the momentum to win this matchup. This is the time for Kwang Hai and as well as Bird LB. They already have the items and as well as the damage, and Bikertopia really need to defend this pretty much because they have to push down Pika onto the bottom side to take one objective. They claims the objective just yet, but still the towers is alive. Doesn't have any tower just yet. There goes in with Starry Night still intact with Zin, trying to find who's ever going to be the sacrifice for side of V Gaming. Oh,
That is a counter play coming from T. Limited damage is not yet felt. He was able to shave off half of the health of Quang Hai, but doesn't really matter. But because they need to have a 1-hit lead if ever they want to win the clashes. T. Lin right now doesn't have the itemizations just yet. It's the 9-minute mark, and now V Gaming is the one who has the lead. It actually played well for V Gaming. What Wang TD was actually doing, all the double troubles actually connecting, gave them the chance to get this lead, and now they're going to be securing the Holy Dragon for themselves. 2 of the mid-game objectives already to their side.
yeah, given with the double trouble to play for the side of V Gaming here, and Bikotopia really needs to realize that the double trouble is the one need to be not hit for the side of VGM, because they will go for a couple of dives with only the head of Maris as well as Quang Hai. That will secure the kill. And what they do before this, and given the fact that V Gaming still have the momentum, they will go for a dive, but a little bit too late here with the 1 second mark. But now the members of VGM, they need to wait for another double trouble before they want to go for that. They know Pika is there. They goes in with a couple more dashes. Pika really needs to run away. They goes for the wild charge here. Towers will be taken down, and now a couple more damage. They're still not on the deficit of the members. They lost Maris in the process, but they killed down T. Lin. But now the members of Bikotopia onto the counter attacks. They still with 2 members. Both LB will be taken down as well, and Bikotopia will still await the momentum in terms of the next objective. Will goes in. They go for a couple more targets. If we seen Pika trying to find where is Huang TD, what a kill down with no double trouble left for Huang TD. He wants to kill. The double trouble does not connect to any members of Bikotopia, and the momentum is on Bikotopia back in this matchup.
Yeah, I mean I think it was a bad call coming in from Han, who actually forced out that clash. It wouldn't actually happen if Han didn't use the wild person, didn't go for a wild charge, trying to harass the members of Bikotopia, because it isn't going to be hard there. They're not going to have a lot of long-range damage to just destroy that turret, and that gave a chance to Bikotopia. They could have taken it in a war of attrition, but them forcing out objectives is actually not a good thing. They still don't have a lot of items on Wang TD. He does have a Clave Sentient Sting in a Fafnir as well, but it's not yet enough to actually sustain him in the clashes. Remember, there's a lot of people that can burst down the members of V Gaming. You have T. Lin. T. Lin is not going to be spotted there though. Bird LB is just going to be missing him in that brush. But if he does attempt to go for a kill, there's a chance that he is going to be taken. There is a 5-man positioning here from Bikotopia. They're positioning themselves here onto the bot lane. Kirui is very, very near, as he's not going to be hitting that shuriken. The Holy Dragon might be started yet again by V Gaming. They still have the capability, as in terms of objectives, they have the better takes. Without the mid lane turrets, the control that Bikotopia is just going to be limited at this point.
Yeah, look, we already reached down to 13-minute marks, and now the momentum is still onto the hands of V Gaming. They're trying to find whoever going to go in, because double trouble hit, but not enough of the time to be taken with the wild charge. Members of V Gaming, they take away the Holy Dragon. They want to go for a push onto the top side as well as mid, because on the bottom side will be leaf away for the side of V Gaming. They doesn't know where the other 3 members for the side of V Gaming is. Now V Gaming is going for a dive onto the jungle. They want to spot whoever going to make for the jungle rotation for the side of, maybe they go for the T lane, but still T lane can match it up. Still, they want to push down bottom side. They want to play this out for the late game matchup. Bottom turret will be taken down. In terms of 55 seconds left for the Dark Slave will be spawned here. The Dark Lord will be spawned, but the members of VGM focusing on the TNT turret on top side. Mid lane will be given for Quang Hai and as well as for LB. But LB will be a rotation on bottom side. He will push away because of T-Lane will be present on bottom. And Quang Hai is the one not responding onto the bottom side, while Prison is catching one member. Still have the Moonfall onto the back side here. 4 versus, this is 4 versus 5 for the side of VGM. They killed down Zero first. Not enough damage here. They don't have the Kunai Blades. They take double kill for Quang Hai. And Quang Hai takes the kill number 3 as well, given to Marius. And 3 members has been absent for that team fight alone because T-Lin is not there with them. And by Katopia need to force this turret onto the mid lane and giving VGM onto the top side, pushing into the inner inhibitor turrets, and also they need to go for a couple more. Oh no, the double trouble hits in terms of TP! He's not going to go back. Couple more damage, but T-Lin has the damage to kill down, but they go for the trade! Onto bottom side, and VGM takes the game number 1. Okay, that double trouble plays a good role in that matchup.
Man, Wang TD making the dream work. B Gaming takes game number 1. And a big part of it is because Wang TD gets that double trouble into the right places. A sharpshooter, a global sharpshooter, we might say, for B Gaming. Well, what a fantastic game number 1. A good start for B Gaming, and the momentum is definitely gonna be felt here as Bikertopia invested a lot in game number 1 and was not able to get their winning condition.
There is some good trades been made on bottom side. T-Lin has the greater damage, but they trade with I just love and Bird LB just trying to find, doesn't want to give that TP, go back to defend on top side. But that double trouble, man, the first game of all, Quang TD makes the beautiful play for win for the side of V Gaming. That double trouble is causing much of a trouble in this current matchup because we saw in that early game Bikertopia has 5 kills to 0, and when the double trouble hits, double trouble makes the play and gives a win for the side of V Gaming. I would say maybe that is the best double trouble ever for the side of AIC 22.
Yeah, I mean, a double trouble that actually is very, very vital. Without that double trouble, we're not gonna see V Gaming actually taking the lead. There was a lot of mistakes coming in from Han, but the other members of V Gaming were able to overcome those mistakes. They actually knew what was needed to be done, and of course, V Gaming on the last clash, it was just magnificent to actually watch. Going forward onto the series, if V Gaming is going to be able to do this consistently, I think V Gaming has a higher chance in terms of the power index. They've beaten up Bikertopia before with a 4-1, and this is a start for V Gaming. If they get game number 2 yet again, I think Bikertopia is going to have a hard time. A force to a game number 7 is not, easy to do, especially if the drafts are like this. The team play as well is actually flawless. So Bikertopia needs to play this smart. They need game number 2 to have at least an edge going into the second part of this series. And if game number 1 is a sign for V Gaming, it's definitely a sign that's gonna make a strong statement, because we've seen a lot of good plays coming from V Gaming. They were the ones on the losing end. They actually lost the early game, and Bikertopia has a high win rate percentage if we talk about the 8 to 13 minute mark. But now V Gaming was able to return that. So we're expecting a lot more in terms of the composition. They didn't really have a lot going into the late game. So the winning condition there was they needed to win it in the mid game, and they actually was able to do it because of the plays coming in from Wong TD.
Yeah, the plays comes really clutch for the side of V Gaming. That is when the early matchup. Yes, we saw how V Gaming is not on to par just yet, but in terms of how V Gaming is making the play for them, they wait for the double trouble, and when the double trouble hits, they going for the dive, and that will secure us a lot of kills, and it makes it possible for game number one for V Gaming. But in terms of Baikatopia, they had lost Lorion as well as Hayate in that matchup, and also Yan. It is going to be something in the game number two that is Baikatopia really need to think about the early matchup, because they had a lot going on in that first early game. But in terms of when it comes to strategy and goes for a dive, it will be much more complete for the side of V Gaming, because of Baikatopia just receive a lot more kills, and we saw what happened in that graph itself. For about 7 minutes into the matchup, it is on the hands of Baikatopia. When it goes for Huang TD has the 6 things and also one items better than Zirui, it comes to a dimension when that double trouble is the one making the plays, and we saw the potential of Baikatopia when one tactical has missed and misplaced for V Gaming. They take back a couple more hundreds in terms of 13 minutes into the game, but V Gaming closed it pretty well with that comings from Bert LB on bottom side. They wait, but in terms of if the double trouble does not hit, it will be Chi Lin is the one to defend, because it would take a lot more time for Bert LB to spot where Chi Lin is, and the luck is on the side of V Gaming when the double trouble hits and makes the game for V Gaming in game number one.
Yeah, definitely. We're gonna see the MVP. It's gonna be Kwang Hai on that Kira. Perfect game for himself, 6-0-4. He knew and trusted Wang TD to make the plays. And every time the double trouble hits, and when Kwang Hai is actually in that rotation, it's definitely a sure kill. Giving a lot of space onto Kira, giving Kira a lot of gold is definitely something that happened here on game number one. Kwang Hai was able to actually farm freely. Yes, there was a lot of presence from the other members of Baikatopia, but the ones that were eliminated was mostly the laners. They were not able to disrupt Kwang Hai's jungling. There was a lot of invades coming in from Baikatopia. There was what they actually did is they strengthened the other side of the map. Because the only thing that they needed coming in from Wong TD is the double trouble. So most of the rotations that happened from Maris and Kwang Hai was always onto the Darkslayer lane. They actually went and mirrored what was happening in bot lane. The presence of Sin and the others was there, but what V Gaming did is they actually took that into their advantage. They actually harassed Pika in most of the early game, and that created a vacuum wherein they had a chance because they were able to rack up gold. And without Pika in the top lane, if Pika is actually not alive, they cannot actually muster a defense onto the jungle camp of T Lin on the red side. And that also forced a rotate for T1, opening up Zirui, who was having a perfect game but was shut down because when T1 actually rotated to the top lane to go for the defense for Pika, the normal rotation that happened for V Gaming is they had an open option to actually gank Zirui and to dive him. You have a Baldoom, you also have the double trouble, you have the skills of Maris that can definitely burst down and shave off a lot of the health the marksmen or squishy heroes. So definitely V Gaming, because of what happened here, coming a start, a fire, a spark coming in from Wong TD, they were able to get a lot more of the rotational advantage. They had a lot more of good looks. They had a lot of open, open ganks as well. When we say open, is that it's an easy gank in terms of there's not much of support that's gonna be put into the ball lane. So no counter plays that's gonna be possible. And we're already starting game number 2. The global bandit picks actually leaned heavily onto Biketopia. The Yan pick was very, very hot for them on their last series against Uzbekistan time, but now it's going to be out, and they actually got defeated with this kind of lineup: Aloyan, Hayate, Athane, and Ayan. V Gaming looking hot in game number 2. Let's see if they're going to be investing more to actually secure a dominant win here in this series.
Yeah, because Biketopia still has a lot, but has a lot of heroes. But in terms of what they invested in this matchup, they already gone for the Lorian, and it makes V Gaming doesn't have to bend out the Lorian. They have to bend maybe an Omen, maybe an Aya for the next matchup. And for Biketopia, they need something in terms of these early game matchup. Maybe they want to bring out the rest, maybe for the Volkov itself. But Ryoma will be taken away in that first matchup in terms of how B Gaming will take in Ryoma as well if they want to. But the Lorian be banned for Biketopia. That is one scary type of composition when been taken away. But I don't think that V Gaming will need to ban the Loville, but I think it will be so because Zuri is the same type of gameplay as 1TD. They leave open for maybe the Nacross will be picked here for side of Biketopia. If they take the Nacross in that first pick, it will be a Zuka push for V Gaming. They still has the if they want to bring down maybe the L'Oreal to be picked here for the side of V Gaming, but I doubt that. Still Zuka as well as the maybe they want for a Talon pick for the side of V Gaming. They could have versus a Nacross because they already used down the Grixie. The Roxy is one of the good thing to be taken away. But if they don't pick down the Zuka first, it will be given Elsu for the side of Biketopia. So maybe the third pick for V Gaming, they will take it away the Zuka, because if they did not pick Zuka in the third pick, it will be a steal for Biketopia with the bans onto Zuka, and that Nacross will have a lot more space to play with no regards onto chasing for that Zuka himself. But Iggy has been hovered, as well as the Slims for Biketopia. They had a lot more early advantage here. Still the same kind of composition when they bring in the game number 1. But V Gaming likes the balanced type of composition. They brought up the Roxy as well as the Elsu. Still opening though for the third pick here. Maybe they want to go for the Zuka or not here, because V Gaming is going to be really hard if they don't bring down the Zuka. They'll still have the Kira if they want to versus the Nacross. Still wait for the Roxy to hit with the Agnes Grips and happen to go for a Tulan instead. And now V Gaming doesn't have the Zuka priority to bring versus a Nacross here. Maybe he just want to give an idea for Cyber Cassiopeia, ban out the Zuka, and we will not take the Zuka because we have someone else. Maybe we go for Lubu Jungle because we have the Talon. Because Talon maybe go for jungle as well, because versus an Iggy, but Talon will have a lot more hard time. He needs for V Gaming, if they want to bring the Talon jungle and Akali in mid, it could be a potential as well for side of V Gaming.
Yeah, and right now with the first 3 picks, we're actually seeing it's a Nakrot, the Slims, and an Iggy. They have long range damage, and you know, a food for thought. Whoever actually got the Slims in yesterday's matches actually won that match. Biketopia is actually looking to have, you know, a very mobile setup, a long range damage capability, especially in the late game. And then you have the Flying Spear as well, which is a focal point on why Slims was a definite choice as a marksman against an Elsu. Because most of the time, when the Flying Spear was thrown, the sniping positions of Elsu is always going to be altered. He is going to be forced to stop his sniping position, and maybe that is what Mike Utopia is aiming here in game number 2. There is a Roxy, a Tulin, and a Butterfly pick. A Butterfly, unfortunately, from yesterday's matches, actually lost all of its games. And in comparison, I don't think Butterfly is, a hero that brings a lot to the table. And definitely with Azuka and also the Volcan being manned out, it actually inhibited their choices in terms of who they can field onto the jungle area. But really, is there no other a jungle that's available? Butterfly game number 2, but let's see if it's gonna work out. They already invested 3 big picks for themselves. That's a Tulin, a Roxy, a Elsu, and then an Alice being over a possible Malok. If ever Malok is gonna picked out, it's gonna be the first here onto the playoffs. We don't see Malok that much. One of the reasons is that he's very slow. He doesn't have stuns except for his ultimate. He does have some capability to actually deal through damage, but that's basically it. Unlike Utopia, them pairing up their slims with the Pina is definitely gonna make it hard for V Gaming, because the snipes are gonna be negated in terms of they can take turns on taking the snipe, and they're gonna be healed by Pina all the same.
Yeah, this is going to be something for the side of V Gaming. They doesn't want to give a lot more investment in terms of this matchup, but they burned out the Tulin as well as the Elsu and the Roxy. They forced out Bikotopia to take a lot more resources, because Bikotopia lost in game number 1. But if V Gaming win this with this kind of composition, it could be an easy in the game number 3, because the investment made by Bikotopia is a lot here. In game number 1 and game number 2, early matchup is on their side, with the Dakros does not fight down the Zuka. But I think the Butterfly as well as the Malok has a potential, but in terms of we rarely see them in this current stages. It's going to be something for the side of gaming to show us that Malok can play in terms of how hard the matchup is versus the Pena as well as the Iggy. But for Malok, in terms of support, goes Roxy on top side versus a Scud. It's going to be something for the side of gaming with Quang Hai onto the Butterfly, and you saw how Butterfly is one of the heroes that not live into expectation in terms of matchup. But with the combo with the Malok, when Malok used the cleaver, it will have much more substantial amount of damage with the AoE damage that he had. Could make the play for the side of V Gaming. But in terms of game number 2, momentum on the side of V Gaming, did Bikotopia has what it takes to take this to a draw stage.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be a question here, as V Gaming wins game number 1, and if they do win game number 2, it is going to be a difficult match here, as Han is going to be hit there, and when Shadow Bomb is expended, T1 is in the area, a cleave coming in from Han. Sin is just going hard onto the creep wave, and T-Lane is going to commit there. They are not going to be able to get Mars though, who's actually forced to flicker, and T-Lane is just going to go back into his jungle, trying to get more resources for himself, while the Butterfly is actually being harassed by Sin. And Quang Hai is gonna have an early start over T-Lane at this moment because of the attempt here at the mid lane, and they actually know that Roxy and also Pika are actually going for a duel, but we know that there's not much a Roxy can actually do except burn down people at this moment. Quang Hai is going to enter here. Pika is already charging down his Power Glove, but he's not going to be able to use it just yet. They're going to be recalling back to the base to reposition and think of a new rotation for themselves.
Yeah, they need to go for a couple more resets because of this Abyssal Dragon onto 32 seconds left to just spawn in this matchup number 2. And now by Katopia, they are not into the early matchup because they have to wait for the Necroth to have 1 items to make the possible win. But on top side here, a couple more damage just left to put onto Pika. But Pika still managed to run away with 70% health, and this Dark Slayer will be in contention. But still, the members of V Gaming, they will need to fight. They have the ultimate on. They doesn't have the ultimate onto the Malak just yet. They want to go for the Abyssal Dragon. They want to give one Thunder Collapse has been used, and Guanghai secures the Abyssal Dragon. This is the first Abyssal Dragon for V Gaming, and they had a lot more aggression made when they just push on bottom side. Still, they doesn't want to give this Dark Slayer for the side of T-Lin. They happen not to be in the good contestant because Guanghai is not there for them. Still has the ultimate though, but still on the top side. Being used the Agnes group trying to pull away Pika. Pika has 30%, 40% intact into the health. Still managed to run away, but Bicotopia is not having any momentum just yet. They still go for a trade first, but on the Dark Slayer lane on top side will be pushed away for Bird LB as well as Guanghai. A couple proxy lane will be used and try to snipe away the blue buff for that T lane.
Yep, and more is going to happen here. No one is actually having the advantage just yet, and a possible clash is gonna happen. Shock has been used by Maris. He's gonna be dangerously low. He does outlive the damage coming in from Biketopia, as Malok is a very, very tanky hero. But this disengagement was actually on time here, as Biketopia sensed that there was a lot of the members of V Gaming in the bot side, and Pika is actually going in for a dash there using his first ability, but that was a good attempt to go for a clear, but he's not going to be able to rotate just yet because he needs to get back to his lane.
Giving for the fact that none of this team trying to play a lot more aggressive, trying to kill with the first blood they intended to kill. But we saw a lot more when Bikotopia takes the first blood. They will have a good game in terms of what matchup they had currently with VA Gaming. And in terms of the drafts that Bikotopia played, they had an early contestant. They still need to wait for the streams has the Eclipse of Santi. But in terms of how V Gaming cope with this matchup, they are still in command in terms of how the Agnes grip connects. They want to kill with the first blood here. Still not dead yet, but first blood been taken away, given for Mares. And now V Gaming takes a lot more objective. They want to go for onto the bottom side here. Still has the ultimate coming in for Han with no dives just yet. A couple more snipes from Huang CD secures a couple more health. For the side of Bikotopia, they go for a dive onto the red buff. Still Iggy with a couple more damage, but not enough of the burst damage to give to just scare away the members of V Gaming.
Yep, Han is going to be spotting out T-Lin. T-Lin still has a bulk of his skill, and the Flying Spear actually connects Wang TD in an ill-fated possession. Enables T-Lin to use Jury Fury to add a lot more of the crowd control, and definitely Wang TD now being sniped out there with the Flying Spear is going to be affecting their game. It's the more that you actually get hit by the Flying Spear, the more the psychological effects are going to happen. You're going to be scared to actually position yourself closer, and definitely it is going to be altering some of the positions of the members of V Gaming. And we see a start here as Bird LB is going to try to steal that. The Wild Beast Fury is going to be used. Huang Hai is in the area. T Lin might be in danger, but it is still going to be secured by T Lin in the end, as he was able to use his punish. And the Slayer is going to be taken by V Gaming to actually equalize some of the gold that they lost. Wang TD needs to be more careful at this moment. T1 is just onto the front, and T Lin actually gets hit by that snipe. Zerui is still going to be spotted here though, as Han is giving some vision to Wang TD. Not much that you're going to expect as the rotations coming in from Maris. They are going to aim to maybe get a kill, but the answer is no, as Zerui gets a flying spear to the base of Maris. The Empress Gaze is going to get a miss. The damage that you're expecting from Biketopia is just growing by the second.
Yeah, because we said a lot of Slims gameplay onto the late game when the ultimate has present for the Slims, and the help of the Slims on the bottom side will be hard more crucial. But in terms of V-Gaming, they know that they are in not a good composition currently right now. They are still waiting for the mistakes made by Biketopia. They have to push bottom side here. The Spirits does not connect, but a couple more snaps just left trying to push away the members of Biketopia, but now getting Biketopia a little bit mad. Still has the shields been upgraded here, but has the orb trying to find a run away. Well, a couple more damage just left, but still managed to run into the mid lane. Secures the second kill for Vika with the kills onto Bird LB on top side, but a little bit late for Huang Hai here, trying to chase away, but being forced to just blinks onto the minion, trying to force a defense on the top side. Doesn't want to give the turret for Biketopia, but the members of VGM, they know they doesn't have a lot more damage in terms they have to wait for the dead Elsu, and still they lost Huang TD in a couple of process, but still they could not defend this. But living for the Mr. Dragon will be taken down with the force onto the bottom side. No minion just left. Still has the ultimate for Han though. VGM just not going in for a couple more attacks, trying to find a shield just yet. One more, but still being taken down by Zerui onto the Missile Dragon. But now the counter attack just here. We have the Agnes Grip as well present for the members of VGM. The secures kill number 2, force down the bottom side and push away with the. They did not take the missile, but take the kill and as well as objective from bottom. They takes the Dark Slayer as well, and V Gaming will force away their goal to be widen the gap. Biketopia need to find their sweet spot here. If not, it's going to be really hard for them in terms of they are waiting for the V Gaming is waiting for the 30-minute marks.
And another objective, 2 objectives actually taken into the bottom lane, but the Slayer was taken by Huang Hai. He's going for a duel against Pika, but Pika actually relishes the moments where he's gonna be able to just go for exchanges, because he's gonna be a tanky Dark Slayer lane. He doesn't have a lot of crowd controls, he only has the slow, and the more you actually fight him, you're actually setting yourself up to a lot of pain. He's not gonna be suffering, and for sure he's not gonna be easily taken in a 1v1 situation. Not like on the side of VGM, they don't have a lot of damage that you can expect, and Han is going to be harassed here. Maris actually goes hot there with the Thunderbird. It's gonna be regenerated by T1, but still they are trying to put in some damage. They're trying to actually proc T1 Ceiling Light most of the time, because there might be a moment where they need it and it's not gonna be possible to use it, and we're gonna see Bird LB actually taken down. There's a 5-man rotation for Biketopia, and Wang TD actually secures the top lane turret. They're going in hot there. Maris is gonna be using that Thunderbird. Zerui actually blocks that out. Sin as well is gonna be readying his Ember's Gaze. Zerui misses out that flying spear. Pika goes in hot, not being able to proc out his power glove there. A stun again onto their side, and it's actually a growing problem here. While TV's not going to be securing the mid lane turret, and most of what V Gaming is doing is they're actually taking the objectives that they need, like the turrets. If they have that advantage here in terms of the pickoffs, they're not letting Bikertopia take advantage of what they have because they excel in macro clashes, and macro clashes are definitely not possible if V Gaming is just going to be clearing them the waves and actually harassing them by going for split pushes.
Yeah, this is going to be really hard for the side of Bikertopia when they want to force out a couple of members of V Gaming, and they are forcing into the mid lane, trying to find a kill, but a little bit too late here. Still has the aggro grip, but Amber Gaze takes the kill onto Quang Hai. Still, they managed to trade it out, but still Bikertopia has more manpower here. But with the Malak in charge of the defense, it will be really hard. 22 seconds for Quang Hai. They have to force onto the Dark Slayer for now. The members of VGM, they cannot go. They only defend onto the mid lane, and the Bikertopia is the one first to just lost in terms of their mid turret and give access for V Gaming, and it is something that V Gaming is knowing that they are not going to shut down more the members of Bikertopia because of what they had Quang Hai with the butterfly play, but V Gaming is trading this thing like it's a normal day in terms of the damage they could give. Still, Maris takes down the Mr. Dragon. They will defend this mid lane again, waiting for Quang Hai to be arrived, but still going to fight out T-Lane on top side. The Butterfly versus the Dakroth onto the top side, but Quang Hai will run away, but a couple more damage coming in for Zero. Malok will have to force to use the ultimate to go for an escape. The mid turret is still alive. Bikertopia could not make this, and Maris is the one to take the blame here because he are playing too much aggressive, trying to force the members of Bikertopia with a couple more attacks. Now goes in with a couple more Jury Fury, but they cleanse the tower. They lost onto Burrell B in terms of that mid matchup. They lost into turret as well. Bikertopia will go for a march in the third tier turret onto the top, onto the mid side here, but none of the members of E-Gaming could play. Quang Hai position himself onto the back side. He's not going in just yet. Still waiting for the couple more chances. Goes in with a couple more damage, but a little bit too late there for the members of EGM. They lost tier 2 tower. They lost 3 towers in that process, and it could be nasty for V Gaming because they could not dive in. They could not defend this. Not 3 towers, but 4 towers in that process. 3 in the mid lane, 1 on the tier 2 tower on bottom side, and V Gaming is in the brink of losing. One member trying to find a way. Quang Hai fighting down, but V Gaming has not enough damage, but been killed by Pika. 1v1 Quang Hai itself with the Belloc in place, but still the ultimate does not giving a lot more pressure for Bikertopia, and Bikertopia is laughing trying to win this game.
Yeah, I mean, right now we can actually see that Bikertopia is going to be excelling onto the team fights, and as the game progresses, you're not seeing V Gaming being able to actually win this. The damage that they've been dealing is, I don't know, it's just too little. Tulin, even if he has that looks wherein he actually is able to proc all of his skills, his passives as well, it's just not enough. He doesn't have the damage, and the butterfly pick actually isn't working out well for them as well. Pika and the others are open. They're starting in the clashes. Han and the others are going to be backing off though. They know that they don't have anything to actually fight it out against Bikertopia. As long as T1 and Pika is alive, they're not going to have the capability to go near the back line. And with Sin being able to have the capability to just throw out a shadow bombs in safety is definitely a big threat to V Gaming. He's not going to be adjusting himself because he's just going to be staying near to T1, as well as Zerui, who's definitely like a turret whenever he's with T1. He has additional attack speed. He has the capability to regenerate some of the damage being dealt here by the other members of V Gaming, like Maris and Wong TV. This is I don't see any kind of possibility anymore. Even if Wang TD connects the snipe onto Sin, onto Zerui, the damage he's going to deal is just going to be regenerated, and T-Lane's going to be starting here in the bot lane while there's a defense here in the mid lane. The Dark Slayer is not going to be bursted easily. Kwang Hai does his best. T-Lane goes hot. The assassinate is going to be used by Kwang Hai. And Maris can almost kill T-Lin, but he didn't. He was not. He doesn't have his ultimate. Han is already dead. Got slowed down by the Power Glove. Got slowed down by the Hydra, and it is now dangerous as Zerui gets killed by Wang TD. T-Lin gets his kill as well. It's a 3 versus 1. Are they gonna be able to actually take this one more? And it is into the hands of Utopia with the earliest death timers at 20. Will Maris be able to get the defense? Sin goes in hard, has the orb ready for himself. T1 is in the area, and it's already a Nexus block with Pika finishing game number 2. It's a 1-for-1.
Oh yeah, 1-for-1. Utopia makes the live dream come true when they takes the investment in terms of game number 2 and make the game livable. But yeah, V Gaming with the Butterfly as well as the Malo matchup is not going to work for them, and they apparently they had a couple more investment in terms of game number 3 will be proceed. But yeah, Utopia takes the lead in terms of momentum currently right now. They trade 1-for-1 game, and Utopia had a lot more incoming. But now the question is, if V Gaming brings out the Zuka, they doesn't have the Necrothers yet to play in game number 3. A lot more, yeah. It is a lot more.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it is a win that definitely is a well-deserved move by Utopia. The draft that they had really countered well what V Gaming had. And yes, they were actually getting those micro wins in some of the clashes. It didn't matter. Even if they got the push, T-Lin is always going to have the better capability to do the split pushes as well. It was actually a death fest for V Gaming because they can't actually compete, especially in team fights here. You can actually see that most of the time, when there are team fights that's gonna happen, what T1 is gonna do is just use the healing Lappy in the front, use the Nature's Rally, you have some stuns coming from the Forest Sentry, and Pika will always go to the front, and they would have the advantage there. And one of the reasons there is that Pika is gonna be generating some of his health, and he's definitely someone that's been a thorn to the side of the squishy heroes in the back line. He was always having the looks to actually be able to go to the back and not let a sniping position be done by Wang TD. Maris as well was trying his best, but because of the magic resist items as well, they didn't have it. Kwang Hai and the Butterfly, the pick was just not not really
good enough, man.
Not good enough. Not good enough in terms of even if he tries to assassinate anyone. It's so hard because he's just gonna be stunned most of the time. Even if there is gonna be a cleanse, there is still going to be the Forest Sentry. You still have the Nature's Rally as well. There's a healing light, and he wasn't able to actually have the he wasn't able to reset his ultimate in most of the scenarios because the ones he assassinate actually got their health back because of the Paina.
Yeah, because that Paina is one of the best pick versus and also we saw at that last team fight when T-Lin is one health away to die. When T-Lin did to go back and the Paina is there, give it a lot more health, and that what makes the push possible for the side of Utopia when they had the Paina. And in terms of what happened in that core matchup, I saw how V Gaming will not cannot cope with the speed that Nacroth has, as well as the damage that that Slayer gives and then that the Scott gives. But in terms of how V Gaming, they already invest on the Roxy as well as the Elsu and the Talon is still not onto contention when Biketopia invests a lot more, and it going to be something of a hard game for both of them in this third matchup, because it will be hard when they have to play, maybe because Biketopia has already used the Slims and V Gaming has not, but they have the Elsu we play here and as well as the Roxy. But in terms of the playable or play style for Biketopia and V Gaming, they already use a lot of heroes that suits their play style. But in terms of they have to just switch a little bit in terms of game number 3, and it make it possible. But V Gaming, what happened to them after they had a good game in game number 1, game number 2, well, it is not V Gaming at all. They are too scared, but only Maris is the one that gives a lot more damage and present in that matchup. But yeah, Han with the Malok, I think that is some mismatch coming in for V Gaming.
Well, you could say it's a mismatch, but who do you actually want to field against the lineup that Biketopia had? Once they already had the Scud pick and the final pick, it was already a done deal. Early game was a chance for V Gaming, but they can also have that. You see a lot of damage coming from V Gaming, but the damage that is being dealt is being regenerated by Biketopia. So even if you do deal a lot of damage in the game, it doesn't mean that you're gonna have the upper hand in terms of the offensive, in terms of the aggression. You're gonna see V Gaming always dealing a lot of damage. That's a fact. They have an Elsu, they have a Tulin, who's gonna have who's definitely gonna have an easy time dealing damage. But the problem here is that, does that damage actually constitute something? Because most of the time, the ones receiving damage is T1. The most of the time, the ones that actually receive the damage is Pika. And if there is a snipe that actually hits Sin and also Zerui, it's not always enough to get that kill. They need someone to go in, and Kwanghai can't do that because there's a lot of slows coming in from Paina. There was a lot of slows coming in from the Scud as well. They had the Wild Beast charge. And don't forget, you also have T-Lin, who they can't only commit, because once T-Lin goes to the back line, they're actually gonna suffer into the clashes, and that was a big problem in terms of the composition. And moving forward, game number 2 is a good start here for Biketopia. It's a 1-1 in this series. It's still anyone's game. Game 3, 4, and 5 is definitely going to be crucial here. But before we move on to that part of the series, we're actually going for a short break. My name is Vittorio. This is Ecos. This is Arena of Valor International Championships 2022. Don't touch the browser. We'll be right back.
Think I'm crazy, or am I really brave? I don't let nothing faze me, there's no hold up delay. I still survive, I own the confidence up in my mind. I'm running towards the light, it's time to shine and go take flight. No pain, no gain, if you don't wanna fade away. The both ways, hold pace, heroes moving silence when they say the day. Yeah, I'm a queen, I overcome relentless pain, and I got it in my genes. I'm
Welcome back to the Reno Valor International Championships 2022. My name is Vittorio. This is Mikos, and we're all ready. In game number 3 of this Best of 7 series, we have a 1-1 score between V Gaming and Bikertopia. So it's still anyone's series. No one still has the lead. Whoever gets game number 3 definitely will have the better momentum going into his second part of the series. We already have the global ban and picks. There was not much of picks expended on the side of V Gaming. Only a Tulin, Elsu, and a Roxy. While on Bikertopia, I could argue that one of the best combinations right now is a Paina with the Hafeni or a Paina with the Slims. But did that not being available for Bikertopia, this could actually affect their series as it progresses. They have a Paina, Slims, Iggy, Nakrot, and also the Scud being picked out in game number 2. That's 5 big picks yet again. They're expending everything to actually have the advantage going into this best of 7 series.
Yeah, because the investment made by Bikertopia is much of a big investment, so they have to win in that matchup number 2, because if they lost it, that game number 3 will be hard for Bikertopia itself. Then V Gaming, I'm pretty sure they obviously know that it will be a hard game when they bought Malok as well as the Butterfly to be played here. They invest 3, but the other 2 is not on to par with the damage and as well as the movement speed that Bikertopia could give in that matchup. But now in game number 3, they still has a lot more potential here, and Bikertopia has to ban out the Lorion at opening for the Nacross to be picked by Quang Hai, and still has the potential to ban out the Nacross because they still has the Zuka to be played here for the side of Bikertopia. So if they want to give the Lorion, it's okay, but Florentino will be taken away with hovering onto the bans for V Gaming and lock it out. Florentino will be taken out, and now the Nacross has been banned. Zuka really needs to be taken away here for V Gaming in first pick, but still has the Lorion if they want to. And Maris played it really well with the Lorion pick, but still has the Iggy. They doesn't have the Crixie anymore for game number 3, and it is possible for Bikertopia to punish it down. But V Gaming brings one big investment here with the Varus pick, and I kind of like it with the Varus first pick if they want to. Bikertopia really needs to force down with the Teen as well as maybe they go for an Elsu pick here for Bikertopia, because they can go for the Elsu, but versus the Varus it could be hard. But Richter is the first one to be hover. Still has Richter support, maybe Richter Dark Slayer. In terms of the second pick will be detrimental for side of Bikertopia. They go for the Elsu as well as the Richter versus a Varus first pick.
Yep, we are actually gonna see long range capability on the side of Bikertopia if they do pick out the Elsu. V Gaming could actually take Iggy. Iggy has been one of the good trade-offs against an Elsu pick, and it not being available for Bikertopia, we could actually use that, or we could actually see V Gaming actually using a Lorion. And as I said, Lorion, it is been over. Iggy or Lorion is definitely an option here for V Gaming, as Lorion could actually provide zone control wherein he is going to be targeting the Elsu pick. But it's still far from the hands, as we see some of the best gap closers like the Liliana and the Richter actually picked out by Bikertopia. I'm pretty curious what are they going to be using to defend that Elsu. They don't have Dane anymore. Possibility to actually take Baldum for Bikertopia. That is a very possible pick. V Gaming though looks very scary as well. 2 gap closers. You also have the capability to start clashes with the Flying Spear, and we've seen the double trouble from V Gaming before, and it could actually recur again in this matchup with the Slims being picked out.
Well, yeah, because the Slims, you have double trouble with a lot more range, but still in terms of stunts, that spear is making a good play for Slim itself. So it is something for the side of V Gaming when they brought out the Lorian as well as the Slims. I think this is a big investment coming in for V Gaming as well, because they want to bend out the AOE. They doesn't want to give a lot more potential for the side of Biketopia. They want to burn every heroes that can go burst down for the composition. So they ban out the Kira as well, but yeah, they can go here. But I think Biketopia already used down the Kira in the first matchup.
Yeah, I don't know. It was V Gaming who
It was
actually
V Gaming,
had
alright.
the Kira. So Zuka is still going to be open. In terms of the jungling efficiency, you can also have Ellender. Ellender has been, a pick that has a lot of success. One of the reasons is because of the early spike that you can have with the Ellender. Just 2 items actually, and you can burst down practically anyone, even tanks or targets that are also viable there. Biketopia actually covered onto Superman, maybe for as a protection. We've seen a Superman support before and it didn't work hot. One of the reasons is that Superman, yes, as a tank hero, he has a lot of utilities, but he's not really a tank that can soak up most of the damage coming in from the other team. That also is going to be a problem for them. But we see the assassins already in Biketopia. A glass cannon composition for sure. Are they going to be able to get that pick off that they want? But V Gaming actually is going to be copying what Biketopia did in a different type of composition as well. They're going to put a Paina to actually shut down the capabilities of the Elsu. And a Ryoma being picked out here as someone that would duel with the Richter.
Yeah, I think the Richter onto Dark Slayer, because we see a lot of various jungle in terms of what could be placed here for side of B Gaming, and in terms of Ryoma, we've seen a lot of the Ryoma early matchup is been good, but it is hard to say whether Ryoma comes into the mid game, and Biketopia is the one that been forced a lot into early matchups. So V Gaming doesn't want to give a lot more stable gameplay for Biketopia in that early matchup because of the damage that Ryoma had, and it can take a lot more objective in terms of the siege damage that Ryoma has. But I love how V Gaming trying to bring the same type of composition with the Pena and Slims, trying to take down Biketopia in this the third matchup, because Biketopia did pretty well with the Pena and Slims, and V Gaming said, let's give it a try and try to win this matchup. Can we do it? But the bottom pick here, I think, is the most suitable kind of pick when he can just wall prison the Pena out of his way, try to give a lot of stuns and as well as the healing. Then I kind of like it. But in terms of what V Gaming has currently, they had an early composition, mid game power spike. But Biketopia, they can go for a couple more late game capabilities with the Zuka as well as the Richter. For V Gaming, still manage to a couple more. This is like a lot investment has been made for both teams here in this third game. Maybe they want to fight out the momentum. Whoever lost this will have a lot more trouble in game number 4, and it could be fascinating to see who's ever going to win this matchup in game number 3.
With the bottom being picked out, there's a lot of possibility that they could counter out what V Gaming is backing. But we've seen the effectivity of the Paina before. The only difference is that they don't have someone to sustain in the front. So this is a different composition. You see a lot of damage, but not much on the defensive side on V Gaming. The only tank that they're actually going to we're actually going to see is Han, and I don't know if he's going to be enough. Ryoma can build tank items like the Frost Cape and such, but he's not gonna be effective if he just goes for full defensive items. He needs to have some damage as well. Sin is going to poke out Mars here, and they're very aggressive about it. And they are going in for a trade here as T1 actually suffers the brunt of damage coming in from Maris's orb. And Zerui is just going for a normal start. Wang TD throws out Flying Spear. Is not going to get a hit on anyone. Flying Spear is actually a projectile that you can dodge as long as you can actually see the trajectory. And Wang TD is going to be able to secure. No, it's actually dropped to T1's hands on that Seagull. The Force Entry is going to be used as well. T1 is suffering heavily. The Flying Spear is not going to get a hit yet again. Han is going to be using the Healing Light. But right now, the Healing Light's activity doesn't really offset the damage that the Elsa can do in the early game. There is going to be some trades here, as we're seeing that Biketopia is going for a rotation that's more geared to the Darkslayer lane.
I would say that in this early matchup will need to be played more aggressive on the side of V Gaming. They're trying to force down the Ryomar on top side because the rotation comes for Tiglin, and they want to shut down this lane as early as possible, because when they manage to do it, it will be a best case possible. But now V Gaming trying to kill down away with the Lorian kicks here, but has been stopped by the Blinding Light itself. But V Gaming still need to push whatever they want to do in this early matchup, because when they take down the Slayer, they cannot go for the Wizard Dragon because they take exactly the same time to be taken away, and Biketopia responds a little bit too well here. So V Gaming still has a couple more gold to chase away from Biketopia, and it will be something that is hard to do when Biketopia has an Elsu and as well as the Baldoom. So when the Baldoom hits with the Wild Prison, it will clash a lot more members, maybe a couple more investment and also sacrifices for V Gaming. And Biketopia, they treat this well in terms of they know the power spike for V Gaming in that early matchup. They doesn't want to go force onto mid lane because of that Lorion. They're trying to force on top side first and wait for one items for the Zuka to be handling this kind of situation. Force out the Foxtrot first, and it will be something for the side of and it could be level for side of V Gaming. And I would say that it is hard for maybe in terms of V Gaming. They had an early matchup, but it could be something that is really hard for Biketopia though, because it can be detrimental. They goes for a couple more damage. They're trying to find a way here, but no, cannot secures the kill onto Chile. They don't want to force it out. A little bit too late with the flicker, trying to kill onto Chile. Make it possible, but gives the kill onto Bird LB a little bit too early there. V Gaming trying to find the momentum itself and trying to make this possible.
Yep, and definitely V Gaming right now has first blood. They are not gonna have the gold lead though, as Biketopia actually is holding the fort down well, and we're gonna see the win rate with first blood 7.8%. They did get the first blood in the early game, but they didn't on the earlier match here on game number 2, but it didn't translate to a win. That's just a chance though, and this is a chance for Biketopia, as they actually have the better early to mid game. They need to capitalize on this, while the Slims doesn't have the damage just yet. Defending was going to be used here for Guanghai. They need to be more aggressive for Biketopia to actually have the advantage. They are going to be able to burst down. As long as they're going to be able to burst down Han, I think the game clashing capability of VGM is going to actually fall, and Pika is going to be spotting up for LB. Lin is going to be in the area. They're going for a hard push here, and Sin actually gets taken and a stun there with a Starry Sky coming from Maris. They're going to be taking another kill for themselves.
Yeah, that is going to be something for V Gaming. That rotation coming in for Maris is making the play for VGM, and it could be a lot more possible. Pycotopia is not in terms of momentum. They cannot kill. VGM only cannot kill onto T1 because of the Baldum. They need to wait for a couple more damage for Huang TD as well as Quang Hai. They force onto the top side. The T-Lin really needs to run away to force into the mid lane here. A couple more minutes into the second objective to be taken down, but that kill, the second kill comes in. Oh no, the dash from T-Lin ultimate has been pushed as well. The orb has been used by Zen, trying to give a lot more damage, but no, it has been skipped with the vulnerability onto the top side. A couple more damage has been put, and now Bird LB secures down to Pika with more damage onto the wall. Prison bottom side, hit one TD, really to run away. 3 members of Pycotopia trying to force. Maris has arrived. Maris still has the damage, but doesn't have the ultimate to just push it away. One TD really needs to be defended for the members. Maris being spot up into that brush as well, but wait for the ultimate coming in for Maris, and Maris need to go for the mid lane push here. Still has Quang Hai onto the side here, doesn't have the ultimate for T-Lin. T-Lin needs to run away, but still have the Bloody Kiss as well as the Venom is not being used, but Maris secures kill onto T-Lin. The members of Pycotopia is not happy with this matchup because a little bit too fierce for VGM itself, because VGM secures the 4th kill for themselves and has a 3,000 lead on goals, and the members of VGM trying to push on to the bottom side here. Give a couple more damage for Bird LB. Pika on the side. Wait for a couple more damage, but it is going to be something for V Gaming. They cannot take the bottom turret because of the Elsu is still on the vicinity and makes the kill for a couple more damage. But it is going to be something for VGM because by Pycotopia, it is going to be really, really hard right now. Early matchup is going to be win here with a couple more damage just left. Wild Prison as well as Star Sky did not hit any members. They still goes in with a couple more spears, does not connect. Maris a little bit too low. T-Lin on the side here, only waiting for Zero with a couple more snipes, but it not will be connected. Pycotopia really needs to defend this as well as their momentum. They need to think about which one will be taken away because they force a lot more investment on top side to just shut down Bird LB, but a little bit too late. Bird LB is online.
Yep, and now Pycotopia is actually trailing by an almost 2K, and definitely with V Gaming having this kind of performance, they're gonna have a much more better late game. You have a lot of capabilities here. You're gonna be able to regenerate some of the damage as long as they don't take out Han or Wang TD. They're gonna be the vital members of V Gaming in their team fight capabilities. But there's a 4-man rotation here. T-Lin actually shows himself, but there might be some dangers as Maris and also Quang Hai are actually going into their flanks, but the Venom did not reach. Bird LB spots out Pika here onto the top lane, while T-Lin is already going back to the lanes. He's going to be able to take that. Skyfall is going to be used. Not much damage is going to be felt here by Bird LB. T1 actually hits that, while Prison is going to be used, and Quang Hai is going to be the thick of it. They might be in danger. The Star Sky is going to be used. The orb is going to be in effect. T-Lin survives another day. The snipe is going to connect from Zerui, and more of the clashes are actually onto the side of V Gaming as the pressure they bring is different with the gold lead that they have. They are building up to a 3K gold lead. Sin does his best to actually clear out the waves, but a lot of the body blocks from Han's skill is there. There is going to be an initiation there. Wang TD finishes off Sin, who tries his best to burst down Han. Star Sky is going to be used. T1 doesn't have the cleanse, and an ultimate for Maris gets another, and 6-0 in the scoreboard. No scores yet for Pycotopia.
Pycotopia really trying to kill one member of VGM, but a little bit too hard because of the healing coming in for Han. Makes the play. Maris a little bit trouble, already trying to find a way to run away, but still Pika is on not enough damage, but Han, that Pena is a little bit of a pain for Vicotopia. They could not kill down that Pena. A little too much of ground control as well as healing, and it could give a lot more potential for VGM to win this, to take a lot of lead. 6 kill with 0 in contestation, 4,000 goal lead for VGM itself. 50 seconds in terms of both objective, but VGM still had the momentum. The Omni Arms has been finished by T-Lin. He will have a lot more damage in terms of only have Omni Arms as well as his Spear Longinus. VGM, they need to take a lot of lead here. If not, the late game will be in the hands of Vicotopia, trying to force down Maris and as well as Han into the mid lane. Then Maris is the one to take 2 bullets in terms of that Elsu. Zuri played it really well with the Elsu, trying to force the members of VGM to stay low, but none of that matters. Here VGM trying to find a way to steal down the blue buff as well. Bottom side here, he happened to be the Clash. Quang Hai as well as Pika. Pika lost a couple more damage, but LB is the one to be taken for the wall charge. Still has Hans on the side, give a lot more health, and this Holy Dragon will be taken away from the hands of Vicotopia. But T-Lin trying to find a way to take down the Wizard Dragon. They still want to fight this, but T1 will not cope with the damage given by Han. Monkey D takes a lot more snipes for him.
Yeah, the top lane though is going to be an option here, as Vicotopia is trying to find a hole on V Gaming's defenses. They do get the first tier turret here to the top lane, but the Holy Dragon is going to be secured by V Gaming. A lot of the resources are difficult to protect on the side of Vicotopia, as all of their first tier turrets have already fallen. And that is a wild charge being used. Han might be taken out, and it is a wombo combo coming in from Vicotopia. Snipes, wild charges, the stun coming in from Sin as well. It was enough to burst down Han. Han is definitely not a tank, and without Han, they don't have a chance to actually win out in terms of the clashes that's gonna happen. Still 13 seconds in the mark. Quang Hai is just in the area. Skyfall is gonna be used here. Venom is gonna be used as well. That is a Star Sky. The cleanse was far enough. That was a roll. A mistake coming in from Vicotopia.
And Starry Night hits pretty well, but in terms of T1, that wall of prison just stopped. The aggression comes in for the VGM itself. They buy a little bit some time, and Vicotopia will just say thank you for T1. That particular wall prison just stops Quang Hai on that movement alone, and by a little bit some time. But VGM, they does not want to go for a couple more easy gameplay here. But Quang Hai with a couple more snipes. Zero trying to play with Quang Hai. Where is the movement comes in. T1 will be got spot up first. Now this spot up ability with the Venom goes in. T1 will be taken away. No one has been put under the wall prison. They go full on force. Still has the Starry Night still being used on top side with the non-bringer. Will be pushed down. VGM, will they do what they did in game number 1? Still with being forced away. Pika will be run away with the Manhunter at VGM. Only 1 kill they take from the side of Vicotopia. Only on the kill of Han. Force on top side, maybe in the mid lane after this. 2 lane has been prioritized for VGM and itself. The members of Vicotopia really need to think about which lane they need to secure. Mid tower will be taken down as well as top side. And the core is exposed for Vicotopia. They need to defend this.
Yeah, definitely. A reposition yet again from V Gaming. Maybe they want a Dark Ghost Slayer before they actually go, but the answer is no, because the Venom has been used. There is going to be a stun. There's a lot of slow as well. Pika is running. Star Sky might get a hit, but he is still going to be taken with a Wailing Blade coming in from Bird LB. 1 member down on Vicotopia. Healing Light is going to be used for Han. Orb is going to be used as well on Maris. He's going to be regenerating the damage that's been dealt. Zerui is dangerously low. 1 member left. Sid is going to be taken down along with the Nexus. Game number 3 is going to be on the hands of V Gaming.
Yeah, and it is a deserve for V Gaming when they invest a lot in that matchup. They had the Varus, they had the Slims, and as well as the Pena. We've seen a lot of Pena gives a lot of wins in terms of any matchup in this currently. Then Elsu is having a lot more trouble and versus a healer that gives a lot more health. And then V Gaming, kudos to them to take the second game. In terms of this third matchup, only 2 games away to win this semi-finals, to win a spot to the finals itself. At V Gaming, they still had a lot more ways to go. But in that game number 3, the investment is a lot. And what happened in game number 4, it could be a disaster for them if they brought up maybe the same kind of composition with Malok as well as a Butterfly, and it could give Biketopia the game that they want to.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I think there's a lot more picks on the side of the gaming. We've seen a lot of expended picks yet again. Dane Baldum has already been out in terms of the support. In the ADC, you're not gonna be expecting Elsu anymore. And especially Hayate in the first game was a pick that was fully expended for the side of Biketopia. But moving forward in this series, this game number 3 win is kind of huge because they were always trying to force out a team fight. A team fight isn't really the best strong suit for their composition because we have a stronger composition aside of the gaming. The gaming having a Pina, you still have at the mid game, tanky Varus is still going to be expected. You have Brutal Beast damage. You also have the capability coming in from Maris, always securing the Star Sky in an AoE fashion. You also have the Flying Spear coming in from Flames. There was just so much of crowd control that you're going to expect there. Late game, there was a possibility that the late game could be on the side of Biketopia, but because of them trying to actually speed up the game, speed up the process because of their playstyle, it didn't actually pan out well for Biketopia because they were always giving good looks to V Gaming. They had a 4-0 at the early parts of game number 3, and that gave V Gaming the boost, the confidence to actually go and be aggressive in taking the lanes that they need. T-Lin was actually forced out because he knows that even if he aids in the clashes, it's not going to be enough. He needs to make some plays when going for split pushes, and you can only get so much gold in split pushes because sometimes what actually happens is if the other, for example, the Abyssal Dragon lane gets pressured, there is a need to go for rotational defense. So most of the members are going to be concentrated there for Biketopia. So they're going to have fewer opportunities to take resources, to take more gold for themselves, and that also affects the game. Even if T-Lin grows to a part where he can burst down people, it's not gonna be enough because it's going to be hard for him to actually initiate and take the kills that they need, especially with the protection afforded to Wang TD. You have protection coming in from the Ryoma. There's a zoning effect there. The Wailing Blade is definitely a deterrence there. And also the skills of Kwang Hai as well on the Varus. They're always going to be chain CC. And then if you put into consideration the Star Sky, the Nature's Rally of Pine as well in the Forest Sentry, it's just so hard to go for team fights with the Pine in that composition.
Yeah, that composition really make well for the side of E-Gaming when they use the saving combo coming in from Biketopia with the Pena as well as the Slims making the game. And yeah, you stated that last night still have a lot of win with the Slims. It made possible for both of the teams. But yeah, in terms of what happened in the matchup, I would say V Gaming has a lot of confidence to just still win 6-0 game at that in that mid matchup. But in the game number 4, V Gaming has a lot of more investment as well as Biketopia, where they lose Hayate, Elsu, as well as Slims, and now maybe they will force away with the whips, maybe they go for a Laville if Laville will not be banned and they still have the Gaffney to be played. But they had a captain, but it doesn't have the ball domain as well as the team, and it is a problem for Bicotopia. They still can go for the various support if they want to, but it will dictate what will be banned in that matchup. So I would say V Gaming still has the momentum to win this matchup, but Bicotopia will not bow down that easily in this. They will balance with the draw, but still hoping for the best for the side of V Gaming. They still have the momentum though.
Yeah, definitely. V Gaming taking game 3 is huge. They could actually close this out. They have a 2-1 already and a good start onto 3 of the games. I'm actually very worried to what kind of investment Bicotopia needs to make in game number 4 to actually win it. Because here on game number 4, there's still a lot of picks for V Gaming. You could pick out Iggy. They still have Scud. They still have Richter. We could say a lot of the picks are still available as well on Bicotopia, but
I think I'm worried for VGM as well though, because when they won the first game and that second game, the draft is not on to par what V Gaming do, and it could be scary when game number 4 will be the same kind of outcome for V Gaming though. That is something with V Gaming.
There's Nakrot and also Zuka still available to V Gaming. That's actually a big thing because as that moves, you have a lot of meta picks left for yourself. V Gaming still has a boy. Kira can still be picked up by Bicotopia, but the Kira actually works in a different type of composition, and not all the compositions Kira is actually going to be effective. In terms of the gold lead, you're going to see here in the stats that it's a very, very big gold lead that was built by V Gaming all throughout. Once V Gaming had the upper hand, it was spiraling onto their control all throughout. And in terms of the objectives, you can see towers being secured left and right by V Gaming because of how big of a lead that they had. And the MVP of this game is going to be a 507 from V Gaming's Maris, the mid laner, 92.3%. That Orion was a big threat. 40.9% of the damage dealt here by V Gaming was made by Maris. And it's no secret that Valorian was definitely very, very abusive here in game number 3 because of how accurate the Star Sky was, always hitting the right targets. And if we're moving on to game number 4, a performance like this from Maris is definitely going to give them solid confidence. As long as Maris is going to be playing well, they're going to have the rotations on the hands of V Gaming yet again. Bicotopia needs to counter this.
Yeah, Bicotopia really needs to think about when they could shut down Maris in that mid lane, because they obviously tried to just shut Slayer lane a lot, but haven't takes a lot of objective. That is the defense that maybe the defense that the V Gaming is putting up to, because Quang Hai is always going to defend on top side and makes a lot more trouble for Bicotopia. And in terms of T lane itself, because when they focus on to the Slayer lane, they gives a lot of space for Maris, because we've seen a lot more. Maris is more powerful than Zen in terms of mid lane, and Zen is struggling right now versus Maris. And maybe Bicotopia really needs to think about, we need to help Jin, we need to win the mid lane matchup first, because in terms of this first and also the third game, Bicotopia is the first one to fall the mid tower. So that is the maybe some sort of problems that Bicotopia really need to think about. When they lose mid tower, they'll give a lot more space for V Gaming to play around the jungle and make it harder for T lane to just take a lot of objective. When they manages to defend mid tower, they could have a lot more defense in terms of their jungle. But yeah, it could not happen anyway when they force out top side even more rather than mid lane defense.
Moving to what is gonna happen here, Bicotopia actually they're very aggressive. Yes, I mean that's a place.
But the problem here is that not always that you need to be aggressive. You can be aggressive in a lot of things. You can actually be passive aggressive. You just need to stand there and put pressure to the lanes. You don't need to commit in a lot of the fights. For example, Sin actually going in for the kill in the mid lane, actually leaving most of his teammates behind was, one of the focal points here. Because they started losing more once Sin was out there. They didn't have a lot of magic damage. And you need a mix of magic damage and also attack damage as well if you want to burst down the members of big gaming on game number 3. So you always need to actually think about what is the most favorable position for you guys. The one that they actually needed was to kill Han. That was it, and then they could actually win the clashes. But once they had a overextension wherein T-Lin actually went inside, and that was a decision making that undone what they had an advantage, because in a 4v5 scenario you actually want the clashes to happen where everyone is going to be able to contribute, and that didn't happen for Bike Utopia because they actually rushed the clashes that happened. But here in game number 4, they have a chance to actually overturn those mistakes, to have a better and more flawless game. There's no perfect game. It's just you need to strive for that kind of perfection in terms of the decision making, the rotations, the compositions as well. And the first 2 bans here by Utopia was going to be a Nakrot and also Mina. Omen is definitely going to be bad out here at B Gaming because Lorian has already been picked out by Utopia, so they don't care if it's going to be left open. Lorian is not going to be available for both of them.
Yeah, I think the Lorian is out of the question right now because they still had a more onto the Necroth as well as the Omen ban is much more suitable for this current matchup, and it will be a lot more contested when they go for a couple more tanky composition, as what you said that they need more magic damage to just balance it out with the 80 damage they had. And Bicotopia, they had a first pick here. Maybe they want to go for the Varus here, for Varus support, maybe Varus jungle to be played. I think it will be possible, but still they just want to go for a couple of investment in terms of the talent. Joker is still here, doesn't have the Elsu just yet. They already used, both of them already used the Elsu. They still have the Lavildo for the side of Bicotopia if they want to play it on. Still a contestant onto the Joker first side. Still have the Caffeine as well as the Tane for the side of E-Gaming though. They can play a lot more time here just versus a Joker. They still have the Hayate for the side of E-Gaming. They want to go for the Zuka. Doesn't have the Necroth already for the side of Bicotopia. They batted down the Necroth for... doesn't have the Iggy as well for the side of Bicotopia. It is hard now. They still have the talent though versus the Cavity and as maybe the Tane to be third pick, because Bicotopia could not steal the Tane because they already used the Tane for themselves. So V Gaming is laying punches after punches with the picks they had, trying to shut down Bicotopia as early as possible with this matchup.
Yep, and right now, with the Cafe being picked out here by B Gaming, they have a chance here. Late game is definitely going to be theirs. Mid game spikes definitely on the Cafe. Cafe has been seeing a lot of success. In terms of marksmen's being used up, I think Cafe is someone that brings a lot to the table. You have mobility. As long as she's going to be well protected, she also has the Fusillade to go for clears and to actually chase down people. Joker, though, is going to be a good counter since in the 1v1 matchup, I think Joker has something against the Kafeni. Damage as he's dealing as well. You could say that he's a mix of an Elsu and an assassin. And the downsides of that is you do have a long range ability, and
the problem here is that in the late game, it actually falls off because your capability to burst down heroes are also gonna wane as the game progresses. Bikertopia is gonna be finishing up their first 3 picks with Roxy and an Arrow. First time that we're gonna see Arrow yet again in the playoffs. And V Gaming with the Zuka pick, they could be in the jungle. They also have Scud still available to them. Key is also going to be a viable option in the Dark Slayer lane, but they're going to be picking up the Scud here as their third pick. With 18 seconds in the mark, I think this is already a lock-in. And in terms of the first 3 picks, V Gaming has a lot more mobility, has the capability to actually burst down people. While Bikertopia, first 3 is a solid pick. Arrow is still a question mark on how big of an impact Arrow can bring. He has fallen off, he got nerfed, but the damage that he can bring into the table is still considerable. You have invincibility as well whenever you're using the demonic arm, his ultimate. And of course the empowered attacks are definitely there, the regeneration that it could bring.
Yeah, I think it is going to be something that V Gaming going to invest in this matchup because it's much of a help. But I think when V Gaming they put the third pick onto the Scud, I love it versus versus a Roxy currently because we still not have any idea when Roxy will go onto the support or maybe onto the Slayer itself, because it would be something that is hard to think about when this Scud already been placed onto the Slayer. Still not much of a deal here, but Irie is the one to be banned out by V Gaming, as well as the Iggy be taken away. Still not enough mid laners left for V Gaming. They're still going maybe for the Kali pick, I would say, because Crixie is the one to be banned by V Gaming though, and I think they still have Crixie to be played. Given Illumia versus Crixie, they still have Direct to be played on for Bikertopia, and I would love that if they want to go for a Direct pick. Still not much. Maybe they already used down the Yan. They doesn't have the Yan as well, so they give down the Aya. Maybe the Tachi could be picked here for side of Bikertopia. Maybe onto support, maybe onto mid lane. Yeah, they could be hard for side by Bikertopia because in this matchup number 4, they does not have a lot more contestants. Tulan is still open though for the side of Bikertopia. They could play down Tulan, and none of the members of V Gaming want to ban down the Tulan because if the Tulan has been picked by Bikertopia, they could defend it a lot. Maybe they want to go for the direct pick, a lot more for defensive. And the net mid, I kind of like it. We saw this long ago when V Gaming is the one to use a net onto the mid lane, maybe support, maybe mid. Still has Rui though. If they want to go for Rui, I don't think that V Gaming could play down Rui as fast as this game number 4. Maybe game number 5 could be for Rui, but a net been picked by the side of V Gaming though.
And 100% win rate onto the net. Actually, in this matchup, Bikertopia was the one who has used a net, and now we're seeing Bikertopia actually put out the Kali, and Tulan over is Tulan is definitely better than the Kali. And why I say that is Kali is more one-dimensional. Late game, there is some possibility, but once he gets caught out, she's definitely an open duck. She's definitely going to be an open hero wherein she's easy to actually pick off. You don't have a lot of mobility to slow. She doesn't have crowd control spoil, and the capability to dash away without the flicker is non-existent. Bikertopia is going to be finishing it off with the Kilgrot though. I'm curious to see, is it the Kilgrot jungle or Dark Slayer?
Yeah, it is going to be a Wiro maybe for the side of V Gaming when they want to just less invested in this current matchup when they face down a Kilgrot. I think that Wiro they still have the net to disengage as well as the Vero, but I think Vero is not onto congestion when they still has the lumber. I think if they want to go for the Windass, they go for Tachi. That is the best possible moment for the side of V Gaming. We're still waiting for the matchup. 15 seconds left to play. Whoever going to be locked down, I think Tachi is the best way possible if they want to win and have a match point for V Gaming though. And the Tachi has been locked to giving into the support role because Annette will be in the mid lane maybe. Still has the contention and they go for a jungle Zuka. Still not switched just yet, but I think it could be something for the side of Bikotopia when they go for a normal kind of composition. We see that Errol as well as the Kilgroth has the big momentum in terms of late game, but in the early matchup they had to find a way to just execute, trying to skip the wind wall coming in for that Annette, because Annette will try to just negate any damage as well as block any path that Vikatopa will take to kill down V Gaming.
Yeah, and these players are strategizing right now for V Gaming. Looking at the serious faces of the players, they really want to win game number 4. Whoever gets this win, is it a tie for Bikotopia or V Gaming is going in strong for game number 4? Looking at the composition though, you see a lot of potential on both sides, a lot of damage on the other. Roxy is definitely going to be a key player here. The only crowd control that they're going to be expecting, and also the Arrow. Arrow has some crowd controls on himself, but you need to have empowered attacks first. And that's going to be a key here. If they're going to have the capability to actually outlast V Gaming. V Gaming looks to have a lot of damage with the Kafeni and also the Zuka, and also in terms of takeability, you're gonna expect a lot from the Scud and the Tachi.
Yeah, the Scud and the Tachi could play a really good role in terms of matchup when they has a lot more burst damage to play it really well. But I would say that I'm intrigued with the Annette pick for the side of V Gaming into the mid lane, and they had Tachi as well. And when the disengage comes in for the Annette, they could engage back with the Tachi, level up with the damage. In terms of the drops itself, I kind of like what V Gaming is doing. They had a clear advantage, but with Errol as well as Kilgroth, yes, it is hard to kill them. But when you are focusing not only trying to focus down the Joker as well, is going to be really well, because the Bikotopia kind of draft, they used to take a lot more objective with the Errol as well as the Kilgroth and the Joker. But yeah, when they cannot get near the objective, it will be hard because of that Annette. Annette can just stick everybody together, and as well as trying to push it away, and it could be a hard time for Bikotopia to play a little bit more aggressive, because the Kilgroth and the Errol, they need some time into the mid game.
Yeah, definitely they need a lot of time there. It is a problem that is going to be occurring a lot, because you don't have sustainable crowd control. That's the problem for Bikotopia. If they're going to be relying heavily on the Agnes script, they need to actually land every Agnes script in terms of the initiation, because if that doesn't happen, I think it's something that could affect them, because we've seen a lot of Roxy games where Agnes script is the only initiation that they have, and it doesn't work out well in those kinds of scenarios. And definitely in this kind of composition, they're going to be leaning heavily onto Han. And if Han cannot onto the support of Bikotopia, and if they're not going to be able to land that, it's going to be a disaster waiting to happen. Because I'm expecting a lot
You're gonna be leaning heavily onto T-Lin, into T-Lin in the jungle. Also gonna have a lot of damage coming in from the Joker, from the Tulin. The arrows there as well. A lot of damage, but in team clashes, those damage doesn't work unless they are the ones that get the one-up or the ambush. Because if they can't ambush, they don't have the first starting fire, they're actually going to be losing out. Because people, most of the composition that we saw from the gaming is definitely going to be hard to actually put into place. So it's Azuka, Tikafeni, Atachi as well, who is just gonna use the Cliff Breaker, mind you, to actually reposition himself and give him additional shield. So moving forward into this in this fight, they can't actually just target down the Stardust Spoil, who's going to be the jungle. Fang Hai is definitely gonna have a boost in terms of his defensive capabilities, because actually in the jungling area he's just going to rack up a lot more gold for himself. So you're gonna have sustainability at the start of the clashes already, and that's going to be difficult for the side of Biketopia if they're not going to be able to land their few crowd controls on their arsenal.
Yeah, because when we saw the drafts, it is giving that a lot more possibility for side of gaming to win that matchup, other than Biketopia is what you said, lacking of crowd control. They only have the Agnos grip, and I kind of understand that when they already invested a lot in game 1 and game 2, and when it comes to this point, they doesn't have a lot. They doesn't have Ryoma, they doesn't have the Omen. Omen have been banned as well, and Florentino will be taken away. But when they brought up the Arrow as well as the Keldroth, maybe they think that they want to save down the Volcath. They want to save maybe onto the Florentino, maybe they with a couple more attacks, but the Varus is still open for them as well. So they want to save it down, because the Arrow might work, might not in that current matchup. But yeah, it will take a lot more work to find what works for Biketopia. But in the meantime, we'll be taking a little bit of a rest. We will be back after a short break.
Welcome to our video introducing the Dual Arcana System. Arcana System is a pre-battle strategic system independent from the enchantment system. It allows you to increase heroes' attributes throughout the battle. The system will be unlocked after the player reaches level 7, and the slots within the Arcana list will also unlock one by one as the player's level increases. You will need to use Arcana Fragments, or gold, for the purchase and upgrade of Arcana. It can also be acquired through other sources, such as completing achievements. Before the start of a game, player will select the Arcana system in the preparation slot to create an Arcana combination best suited for their hero. The appropriate combination of Arcana can give players a clear advantage when the battle is begun. Arcana is split into 3 categories based on its functionality. Red Arcana focuses on increasing the hero's ability to attack. Purple Arcana focuses on increasing the hero's ability to self-recover. And Blue Arcana focuses on increasing the hero's defensive abilities. Arcana of each color is further split into 8 categories based on their bonuses: attack, life, defense, function, lifesteal, attack speed, critical hit, and pierce. Each independent Arcana has 3 levels. The higher the Arcana level, the more bonus it grants the hero. On the Arcana page, players can freely pick as they wish to create the combination from red, purple, and blue Arcana. Players can create their Arcana combination on the Arcana page based on the role of their hero and their own playstyle. After choosing your Arcana, you can click the top right of the Arcana page to rename and save your combination. In addition, the system has recommended combinations based on roles and playstyles for the player to select directly and use. Depending on the different combinations in a match, Arcana will enhance a hero's performance in different ways. Even if the player uses the most advanced Arcana for their combination, the bonus provided for the hero will not greatly affect the balance of the game. Then, how will the Arcana system help players? During the early stages of the match, the basic attributes of heroes are quite low. Even if the Arcana did not offer much bonus, it could bring about a considerable and substantial difference. Such a change will help the player decide their early game strategy and playstyle while adding more variables to the battlefield. Arcana combinations are not absolute. According to one's understanding of the hero and their playstyle, players will all have different combinations. Should you focus on certain enemy heroes or making up for the shortcomings of your allies? Should you take the initiative in teamfights or increase roaming efficiency? It is entirely up to the player. This marks the end of our video introduction to the Arcana system. Thank you for watching, and good luck on the battlefield.
私が行った方が手っ取り早いのに本当バカ。何？私じゃ不満なわけ？ほら、最初から私が行けばよかったじゃない。次はあんたの番よ。全部私が片付けるから。ほら、最初から私がそれで怖わんとか思ってるの？ Enemy has been defeated. 最初に
Class Introduction. Welcome to the class introduction of Arena of Valor. In Arena of Valor, the two sides will confront each other in teams of 5, and the heroes are the avatars of the players on the battlefield. Your knowledge of your hero and class is the first step towards victory. For your convenience, heroes are divided into 6 classes in the legendary duel: Tank, Warrior, Mage, Assassin, Marksman, and Support. Due to the unique abilities of some heroes, they will have multiple classes. Players can clearly see the characteristics of the 6 classes in the hero interface. Aside from this, players can also check the class of their chosen hero at Choose Character screen in a match. Tank class heroes. Tank class heroes fulfill the role of the meat shield of the team. If you're a fearless warrior who wishes to charge through the forefront of battle, then tank class heroes are undoubtedly the best suited for you. Disrupting the enemy's formation and drawing their fire is the core use of tank heroes. Thus, they also shoulder the heavy burden of initiating team battles. Warrior class heroes. Warrior class heroes excel in close-quarter melee combat, combining the ability of dealing damage and tanking. Warrior class heroes are the backbone of the team, and they're suited to fight in any situation. At the same time, they have multiple item sets and play styles. In a real combat situation, we will prepare item sets based on the team's composition and battle situation to balance the team's overall offensive and defensive capabilities. Mage class heroes. Mage class heroes are the core of the team's offensive capabilities, dishing out large damage via magic. Using their spells and abilities to obliterate everything in their way is what all mages desire. Normally, mage heroes all have powerful magic damage capabilities, and a certain amount of control abilities to ensure that they can quickly defeat enemies with very high armor. But due to their poor survivability, they can be vulnerable targets for the enemy's attack. Assassin class heroes. Assassin class heroes are the masters of burst damage. Thus, they are quite difficult to use. If you're someone who enjoys the thrill of seeing the enemy fall to zero almost instantly, then the Assassin class heroes are your best choice. Assassin class heroes often combine excellent movement abilities with damage abilities. However, due to their lower basic HP than other heroes, Assassin class heroes rely on other players' ability to assess the situation and timing, as well as their mastery over the hero to maximize their potential. Marksman class heroes. Through steady and consistent physical damage, Marksman class heroes are also the core of a team's damage output. Different from the ability based on burst damage of mages, Marksmen prefer suppressing their enemies from afar and dishing out non-stop physical damage. but their fragility and lack of survival skills are their biggest shortcomings, putting them in a position where they are dependent on the protection and support of their allies. Support class heroes. Support class heroes value functionality. Normally, they are unable to deal substantial damage or have noticeable defensive abilities, but they have the important mission of protecting their allies, supporting their attacks, and guiding the initiations of team fights. Support players can also be the MVP. According to the different styles of the team, some teams require a tanker support hero, who can share the burden of the tank with higher offensive capabilities, whilst other teams require a functionality-based support hero, who can protect teammates in dire situations and provide buffs to control and enhance magical damage. Your choice is closely tied to the team's needs in real combat. A team will need to choose 5 out of the 6 classes above to form. Utilizing different combinations of heroes can bring forth different chemical reactions for the team, and the right mix of combinations will allow you to demonstrate your advantages. This concludes the class introduction for Arena of Valor. Good luck on the battlefield, and we will see you next time. Welcome to our video introducing the ping system in Arena of Valor. Arena of Valor is a fast-paced competitive multiplayer game. Communication and coordination within your team are vital to ensure victory. To help players communicate conveniently while reporting and delivering quick, accurate information on the battlefield, Arena of Valor has a context-sensitive built-in ping system that is easy to use. The ping button prompt is placed on the top right corner of the screen in a match. To use it, long press the ping button and point your finger to the triggerable area to send your team the corresponding ping. In addition, players can click the map button on the top right corner to expand the map and send pings by tapping the corresponding location on the map. Of course, players have the option to block ping sound effects and voiceover from other players to prevent interference during the battle. Battle Alert Pings. When players are on the move, they can send their estimated arrival time to teammates by tapping their location on the map. Players can request support from teammates by dragging the ping button prompt to their own hero. When the player is hidden in the grass, drag the ping button prompt to the grass to instruct teammates to hide themselves and ambush together. When a player is outside of the grass, dragging the ping button prompt towards the grass will notify teammates to be careful of an enemy ambush. Wilderness Status Ping. When Abyssal Dragon, Dark Slayer, or your own buff exists on the map, players can give corresponding attack commands to their teammates by tapping the corresponding monster directly on the map, or by dragging the ping button prompt to the relevant monster. If a monster has yet to respawn, dragging the ping button prompt will notify the players of the corresponding monster's respawn time. Personal Status Ping. Players can notify teammates their skills are ready by dragging the ping button prompt onto their hero's skills. Dragging the ping button onto a skill in cooldown will alert teammates of the cooldown timer. When a hero dies, the player can drag the ping button prompt onto the death countdown to inform their teammates how long it will take to revive. In addition, players can inform teammates that they're returning to base by dragging the ping button prompt onto the recalling button while in recall. Enemy Status Ping. When the enemy has disappeared from a lane, the players can send an enemy missing ping by tapping on the lane. When the enemy reappears, tapping on the lane will signify how many enemies are present. Situation Alert Ping. Players can prompt teammates to defend structures by tapping their defense tower on the map or by dragging the ping button to the tower. When the player is not in a mid-recall state and drags the ping button prompt to the recall button, it will remind teammates to return to base. Furthermore, players can send scores to teammates by dragging and dropping the ping button prompt onto the scoreboard. There are hundreds of different ping options in Arena of Valor. Players should use them strategically to give themselves and their team a leg up on the competition. Be aware that the ping button is only a notification. The key to victory lies in making the right informed decisions. This marks the end of our video introduction to the ping system in Arena of Valor. Tell us your favorite thing to ping in the comments. Thank you for watching. Good luck on the battlefield. Welcome to our video introducing the team communication systems in Arena of Valor. Arena of Valor is a fast-paced competitive multiplayer game. Communication and coordination within your team are vital to ensure victory. To help players communicate quickly and clearly in-game, Arena of Valor has introduced team communication systems, such as pinging, quick messaging, built-in real-time voice chat, and emojis. Players can press the context-sensitive ping button prompt on the top right corner of the screen to instantly notify teammates of their status on the battlefield. Players can also drag and hold the ping button to various elements in-game for different alerts. Depending on the context, pings can be divided into types such as battle alerts, wilderness status,
Our might golem has not respawned.
personal status,
My health is low.
enemy status,
In middle lane.
and situational alerts.
Don't be too eager.
Check out our ping system introduction video to learn more about how you can use the ping system in Arena of Valor. Players can use the in-game quick message system to plan and communicate. Quick messages first appear as part of the pre-battle strategy screen.
Rally for a team fight.
Before the match, the player can set selections and adjustments within settings. These pre-made messages can be split into 3 major categories: defense, offense, and communication. Players can select 8 messages from these 3 categories to use as quick messages within Arena of Valor. Some quick messages even have voice lines that play when being used.
Let me get the buff.
In the event you want to communicate in more details with your teammates, you can also tap the box beneath the quick message window to enter text. Keep it clean. Aside from quick messages, voice chat will always be the most accessible and concise way to communicate on the battlefield. Players can use the game's built-in real-time voice chat system to speak and converse with their teammates directly. To use voice chat, tap the microphone button on the left side of the screen. When the player is queuing with friends in a pre-made party, they can choose the voice chat to be party only. Emojis are a fun and expressive way to communicate within Arena of Valor. Before the start of the match, players can equip emojis with their customization suite. Make an emoji selection while in a match to use the corresponding emojis. When triggering certain scenarios, heroes will automatically release their preset quick emojis. If there are teammates nearby that use an interactive emoji, and the player responds with an interactive emoji of their own, a new effect will be created for both emojis. One last thing to note, emoji displays can be seen by your enemies. Use your smileys wisely.
And welcome back to the Arena of Valor International Championships 2022. My name is Vittorio. This is Mikos. We're at game number 4, just waiting for it to start back. We want all of our players to actually be ready. And yeah, we're just waiting for Utopia's players to actually, have their equipment ready, because we want everyone to have the gaming experience where there is no unfairness at all.
But yeah, in terms of what happened, I think they're still manageable. But in terms of, we want to talk about the momentum that V Gaming is currently having. It is going to be, deplete a little bit, but V Gaming still has the best drafts in this matchup, and it kind of, when we have 5-minute breaks that I literally did not remember what happened in terms of the drafts, and we still have, maybe they have the Scud as they have the Zuka. I thought it was, they did not switch it out, Zuka as well as Scud, but in terms of Baikatopia is the one having problem, but it is okay. But now the game will be started back, and we are going into full-on force currently with Errol as well as the Talon side of Baikatopia. They bring a lot more kind of pushes, but I think Baikatopia is the one needing to play much more aggressive in terms of objective, because of they had the kind of a lot more siege material with the Joker as well as the Arrow. But yeah, we mentioned that a lot when that Roxy is the one to be setting up a fight for Biketopia, and that is maybe will be some of the problems that Biketopia will travel along. But now V Gaming, they leave 1TD alone on bottom side. Meanwhile, Han is the one to just force top side with trying to shut down Pika. I think that is something that V Gaming really needs to think about when they lose. Give a lot more XP as well as gold for 1TD on bottom side, and they have to wait for the Gaffney to be online. And Han will arrive on bottom as well, trying to force the first blood onto Zerui. As Zerui is still alive, none of the casualties have been taken away, and then trouble will be afar.
Yep, and it's still a standard sort. No one still has the upper hand. Biketopia's jungler T-Lin is here, and as well as Bird LV and Kwang Hai. They're not gonna be engaging because they know they're not gonna be denting much, and the exchanges could actually go onto the side of V Gaming. And we see here Sin dealing some damage onto Kwang Hai, practice passive, but he goes with the power glove as well. He was able to deal a lot of damage. Bird LB is just hovering here into the area. The Slayer is going to be created out though by Biketopia. Bird LB is rotating to the top side. And pretty surprisingly though, V Gaming loves to use the Scud in the jungle position instead of the Dark Slayer. Maybe Bird LB doesn't really like that pick, and they actually try to steal the blue buff, and that was a good attempt if Zerui actually used was having the kind of laughter at that moment, but it was on cooldown. Bird LB is going to be taking the Sentinel as well, so some micro gold lead, some of the gold is going to be on their side since they were able to secure some of the Sentinel and also the Seagull as well. T1 is actually looking onto Han. He needs to proc his passive, and he was able to, and the damage that was dealt by Sin was negated by his shield.
Yeah, that shield is just giving a lot more potential to run away, but looking how V Gaming, they understand this matchup a lot when they are in a couple more defensive state. They have to defend top side a little bit more because of Biketopia loves to just drive and shut down this lane, and it could be a fine rotation for V Gaming. Look how Kwang Hai trying to find a way here, but being still away with that Agnes Grips, but the Agnes Grip will not be present in terms of the Dax team fight with a couple more minutes onto the objective, but still happened to be a lot more movement for V Gaming trying to steal away with the punish itself. Kwang Hai steals that Salamander on the bottom side jungle, and they want to go widen the gap in terms of goal, and V Gaming just love doing this a lot more because of Biketopia. They're not having a good matchup with this kind of drafts. They are strong in terms of the missile lane, but in the mid lane and the jungle and display lane is not to par. Biketopia can play much more aggressive because they are too reliable in terms of the Joker kind of laughter with the rank breaker already present for Zerui. When that team fight alone, a little bit more push coming in for Han with Itachi, played a little bit aggressive, waiting out for Mares to just go on bottom side. And I love how Zen playing really aggressive, trying to find a way. When the rotation comes in for both junglers go into the mid lane, they try to fight it out, but in the mid lane, Zen trying to find go for Mares. Mares rotate onto the bottom side. Frusilat been pushed on the bottom as well, doesn't have the kind of laughter. Maybe the Agnes Grip is possible for T1 here. Kwang Hai arrive on bottom side. 4 members for V Gaming trying to take down the Missile Dragon. No Fusilat just yet. I don't think that the members of Biketopia could steal this away without a T lane on the side. It's going to be something here though. A little bit of a dash comes in for to take the first blood for Zerui, and the first one to fall is Han.
That is a problem there. They thought that with the low health on the side of Bikertopia was enough for them to actually secure the kill. They thought wrong. Pika is just doing some work here as he's gonna be able to get the first clear. As Bird LB is gonna be spotting him taking the small camp of Kwang Hai. As much as the rotations here, Kwang Hai is being forced to actually aid their bottom lane. We're seeing a clear difference. The early game spike of Zerui is definitely working out for him. And Bird LB actually runs from the fight against Pika. Kilgrot is definitely a target that's difficult to fight with, especially when his ultimate is ready. T-Lin almost gets bursted down by the power glove coming in from Kwang Hai, and they are now running from Kwang Hai and Bird LB. They're gonna be taking the first tier turret, even with the deficit in and also a disadvantage in the bot lane. We're seeing Bird LB actually having the capital to be in a better position here, as Kwang Hai against Bansao Sin doesn't get the power glove up and wasn't able to actually damage. But here T-Lin is actually going to be reeling from the power glove.
Look at how Kwang Hai is. From top side, rotates to mid and goes for bottom side when waiting for the Mr. Dragon to just spawn up. That rotation giving a lot of scaredness to the side of Bikertopia because of the rotation from Kwang Hai itself. He is all over the map, and members of Bikertopia, they wasted a lot more ultimates just trying to scare away VGM. And the VGM knows when they had a lot more potential in terms of team fight, they can go for it. Now, Spirit Longinus has been finished by LB and as well as Kwang Hai going in. They're trying to find a way for the Slayer first. They're trying to control onto the top side. Kilgros really needs to run away. Pika a little bit in trouble here. 3 members of VGM trying to find to slay this fish to be a sashimi, but he needs to run away. But the ultimate has been pushed down. He needs to run, and now gives this point for the slay take for the side of VGM. Going for a retake here. Errol onto the backside, trying to push it away, but did not steal it. Give a lot more potential, but now the clash has been worked. Doesn't have the curse of death just yet to cut down the kill growth, but ultimate has been pushed by Han, trying to disperse with the Fusilade itself. Now only for only 1 kill for side of Bikertopia, but no other casualties has been taken away with that clash in mid.
Not much that you can expect right now, as V Gaming is trying to get back into the in terms of the score. They're trying to go for a rotation here to the mid lane. They released the Slayer, but I guess it's too little, too late, because they were unable to actually defend that. Bikertopia was already in the mid lane. There is a 1v1 scenario here with Pika and Kwang Hai. No one's gonna come out on top. But in terms of the durability, you're gonna expect a lot more onto Kwang Hai's Scud. He's gonna be farmed up more with almost 6k on his gold lead. But Kafeni needs a lot more resources here. He is being shut down by Zerui. That's gonna be a problem. That's gonna be a slow while this charge is gonna be used by Kwang Hai. They do get that kill onto Sin, and that's what they need. And the clip breaker is gonna be used. He is gonna be pulled here by T1, but without anyone to deal a lot of damage, they're not gonna be able to secure that. Demonic Arm already used to reposition himself up. T-Lin right now is being ineffective with the arrow pick. The killing joke is going to be used to clear most of the creep waves as well as the axe. And the Kilgrot is going ham here. He's regenerating most of the damage. T-Lin is going to be pulled down. Is he going to die? The orb is ready. He is going to be able to reposition himself. And with Maris in the area, they're going to use a vacuum to prevent anyone from going in for the kill.
Yeah, we saw only Pika could withstand a lot more damage because of the Kilgrot kit, and it has a lot more kind of lifesteal that make Kilgroth a hard to kill for the side of VGM when they had a lot more potential in with that team fight. Arrow can just escape with the demonic arm, and at that point when that and that from Mars is working for VGM, none of the members of Bikotopia could just go in front without being bind by that Maris. So it is really hard to engage full on a fight here. They only can take one from the member of VGM with the Agnes Grip, and look what happened to them. They only take two, but that moment itself is too tanky for VGM, and none of the members of Bikotopia could just kill down any members of VGM. And VGM has good drafts here. They can take a lot of lead into the mid lane itself. Only 3 members of Bikotopia is present now. Couple more dashes left for Bird LB, trying to find a way of possible attack here. But they will secure us down these Dark Slayer first without the essence of T-Lin. Could not go inside with the punish itself, trying to bring. Gives a lot more information with that knock up. Still has been pushed away, but the Dark Slayer will be taken away for the side of EGM that lives down the Abyssal Dragon, but now only the members being chased down. T-Lin trying to fight it out, but still has not enough more damage. Still have the couple of lives still. He can run away. Han with the ultimate just want to escape. But into the mid lane here, the members of Bikotopia with Thunderbird itself secures the kill onto Han on top side, and Zin makes the living for the side of Bikotopia. Trying to play it a little bit more aggressive, find a way, has been caught up, but not enough damage with the Kafni trying to pick on, but Kafni still needs to run away with the couple more damage, but Errol Jalen is arriving with the rockets coming in for Zirui, secures the kill number 3 and makes the VGM a little bit more fumble in this game.
Yeah, that was a good rotation coming in from Bikotopia. They are racking more of in terms of strategy. They've been using Pika to actually pressure the bot lane, and Quang Hai can't actually do anything in a 1v1 scenario. They need the damage coming in from Bird LB. Quang Hai's hit is actually detrimental on a 1v1 against Pika, who's just going to be regenerating much. They need something of a magic reduction. I mean, health region, anti-health region against Pika if they really want to kill that fish. And the problem here is that the only one that has it is the Annette, and most of the time you're not gonna expect a lot. But T1 is going to be caught up here with a lot of slows from the members of B Gaming. They actually disregarded the creep wave here in the mid lane, and this has been, in terms of winning the team fights, it is gonna be harder for Bikotopia because a lot of the heroes of B Gaming are actually tanky. Han. You're gonna expect a lot more from Quang Hai. You're not gonna be able to kill Bird LB easily as well because of the mobility. So, and if you add Mars to the mix, they have the capability to finish off the clashes. And Zero, he almost finishes up Bird LB. He is just gonna be walking back to the base.
Yeah, this is going to be really hard now because of how the damage from Bikotopia is living and give a hard time for the side of V Gaming itself, and they are currently trailing maybe 2,000 gold for VGM, and they need to find a way here to just get back into momentum, trying to force that ability and be on top side. Already have the Fenrir Tooth trying to fight the damage here. But still, a lot more momentum, a lot more space has been played out by the side of Bikotopia. They can take this Dark Lord into their possession for Bikotopia itself. That Kelgroth pick up played really well. Not enough. They only have one Curse of Death and also Toma Reaper for the side of Maris. It's going to be this contestant. Could VGM contest this Dark Lord? Because only Bird LB and as well as Pika on the bottom side. Bird LB having a lot more trouble instead of Pika is still full health on bottom side, pushing away. Only one mistake to be made here. Whoever makes the mistake is going to give the game away. That Kafni from Huang TD is not making the game just yet. Trying to force it down. Ultimate has been pushed, trying to run away, forcing VGM into this layer pit, trying to force, and now the steal has comes. Huang TD takes down the Dark Lord himself, and Vicotopia, I don't know what happened to them. They are going to steal away, trying to bait out the members of VGM onto that fight with the Slayer to give a lot of space for Pika, trying to go for the inhibit the turrets on the bottom side. They take the turret, but they lost the Slayer at that current exchange. I don't know what Vicotopia is doing, because they give VGM a lot of space to make a comeback.
Yeah, it was kind of a retreat. They thought that they weren't going to commit to that Dark Lord Slayer, because you can see Pika actually making a dream into the bottom lane, and they're actually dealing a lot of damage in the distance with Zerui as well. You can see the rocket just shaving all the health of that Slayer. It's gonna be a very, very long fight. Pika is actually going hard against Kwanghai into the top lane, while we see members of V Gaming actually going hard. Puslat is going to be used. 2 of the members hit by the killing joke. Zerui is actually making it hard for V Gaming to gain a ground for themselves. The Thunderbird is being used up. There's going to be a slow ready, and they are going for a push, a flank into the back. If Pika could make this work, definitely this is a disaster waiting to happen. Morris is in the back. Pika as well. He is going to be bursting down. Look at the damage coming in from Wong TD. It is definitely something that's going to be felt. Puslat is going to be using Killing Joke. He's going to be used as well. Kwanghai is going to be taking some of the damage. The Demonic Arm is going to be used. He's not going hard there. They just actually use it to reposition the battle lines of V Gaming. They're now going back, maybe waiting for the next objective to happen for them. With one hole already open on their base, they need to have efficient wave clears.
This is going to be really hard for the side of V Gaming, because they need to force bottom side to push, and as well just guard down the next Dark Lord, and it is going to be something that Vicotopia has an opening here, and they cannot take down full-on fight because of 1 CD damage. It's too much to be handled. And when we saw how Bird LB onto the backside, Bird LB is the one to be taken away. They're trying to force away Pika, but a couple ultimate has been used. Han trying to chase down this Kilgore. Kilgore a little bit too fast here. Doesn't have any much of a time, but still have the net onto the side, trying to push it away. But the ultimate has been pushed, and now the Agnes Grip trying to go in. Now T-Lin is the one is going to be fall, but still has the demonic arm to run away, and the members of VGM is still happy with that defense that they put up. Vicotopia steals away a couple more possession onto the next Dark Lord, and the members of Vicotopia, they cannot do the same kind of composition, maybe the tactical that they used before this, and gives a lot more chances to VGM to make a comeback. And what happened to them? They need to find a way to take a lot more objective. Try and find. Oh no, they could lose one. Okay, still have the resurrection. Zerui needs to run away, but Zerui will be taken away now. VGM is the brink of winning. They take away the Joker itself. The Dark Slayer is still living. T-Lin, they still have the ultimate. He needs to run away right now with a couple more damage, but still has the lifeline. Trying to push away. VGM could not chase this down. He still run, but now Bird LB is on the side. Still have the resurrection, but a couple more attacks left for Bird LB. Trying to secure this kind of T-Lin. Will be taken away as well. That left steal is not enough for T-Lin. He loses 2 members for Vicotopia. Will with the Agnes Grip into the mid lane, trying to find a way to takes down Maris as well. Maris is a little bit too low to run away. And Huang TD is the first one to fall. Still have the resurrection though. Huang TD is the man, and Zin will be taken away as well. They can't took this Dark Slayer up right now to end this game, but still Pika on the bottom side is giving a hard time for BGM.
Yep, and we're seeing Pika trying to actually sneakily take the Nexus, but it's not gonna be easy.
Rockets.
Yeah, that was an almost steal, but you can't actually think that, without a punish, without T Lin, they're not gonna be stealing that. Because if Kong Hai does let that slip up, he's definitely gonna be feeling it into the rest of the series. Definitely with the Dark Lord Slayer, you're gonna have the advantage. The resurrections are not gonna be up for a lot of members of Bikertopia. They lost a lot as well. Was Wang TD doesn't have his, and also on Maris, there is gonna be a 1v1 here with Pika actually going hard. It might be a dangerous situation. He's gonna be slowed, and Han is going hard. Fusilat is not gonna be enough to get that kill. The Dark Lord Slayer is now here, but the top lane is going to be destroyed by Wang TD. They're going in for a desperate defense. Are they going to be able to? Because T Lin is going to be missing that. He does not have the luxury. It's a 3 versus 5. A lot onto the flags as well. The Cliffbreaker is going to be used. The Demonic Arm as well. The range is going to be used. The ultimate in the vacuum as well. Han goes to 0 here. Bird LB gets T Lin. Wang T the exchanges gets Sin as well. And the Nexus is going to be taken as game number 4 is going to be in the hands of V Gaming.
Match point for V Gaming. Already won the game number 3. Make it one more match to win this semi-final. Maybe the finals on lower bracket before the step into the final of AIC and waiting for one team to just giving a hell of a game. But now the question is, Bikertopia in the brink of losing right now. V Gaming, the next contestant into the final, 1 game away to win the second spot.
1 game away, and V Gaming is going to be taking everything back here. As this has been a strong showing for them, they were able to use this composition wherein there was a lot of tanks on their side, and even if they wanted to commit, the Arrow didn't have a lot of capabilities. He was mostly countered here by Maris's Annette. The slows were actually very on point, and them actually taking Zerui out was one of the key factors here, because without Zerui, the damage is definitely not going to be there for the side of Bikertopia. A lot of the clashes, you can actually see the effectivity of what they're doing. They actually isolated 2 of the members, and they didn't have a lot of the damage that was going to be available. The damage coming in from Wang TD was just too sizable. And moving forward in game number 5, there's a lot of advantage onto V Gaming going forward in the series.
Yeah, they already burned down the Gaffney. They still have the Hayate though to be played in terms of the match number 5, and it's going to be something that is really hard for Bikertopia to bring this matchup again. We saw a lot more potential in that matchup when they bring out Arrow as well as Kilgrod. Nearly make the win for them, but when they just abandon Dark Lord at that moment, when they already finished 80% of his health, and they give the Dark Lord to V Gaming. At that moment I said, oh, this is going to be the game for V Gaming, because that push is the one that Bikertopia need, and the extra help coming in for that don't bring it itself to bring it to a win to the level this matchup is. But Bikertopia said it otherwise. They need that Pika. They're trying to penetrate on top side and on bottom side to win that matchup versus in the net. But yeah, it is, the outcome is not on the favor of Bikertopia. They take one objective, but they give a lot more momentum with that push coming in for V Gaming though.
Yeah, I mean, they actually lost this. They thought that they could have a sneaky play coming in from the Kilgore from Pika, but Maris thankfully actually came back to base to actually regenerate. If he actually stayed in taking the Dark Lord's Slayer, it would have been a different where a GG, a call and a GG well played was already there. The writing was on the wall that Pika really wanted to go for a backdoor, but it wasn't just possible since Maris was there. The creep wave is just going to be cleared easily. There's also a possibility that he would have been taken out if he did go for it, because Birdell B actually recalled back at that point. So a lot of close calls on the side of V Gaming, but fortune always favors the bold. Those that risk it all always has the chance to get higher payouts, but you have a higher chance to lose as well.
Yeah, it is going to be a sad moment for Side by Casopia when they. I don't think that they risk it on to take down the Dark Lord itself, because when someone asked why, because it's still on that Dark Slayer mistakes made by Casopia, because they can win that. He can take down the Dark Lord before. They can take the Dark Lord as well as its turret on bottom side and give that a bigger winning instead of just go back with the ultimate. I seen it a lot when suddenly they use the demonic arm from T lane just to run away, and I said it, why? Because they didn't expect. Maybe they didn't expect the members of V Gaming just go full on, but when they had the damage, they have the Joker on the side as well, but yeah, maybe the timing is I don't think that they have much more confidence with the damage they had at that moment. If they got the Dark Lord, they could win it and bring us to a draw.
Yeah, I mean, that's a what if. We can never know. They actually didn't finish it up, and it was stolen up by V Gaming. I guess the arrow pick wasn't that hot for Pagatopia. And I've been saying this, they lack the ground control. They do have a lot of damage. The problem is, are they going to be able to hold down the vital pieces on the side of V Gaming? The answer is actually no. Marius was almost taken out, but he just used his ultimate to actually hide into the vacuum. Looking at the stat line, there was a lot of kills on the side of V Gaming. There was a lot of split pushes as well. This is a game wherein objectively we're gonna look at the towers. Objectively speaking, Vicatopia actually did good. The problem here is that they weren't able to close it out. Look at the damage coming from Sin. That's 194k, but Mars topped it off with a 200k damage for himself.
With the net.
Yeah. Zerui also had the better time on dealing damage against Wong TD, who was always being sniped with the rockets. We saw him actually die down because of Zerui's rockets. But those things don't actually give a lot of advantage, because kills are kills. If you're not going to be able to finish the game, take the Nexus, win the clashes, then it's all for naught, even if you deal a lot of damage. The MVP is going to be Kwang Hai. The main tank here, 31.8% damage taken for his team. 006 KDA. 5 MVP counts already.
Yeah.
And he became an MVP by giving out and dishing out assists, being the main tank for V Gaming. That's actually very big. You don't really have to have a lot of kills to be effective. It's already evident here. 66, that's already a big thing, because most of the time, if he wasn't there, there would have been a lot more deaths onto the side of V Gaming. But because of the tankiness, the sustainability, the willingness to not be taking up the kills as well is there for Kwang Hai. And moving forward in the series, match point already. I think Vicatopia needs to show their hand already or game 5 if they really want to reach game number 6, because it's going to be hard. They need to win 2 consecutive wins to force out of game number 7.
Yeah, it is something that if you saw with the bans coming in for that game alone, when we saw the bans for Vicatopia, they banned out Liliana, they banned out Iggy, and Nakros, as well as Nacroth as well as I think they want more. They still have the Alondo though, but Iggy and also Liliana. That is the ban-on to mid lane that Bicotopia could not give, and we saw how the matchup for the bans coming in for V Gaming. They bans out Irie as well as the Crixie though. So next matchup, we will say Bicotopia will have the Crixie, and he needs to fight out with the Iggy and as well as the Liliana. So much more investment will be given to side of V Gaming in that match point alone. So when the Nacroth maybe an Omen could be taken away, it could be something for the side of Bicotopia. They need that kind of picks to be played, and they need something that could just punish V Gaming at an early phase as well, win the game. But when it comes to decision making, when the technical been involved in that current matchup, I think Bicotopia really needs something to bring on, because that moment in that matchup is the one to just give the game to side of V Gaming. I'm just sorry, because that matchup that leaves on to Dark Lord is giving the game for the side of V Gaming, and V Gaming is grateful for that. Because of that push alone, they can take a lot more objective and also possession onto jungle, and makes V Gaming win the matchup. But yeah, the last match possible, or maybe the match point for side of V Gaming, whoever going to pick the best kind of heroes in this matchup will win this matchup. Maybe match one, maybe not.
Yep, and as we start game number 5, it is already a match point for V Gaming. They still have a lot in the tank. They can actually pick out Iggy, pick out Liliana. Crixie is available for Bicotopia. In terms of the jungle, they are still going to be able to use the Nacroth pick. It hasn't been procced out yet. They could actually go for an Omen, but since they are the second pick, they're not going to have that luxury. They need to ban out the Omen here. Not much of any priority picks are going to be open for Bicotopia. Most of the heavy supports have been taken on their side as well. They could probably use their Arthur pick here with a Luvu jungle, the one that has a lot of sustain for themselves.
Volkov.
In the side of V Gaming, they still have Ayate, so that could also play out. So if they go for a lot of sustainable picks in Bicotopia, they could actually pick that out. Aya has been also banned. Omen definitely is not going to be having the light of day, since it's going to be the second ban for V Gaming.
V Gaming needs to go for an Omen ban, maybe a Crixie ban here, because the first pick possible for side of Bicotopia is going to be side of whoever got the strong matchup, and they ban onto the Omen. Crixie is open for side of Bicotopia to take, and Tain and Hayate will be open for V Gaming though. It doesn't have a lot more poke ability, but still has the Joker for Juan TD to be played, and Caffney is still open, but Elendor is the way to go for Bicotopia versus maybe an instant lock onto Hayate. That is going to be something. Do you want to force down Hayate? Maybe the Joker for the side of V Gaming though, versus a Elendor. Maybe a Yena could be present as well. We see this. We happen to saw when Elendor versus Yena, when ADT versus Talon Esport. Before this, when Elendor has been stunned, one stun comes in, and also the awful combo for Yena itself trying to take the kill. So V Gaming has a lot more juices, has a lot more ammo in this current matchup. So Richter is the first one to take, maybe a support, maybe a Slayer lane, because Slayer lane, they already have a lot more matchup here. So maybe it's hard to side of Bicotopia to find whoever going to fight down Richter in that matchup.
Yep, and right now they're hovering onto the Richter for maybe. I feel like this is going to be a Dark Slayer lane, or they haven't shown us their hand on the first pick. It's a Brunhilde. It's a Brunhilde pick. A Brunhilde pick for game number 5. I just don't like that pick, but you know it actually will work out well. if I'm actually looking at game number 6 already, but yeah, game number 5, it could work out well if she's gonna be able to use it in Trench, where no one can actually enter into her vicinity, where she's not gonna be a target, but Crixie's gonna be over there with the key as well. It's gonna be a hard fight, I'm pretty sure. But if they do get the early game advantage with that Brunhilde, it could definitely change.
The Brunhilde pick kinda not a lot we see in it AIC, so it's going to be something that is happy to see that Brunhilde brings back the AIC. Gonna go for the match point for V Gaming here. They had a lot more early advantage if they bring up with the Richter as well. Maybe go for Teen and Brunhilde. But Teen, if they do not pick the Teen here, it will be something that might ban for Bicotopia. They got the Rixie. Bicotopia has the Chi as well as the Elendor. They had a better draft. The draft from Bicotopia is the one to go in this matchup. They need to win. They need to shut down the momentum of V Gaming in this current matchup, and it is really good for Bicotopia though. So Varus is the one to be banned here for V Gaming. I like that ban because they doesn't have much of a support just yet, because Elendor will go for the jungle, and the Varus support is a hard time with just dealing it with the Brunhilde picks coming in for the side of V Gaming, because Brunhilde, yes, he has a couple more movement speed, but it is going to be catch up by the Venom itself. So the ban is good. The Wukong, maybe Wukong ban, kinda not good here, maybe, because the game number 1 already praised out the Wukong for Bicotopia, but I think it is going to be worked down for V Gaming though. So Wukong ban, giving a lot more potential onto the Malok ban though. Oh, this is kinda not expected to be banned for the side of V Gaming, because they just want to serve down Brunhilde, man. He doesn't want anybody from the side of Bicotopia to jump in front of Brunhilde while Brunhilde is using his artillery charge, man.
Yeah, they're actually putting out a lot of factors that could have a gap close, and definitely Malak is someone that you could see that you counter this pick with the Dirac as well. The shock is definitely an AoE wherein you're gonna have some slow, you're gonna have some knockups as well. And I'm pretty curious to see, are they gonna add more protection for that Brunhilde onto the lineup of V Gaming, or they're gonna put an assassin that could actually zero in onto Elender? And Wonder Woman is actually being hovered here by V Gaming. A lot of crowd controls is going to be seen here onto V Gaming if they do lock this Wonder Woman. They have the basic submission, the last of truth as well. You have the abilities of Dirac to push people away. That's actually going to converge. You also have the Mark of the Hunter, some knockups as well from the Richter. So this is a very scary composition for V Gaming. They're actually investing a lot here, even with the Elender. And one of the favorites of Bicotopia, the Arthur support, is being hovered. Atara as well is now an option by Bicotopia.
Yeah, it is a Tara moment maybe to go for Itachi though, because Atara is hard to kill down, but Itachi is more aggressive, and it could be much more convenient for the side of Bicotopia. But I think if they want to go for much more defense, maybe the Tara is the one to go. But in terms of they want to evade the Genesis barrier, then Tachi is the one is going to do for the job. So the Genesis barrier for the side of V Gaming is the one that is going to just secure any tower that's in that matchup, as well as the aggressiveness that Richter and so as the Wonder Woman has. And the Brunhilde is the supports that gives the damage. And one more pick here. Maybe they want to go for a support Richter. Maybe go for Lumber this time. I think if they want to go for Lumber, maybe Tain could be possible. Richter support it is, and gives the Florentino versus a Yena on top. I kind of not liking it, but I think still need some proof that Ferocito could win against the Yena on top side.
Yup, and right now with the composition, they actually finish it off with an aggressive Florentino. Bird LB, we've seen Bird LB actually use the Florentino before, but Kwang Hai is actually the one going to use the Florentino. Oh man, I thought it was going to be a Florentino jungle, but Bird LB has used it
Florentino
before.
jungle, oh no. Maybe like a throw for V Gaming, oh no. This is a match point for V Gaming. I could not see V Gaming could do this to us, man.
Yeah, I know. Florentino on Bird LB, that's going to be dangerous. It's one of the heroes that he's been practicing way back. We've seen him use the Florentino before, and he used it effectively. It's just about how the team fight is going to be unfolding. Are they going to be able to zero in onto T-Lin's Elder? That is a factor. And Bikertopia needs to pray that a lot of mistakes is going to happen for B Gaming in terms of team clash. The early game definitely still in the hands of Bikertopia. They have the damage, they have the power spikes coming in for the Crixie, you have the Elder, you have sustainable heroes as well. Yena is a scary hero in the early phase because of the silence and also the burst damage you can bring at level 4. But V Gaming has a solid late game. And if late game, if that's gonna be, we're gonna reach the late game in this game, Bikertopia is gonna be losing this for sure.
Yeah, he's going to lose or going to just level up some of the momentum here in this current matchup. And it's going to be Bikertopia takes down V Gaming in this game number 5 at 3 points already on the banks for V Gaming. Bikertopia trying to play it really aggressive and give the first blood. Still had the Metaphorsic, but still first blood been taken away for V Gaming. A little bit more ambitious for Bikertopia. He knows that the damage for V Gaming is much more in the early phase, but that T-Lin is trying to pull anything to just take down V Gaming.
Yeah, they even had Wang TD go for the defensive. And that actually surprised the members of Bikertopia, especially T-Lin, who did not expect that there was going to be a ranged damage dealer that's waiting for him there. And he was just stuck. He doesn't have Flicker. He doesn't have his teleport ready yet. The only one, he was just level 1 at that point. There was no commit from the other members, but Yena does have a boost in terms of getting the wave clear that she wants. That's going to be the shock from being thrown here. Then getting some slow stocks are definitely dangerous for Zerui. If he actually locks into Wang TD, it's just as good as saying that he's gonna be dead in a matter of seconds.
Oh, yeah, a matter of seconds, really. That much time to be taken away, but look how the members of VGM trying to focus onto the Mr. Dragon gives the Dark Slayer in terms of Bikertopia. They still want to take the first kill now. Zerui secures the kill pretty well in terms of how many damage he can't give. That silence alone kills away Wang TD, and Wang TD, the Brunhilde, has been shown not a good matchup currently because Bikertopia played really aggressive in terms of how many damage he had in this current matchup. He only need to wait for T-Lin, and not much of a mistakes made by T-Lin. It could make this game possible for them. Now a couple more chase on bottom side here. They need to just defend Kwang Hai to take this blue sentinel onto the bottom side. Couple more dashes left, but Bikertopia a little bit too aggressive on this matchup. Look.
Yeah, and like what I've been saying, if they get 0 in onto Wang TD, like what Zerui did, it would have been an easy kill, especially here in the early game. You don't have the flexibility to actually have the survivable survivable items for yourself. The cleanse is not available just yet, and V Gaming needs to get back here, as there's gonna be a duel onto the top lane. Pika gets hit, but he doesn't compete with Bird LB at this point. So in the ball lane, it's gonna be dangerous as Wang TD positions himself. And there's gonna be a lot of slows, and the damage is going to be considerable. This is a disaster as Wang TD repeatedly gets targeted here, as Kongai and Mars is going to be rotating into the bot lane. Are they going to be able to catch out Zerui and the others? The answer is no. They are going to be able to clear the creep wave, but at the expense of Wang TD, who's been losing out. Zerui is going in hot and putting in some damage onto Han. Look at the damage being done by T-Lin here. T-Lin is going to be winning that. There is going to be a rotation coming in from the others. Mars is going to be taking Sin's life there with the Genesis barrier. He was not able to jump back. T1 is doing his best. Wang TD is being harassed. In every lane that he is in, he is always in the receiving end. And there is going to be a pause here.
Yeah, I think this is going to be something that VGM really needed in terms of what happened in this matchup, because it's going to be something that VGM currently having. They are not able to cope with the early invasion as well as the damage that that Bicotopia is giving in this current matchup. But I'm just felt that V Gaming really needs to wait this game out, because not only Brunhilde has been taken down like 2 times in a row. I think when they gives a lot more attention to Brunhilde, they happen to not realize that Florentino as well as the Wonder Woman is the one to be carrying a lot in that mid-game phase. So if they gives a lot more attention to the Florentino, it will be much more okay, because it's going to be something that Florentino in the late game itself is going to be punish a lot of members of Bicotopia. But I'm loving the drops and also the damage and the energy that Bicotopia brings in this matchup, because this is what they need to do. They need to win this. If not, they are going back home a little bit early. The other 2 teams will fight on to the finals.
And it's actually pretty difficult to actually say. The game is still long, but early game to mid game, yeah, you're gonna be expecting a snowball. Especially T-Lin is very, very aggressive, as well as Zerui. They keep on targeting Wang TD, and Wang TD is gonna be the weakest link. You need a lot of protection for the Brunhilde. I've been saying this on the draft. The reason why I actually keep on repeating, Brunhilde. It's a hero that actually sucks. A hero that doesn't have mobility. You need to be in one place to actually deal a lot of damage. Yeah, they actually made the composition for Brunhilde, but the problem here is that she becomes a liability in terms of she's not going to be able to farm up, because she's been targeted all throughout this game. And the reason there is that the lack of mobility always makes the lane dangerous. And a dangerous lane is, and an advantageous lane for Bicotopia is always just zero in onto the Brunhilde pick, and they did not look back there onto the draft that was made. It was just an easy choice on who they need to pick on. Brunhilde. The other lanes are definitely not going to be easy, like the DRX lane. He doesn't have mobility. The problem here is that he can actually push you back and punish you for entering his range. That's the difference. Brunhilde doesn't have that luxury. She doesn't have the ability to actually stun you. And in that scenario wherein she's going to be dealing a lot of damage, that's also not going to be possible, because the problem that will arise here is that they don't have the capability to farm up with Wang TD is always going to be targeted. If he is going to be targeted, there will come to a point where he's going to be ineffective. And they're going to need a lot of time, wait a lot of time for her to actually farm up.
that's a problem with the Brunhilde. But if in the late game, we do reach the late game, it is going to be in the side of B Gaming still. They have the capability because of the Dirac pick, and you also have a lot of crowd controls on their side. Not in comparison with what you're gonna see on Biketopia. Yena has silences. Yes, she has some damage as well. Tachi has some slows. Key and also since Crixie are the only ones that you're gonna rely on in terms of the crowd control.
Yeah, the crowd control is there for the side of Brachytopia, but the only damage a lot more like the DPS is in terms of T-Lane. It goes for dive onto the bottom side, has been pushed away, but still Zirui kills them Bird LB a little bit early, and Han is still alive. Here comes Wang Hai, but a little bit too late here. He lost Bird LB on bottom side, living into the mid lane here. Gives Wang TD a little bit more space to play with. Maris is the guardian for Biketopia. Biketopia takes the first turret on the bottom side, as well as the Mr. Dragon. Not enough time for VGM to steal away that Dark Slayer just yet. Now the members of Biketopia realize onto the top side, trying to find Wang TD. He needs to shut down the Brunhilde, because Brunhilde in that late game could have a much more damage other than T-Lin itself. So the defense has been made here for VGM. They need to find a way to just slip under the nose of Biketopia to take a lot more objective. At that, Tachi been played by T1, a little bit too scary though, and VGM is the one is going to go for defense here. It's going to be really hard, but we've seen this a lot. 3K goal leads has been taken away by Biketopia itself. VGM does not know where he want to go just yet, because of the towers has been pushed a lot, given a bit Bird LB just much space to farm on bottom side. He is the one that has much more damage. Dives comes in, couple more damage just left. Han with the Man of Mark onto the backside here. A couple more damage to Juan TD will be taken down as well. Has the arm, and Juan TD is the first one to fall. Still has the Genesis Blast as well. They go for the trade here, 2-2, and VGM still has a couple more minutes to just take this damage, and they lost the turret onto the bottom side. I say that VGM wins that trade alone.
Yeah, I mean, they do get that win. One of the reasons it was a 3 versus 5 confrontation. T-Lin was just hanging back into the brush here onto the mid lane. But I think that was a good win, because Maris was the one who had the bulk of the advantages there. And he was getting a lot of resources for himself. He's now at 4.7k, 700 over Sin. At this point, he is one of the gatekeepers for V Gaming. If he is going to be consistently having the the positional advantage, he is definitely going to be altering the fate of Biketopia, because he is the main focal point for the defensive strategy and their offensive strategy as well. Genesis Berry is going to play a big part. Sin goes hard. The brazen submission is going to be his last of truth. It's not going to get a hit though, and he is going to be destroyed into that clash. A problem where Wang TD actually is still trailing, because he is actually using a Brunhilde pick.
Yeah, the Brunhilde pick is one of the edges for the side of V Gaming, because she is not up to par in the current meta, and they still have the Hayate though, and I don't know why they bring out the Brunhilde version. It's going to be something that V Gaming could manage to just alive in this match point, because if they had a Hayate, maybe the side of Biketopia could not kill him a little too much. 3 kills and also 4 assists for the side of Brunhilde. They lose a lot of turrets in this current matchup, and we saw this happen before this when V Gaming is the brink of losing, and that time when 15 minutes into the game they just stole the Dark Lord and makes the win for V Gaming itself. Now maybe V Gaming is waiting for mistakes coming in for Biketopia, because a lot more mistake has been made when we saw the dives comes in on top side. That is not in the favor of Biketopia, but Biketopia plays it really well in terms of objective taking, and I kind of like it. But they lost start on top side as well, so VGM does not lose so much currently because they are the ones chasing goal. Only we saw a 3K goal lead, but now still has a couple 2,200 goal lead in terms of how VGM is coping with the farming in terms of the damage itself. So now they haven't been spotted just yet with the Blossom just hit. Still not enough damage has been put by LB to just scare away the members of Biketopia into the mid lane here. They lost down Quang Hai first, and now the second Morris is the one to defend this. They had 27 seconds to defend before Quang Hai leaves again, but the members of Biketopia is going to end this game without any hesitation.
Yeah, going in for the top lane, and Trench is going to be used. It is going to be hard to actually reach the area of Wong TD though, and the mid lane turret is going to be the next one that they take. Inhibitor turrets are still intact at this point, but it is just so hard to actually overcome the advantage. They need to actually reach the late game. Quang Hai needs a lot more items as well. And T-Lin, already at 8.5k, is definitely going to have the bulk of the gold. While on the side of V Gaming, it's still going to be Maris with 3-0 onto his score, 7.3k as well. It's going to be a big thing if they're going to be able to hold back what the offensive of Biketopia. If Biketopia prolongs this, it's going to be a scary prospect as more items are going to be available to, you know, those weak heroes in the early game like the Brunilda and also the Wonder Woman.
Yeah, the late game is one of the points that V Gaming is waiting for because of the Brunilda already been taken 3 times and also the Wonder Woman 2 times. So it's going to be really hard. But I think if Biketopia want to win this game, they need to take down Maris because of Maris haven't died just yet, and that defense is really good. And you can see how Maris is just reaching a lot of a distance. They just make a distance between him and any other members of Biketopia because he knows he are on the defense. The Genesis barrier is needed to this matchup, and it's going to be really hard on the side of Biketopia itself. If Maris is still alive, they cannot go full on damage, and the towers one by one will be taken away by Biketopia. It is just really hard. Dashes comes in from Zero. They clash onto the bottom side. They want to take a look at the damage has been dealt. Maybe Juan TD is the first one to fall, and Zero is secures the kill as well. Bottom side, and after that, it will be a detrimental pause coming in for the side of V Gaming maybe, and it is just get really hard. And V Gaming is not cope with the damage coming in for the side of Biketopia. It's too much to be handled with.
Yeah, I guess it was a pause from Biketopia yet again. They're having some technical problems on the side of Biketopia, and although they have the lead, if we're gonna discuss more of what's gonna happen, V Gaming needs to prolong this more. You can see they're trying their best. Zerui's Yen is gonna fall off in the late game. That's for sure, especially if she needs to actually go in to get Wong TD. The problem here is that with the turrets already at that kind of health, is the firepower that they have enough to actually stave off the offensive coming from Biketopia? That's an interesting thought there. Biketopia needs to get harder if they want to win this cleanly, because there's a possibility for a comeback. There's always a possibility for a comeback, and you could see that. You could see already in the damage that there is going to be a certain point where the damage of Biketopia is going to be in the minimum, unless there is going to be a mistake from V Gaming. But if you are always going to be hoping for a mistake, that's not going to work out. Especially in pro games where everything should be calculated within the realms of strategy as well.
You need to actually have your rotations, where the rotations for Bike Utopia is to get the wave management, to get a lot more, before the Dark Lord Slayer actually spawns. Because if the turrets are going to be intact when a major objective actually is open, there is a chance that the gaming is going to be able to contest. And as more objectives are actually lost, no more other turrets are going to be taking the resources as well in the jungle. It's going to be easier for V gaming to actually farm up, especially in a defensive game. This is the beauty of Valor. Going to the late game is not going to be a problem here. The turrets are always going to be open. The lanes are not yet going to be taken as well.
Yeah, because when they have the Dirac and as well as the Brunhilde, that kind of defense is needed. And I would say that it's going to be really hard for the Florentino. He needs that Frost Cape, maybe the Medallion as well, to just cope with the damage that Utopia has currently, because we're reaching to the minutes of 13, and after 13 is all V Gaming's time, and waiting for maybe, yes, as like you mentioned, that waiting for a mistake is not the way to go, because not a lot of teams make mistakes, and maybe your waiting is the mistake itself. So currently V Gaming, they know the defense is greater because they have to wait much more in terms of how many damage Brunhilde as well as Dirac could give, and that two towers will be sieged by Utopia, and that's the problem, because only one Genesis barrier could be played for Maris in that mid lane. He can just secure us down mid lane rather than the top side, and it's going to be really, really hard for the side of V Gaming. They want to go for a full-on defense because they had Wonder Woman and also the Florentino. It's not going to handle the damage what could Sealand give, because Sealand has the DPS, Sealand has the Slaughter, and it's kind of hard to side of Florentino to land his Blossom as well as the Gentleman's Duel. So maybe, like you said, that Zeroi Yena could just be punished on to the late game, and that Sealand is hard to kill, because yes, they can serve a way in terms of wave clearing with the ultimate from Brunhilde, but I don't think that is possible to be made by V Gaming currently, because when it comes to late game, it will be really, really hard.
You're gonna see a lot more. We're gonna discuss a lot more when we get back, because we're gonna go for a very, very short break. This is the AIC 2022. My name is Victoria. This is Miko's. Don't touch that, brother. We'll be right back.
Hi there, rookie. Welcome to Arena of Valor. This is a multiplayer online battle arena mobile game. This may be your first time with a MOBA game, and you're at a loss about fighting with real players. Fear not. You have Arthur, a trustworthy pal to help you around. He will lead you into this legendary battle and show you the exhilaration of this game. See that crystal over there? Smash it with your divine blade and victory is all yours. Pretty simple, eh? But what about before that? Patience, pal. One step at a time. First, you have to destroy every defense tower in this lane. Of course, your enemies will not let you. They will do anything to stop you. So, do not rush to the tower. Wait! Get back! No! God! Please, no! Well, at least it won't get any worse.
You have been defeated.
Never mind, pal. We cannot run back time, but you will fully respawn as the countdown ends. See? Dying is no big deal in this game. Don't chicken out. Just go for it like a warrior. I see you have realized that you're not even qualified to fight against your opponents. Hurry up! Grab your divine blade. Embark on the journey of getting stronger. There's only one thing you need to keep in mind if you want to become stronger. That is, to get richer. You can buy all these dazzling items with the money you earn to improve your combat capability. Creeps on each lane. Monsters in the fields. Even your enemies are all resources of your economy. The process of killing these targets and improving your abilities is called farming in Arena of Valor. Also, remember that you are not fighting on your own. There are 4 partners standing beside you. You will be a tough tank after you are fully farmed. Charge, hero! Charge! Your teammates will support you without reserve. Let your enemies fight back as all they want, but all in vain. You are no longer the rookie you used to be. Consolidate at every step. Break down every defense tower in sight. The glory of victory will eventually shine upon you. Woohoo! But if you keep dying all the time, your side will progressively lose ground. In the end, your base is destroyed by the enemies. Are you really prepared for the... So what? Just take another round. In AOV, failure is just the experience you need to grow stronger. Come on, rookie. What are you waiting for? Let's go! Hi, rookie. Now you understand the basic knowledge of Arena of Valor. Let's review what you have learned. Use your left hand to move your hero, and use your right hand to attack. Easy peasy. Now, raise your weapon and smash that crystal. No! God! Please, no! Well, maybe your gaming life is not so smooth after all. Don't be nervous. I know you think you have learned everything about winning, but your enemies are not sheep waiting to be slaughtered. To get your game victories easier, you'll still need to learn some little tricks. First, you need to know about the 3 lanes. In AOV, there's the Abyssal Dragon Lane, Slayer Lane, and Middle Lane. Don't forget about the Vast Jungle, which is a special path between all 3 lanes. Now choose your lane and march onwards to victory. No, stop! I know you're trying to be different, but as a rookie, you should begin by learning the most common and easiest ways to start the game. Once you're partially in the lane, you'll face an equal opponent. Do your best against them and level yourself up. Of course, there will always be enemies coming after you. Don't worry, AOV is a team game. This means you must focus on team fights, fight alongside your teammates, and eliminate your enemies. During team fights, you must cooperate with your teammates to find every opening and opportunity to kill your opponents and ensure the survival of your own team. Victory lies ahead of you after you wipe out all of your enemies' defense towers standing in your way. That is, if you are still standing after the team fight. Oh, dear lord, don't ask me what to do if your rivals have respawned. Just repeat what you did earlier until you have won this match. That is how you win a game in Arena of Valor. You must be in harmony with your team every step of the way. Understand, rookies? Okay, I know that you cannot communicate telepathically. To be more effective at each stage of the game, maybe you need to know some terminology in order to communicate with your teammates. Carry, leading or majorly influencing leadership on a team.
Double kill. Bloodbath.
Gank, a surprise attack on an enemy hero. Buff, status effect that gives a beneficial boost. Debuff, status effect that gives negative impacts. Farm, gaining levels and gold by killing creeps. KDA, kills, deaths, assists. CD, skill cooldown. Poke, to damage enemies from range with minimal risk to you. DPS, damage per second. That's all the rookie training for today. Let's start a match and get fully absorbed into the world of Arena of Valor and win glory with your teammates. What could be more enjoyable than praise from your team? Hi, rookies. Now you've completed the most basic practice. Show me what you've got. No! God! Please, no! Well, I have to say, you look a little funny. There's nothing wrong with pushing your limits, but in order to grant a satisfying Arena of Valor experience, why not start with some simple heroes? As a beginner, you'll get some free heroes. I know what you're thinking. Free means they aren't good. Trust me, that's not how it works in this game. The free heroes you get are all very powerful and are easy to get started with. Let me introduce you to some friendly heroes that are perfect for a rookie like you. The first is an old friend, Arthur. His passive skill, Paragon, increases his armor over time as he levels up in a match. His skill 2, Holy Guard, can deal a great amount of damage over time, which is quite brutal in the early game. What's more, Arthur can use skill 1, Righteous Fervor, to leap forward and interrupt the enemy's movement. He is definitely the nightmare in the eyes of his enemies, especially when they encounter Arthur on Slayer Lane. If you prefer the pleasure of killing enemies from range rather than being a tank, then you could pick Vera for the middle lane. Vera is also a perfect choice for beginners that want to play a mage. Her skill 2, Mesmerize, can control her enemies and puts Vera one step ahead of them. This will provide you enough time to aim and deal damage. Her skill 1, Hellbat, and ultimate, Inferno Bats, are pure damage skills that can hit enemies from afar. Using Vera, you can wipe out your opponents from a long distance away with just a few hits in the later stage of the game. The last one hero we recommended is Valheim, played in the Dragon Lane. Valheim causes consistent damage to harass his opponents. While Valheim's skills deal magic damage, his skill damage increases with physical damage as well. His skill 1, Bloody Hunt, provides area of effect crowd damage, while skill 2, Curse of Death, can stun his enemies for a short duration. Valheim can use his ultimate, Bulletstorm, to slow down and damage his opponents in a wide range in front of it. Both skills 1 and 2 can lock down enemies automatically, making Valheim easier to play. Normally, Valheim should stand in the back of a team fight and use his wide range of skills to help deplete the enemy team. Of course, you can always purchase your favorite heroes in the in-game shop if these free heroes do not interest you, or you simply want more choices to play with. Click your selected hero in the Hero section to see the 4 attributes of the heroes. Well, I have to admit that sometimes the length of the attribute bar may also bring you trouble, because the hero may be too difficult for you to master when starting out. Please be sure to choose carefully before buying new heroes. Before buying, you can also find the hero you want to try in the skin section of the in-game shop. By clicking Trial in the lower left corner of the hero's details, you can play a practice match with your chosen hero and get a feel for them. This helps you avoid buying a hero that is not suitable for you. However, the most important thing in-game is that you have to adjust the position and hero you want to play according to your team's lineup. Take a look at the lower right corner of the selection interface, and you can see the issues with your current lineup noted automatically. By correcting these issues and supplementing your team with a different position, you can build a perfect lineup. Maybe you're fast enough to instantly pick your preferred position and role, but that might not be the best way to earn a team victory in Arena of Valor. Keep in mind that AOV is about teamwork, and the interest of the whole team is above all. Got it, rookie?
Arena of Valor is a popular mobile MOBA game with a total of 200 million players worldwide, clashing on the battlefields of Athenor. AOV has top-notch graphics, featuring over 100 unique heroes, excellent balanced battles, rich underlying lore and story, and a well-established global esports scene. AOV has had so many highlights, but let's pause for a moment to return to the original question. What is AOV to you? Arena of Valor is a mobile-based multiplayer online battle arena where you control heroes in a fair multiplayer competition on a battlefield known as Athenor. In the game, each side will occupy one side of the map through constantly attacking the enemy, destroying their towers until the eventual destruction of the enemy's crystal base to secure victory. The extremely large number of unique heroes, filled with the imagination and creative skills, the excitement of confronting real players in real time, and the uncertainty that comes with teamwork are all factors that make every game you play a refreshing and unique journey. The thrill of the warrior's brutal attacks pummeling defenses, the mage's arcane abilities that control the flow of battle, the agility and fatality of an assassin ambushing from the shadows, the marksman's incredible long-range burst damage, the support's incredible offensive buffs and team protection abilities. There's a hero for every playstyle, with the amazing variety of classes in AOV. On top of that, your growth as a player is something even more exciting. Operating skills, the number of heroes you can comfortably play, game sense, situational judgment, split-second decisiveness, and courage. The accumulation of all this growth will give you a stronger ability to win games. Maybe one day, you too will grow up to be a professional player on the stage of AOV's global tournament and become a star that everyone looks up to. Welcome to Arena of Valor.
I picked Dragontail. Not the other way around.
Painting genius Jan. Since his childhood, the exceptionally talented Jan has reached the pinnacle of painting as a teenager. But when inspiration dries up, causing the talented young man to fall into infinite anxiety, his master sends him on a journey to find inspiration, taking with him the Rivers and Mountains Dream Scroll and Sword of Inspiration in his path to find materials. The young man's search for a breakthrough is fraught with crisis, but this is no obstacle for the battle-savvy Jan, who will hold the brush of the Sword of Inspiration in his hand and repel the enemies that stand in his way as he paints everything in his path. Passive, Spiritual Spark. When Jan uses Skill 1 and Skill 2, he will gain a stack of energy, having 2 stacks of energy, depending on the difference in the previous skill. Will cause the next normal attack to gain additional boost. After using an enhanced normal attack, his attack speed will increase. Jan's skill will mark an enemy when it hits them. Dealing damage to the same target will consume the mark and trigger additional physical damage, restoring Jan's own HP in the process. Skill 1, Black Jade Sprinkle. Jan will deal damage and apply movement speed reduction.
Welcome back to the Arena of Valor International Championships 2022. My name is Vittorio, this is Mikos. We are already at game number 5. We just went for a short break to actually address the technical issues, so we do apologize to all the viewers out there. Bikertopia and against V Gaming. To go for a recap, Mikos, in game number 5, we're already seeing Bikertopia actually pressuring V Gaming, who doesn't have the power spikes yet here on game number 5.
Yeah, because when we saw what happened last in that game particular, that is Bikertopia already knocking to the doors of V Gaming because only 3 towers just left, and it could be detrimental for the side of V Gaming to defend this out, and it's going to be something that our turret on the bottom side will be taken away, but still has a couple more health into that defensive state that VGM is looking for, and only Huang TD is the one being taken down by Bikertopia, the 3 kills lead that Bikertopia has, and as well as the 3k goal lead. So it is time that if Bikertopia takes this game into the late phase, maybe after 15 minutes, that Brunhilde will have more damage and as well as full items composition. It will be something that Bikertopia really need to think about. If they can bring this game to late phase, and it could be something that Bikertopia is doing right now because they won a Dark Lord Slayer in this tournament matchup because only 2 minutes left for the Dark Lord Slayer to be spawned. So if none of the members of Bikertopia trying to push it away, look how Bikertopia just forced down on top side, just want to bring this game into an end, trying to find Rizuri with a couple more dashes, and also maybe the silence comes in, but now Maris takes a lot more attention in this matchup, but now look at the health what he landed. It just goes in, a couple more damage just left, and the Genesis barrier has been pushed, and Huang Hai takes the kill onto Tillit herself, then pushing away with the Florentino. Bird LB secures with the Genesis barrier comes in for Maris to blast, make it possible. That takes 2 kills onto Bikertopia. VGM with a good defense and also counterattacks makes the game livable for VGM.
That was a good setup coming in from Huang Hai, catching up T-Lin. He did not know what hit him, and V Gaming right now is actually sparking a fire for themselves, and this is what they need.
they need to be more aggressive. Once T-Lane was out, they didn't have the damage for to actually compete in terms of the sustainability that they have. That's 2 warriors instead of a double marksman pick. So definitely this is something that they need to be careful about. If T-Lane is going to be caught out yet again, it is going to be difficult to actually get a win. And you can see here the replay, they get the tower right now and are actually marching to start the Dark Lord Slayer. T1 is going to be spotting them out. Are they going to be able to get a steal here? There is going to be a start. Genesis Barrier is already out. Quara is going to be getting the Infinite Slayer. Zerumi is going to be alone here onto the backside, and he gets bursted down. And V Gaming is going to be taking the Dark Lord Slayer with a kill for themselves. Zerui thought that the members of Bikertopia was going to join him, but he thought wrong with the damage that V Gaming was packing into the backline. There was no option there, and Maris being able to pin them down on that entry was key to why V Gaming had a smooth transition after they got the Dark Lord Slayer.
Moving into the mid lane, that kind of retention that Brightopia trying to bring down the Dark Lord Slayer, a little bit too late coming in for Zero onto the backside. Now mid lane has been contested. We've seen this in game number 4 itself with the damage they have. The Genesis Barrier will be provided from Mars itself into the mid lane. Brightopia in the brink of defense right now, but LB is not with the members. They need to wait for a couple of seconds for the minions to just arrive into the towers. They force down the mid lane. They doesn't have any towers just to the left. It goes in with a couple more damage with the bracelet comes in. Still with a couple more damage, still have the Genesis Barrier to protect the Dark Lord Slayer with the Genesis Blast onto the backside here. Doesn't secure the kill onto T1. Still has much more damage. They cannot steal this away, but the Moonfall has been pushed to kill down this Dark Lord. But the members of EGM, they know the team fight 5v1 is not on the favor of them. So they are going to go back trying to steal this. The lasso does not hit onto the red buff, making the way to Bikotopia to push on down bottom side. Only Bikotopia will make this time possible because we've seen this matchup in game number 4 and game number 5. This is a mirror game. What happened to VGM in game 4 will happen in game 5 as well. Look at the damage from Brownhilda. Already has the damage, already have the full items as well. Only the matter of time. 1 mistakes left to be made. 8 to 8 kills, and members of Bikotopia into the mid lane. The members of VGM onto the bottom. They need to wait for the opportunity they had. They need to push the mid lane again.
Yeah, but this is gonna be a harder fight for Bikotopia. They do have 4 towers left, spread evenly onto the top lane and into the bottom lane. But the problem here is that they have an opening in their middle lane. So if they actually lose a clash, it could be already a victory run for V Gaming, who has a lot of capabilities. And this is why I told you, Zerui is not gonna have the easier time right now at the late game because he needs to go in to actually be effective. He needs to actually lock onto Wang TD, and if he doesn't have that kind of luxury wherein the Dirac is on the front and then you have a lot of knockbacks as well, it's just going to be a difficult entry for Bikotopia. T-Lin as well is going to be a vital member here. There's just so much that Sin can do with himself. He's not going to be able to burst down anyone with even with full items on. That's the problem with the Crixie. And you can already feel it. 2 seconds in the Dark Lord Slayer has been spawned, but 4 of the members are already here for Gaming. They need to actually go hard here. They actually sneakily get that while the other members of V Gaming were actually sleeping. And this is it. They're going for a GG push.
They still have the Dark Lord into the mid lane. Maris would not push the Genesis Barrier just yet. They need to find one spot that suit best for them to just defend this current matchup. Is going to be something for the side of V Gaming to try and find this defense works for them. Bottom side will be pushed by Bikotopia as well. They need to focus to take down the inner turrets with the members of V Gaming. Defense will be put up into the mid lane as well. So they had the direct to be in the defensive state so much, but in terms of V-Gaming, they still had much more damage. A couple of bush checking coming in for Zen. Bottom side trying to push by T-Lane. A couple more damage onto Guang Hai. They clash into the mid lane as well. T1 goes in with the ultimate. They cannot do this alone. Moonfall has been pushed. But a couple more damage, but look at the damage coming in for V-Gaming. A little bit too much to be handled for the side of Bicotopia. It's still the towers on the bottom side. And now the members have been clashing into the mid lane. Martis with the Genesis Barrier did not give a lot more presence into the defense itself. The towers has been secured. Bottom side pushed by Zirui. The members of EGM trying to find a way to just knocking into the mid tower as well. Ultimate has been pushed by T1. Trying to force VGM to fight as well. Trying to defend the mid lane again. A couple more ultimate has been used. Last of Guang Hai, but not enough with the Gentleman's Duel. But the Blossom does not hit for Bird LB. They can defend, but the tower's been taken down as well. Two on top side, 2 lanes on top side will crash in a couple of seconds into the tier 2 towers, but still manage to just defend by Bicotopia.
Yup, and V-Gaming losing out 2 of those inhibited turrets is definitely going to be a deficit wherein Bicotopia could actually go for a backdoor play. The problem here is that V-Gaming was not able to actually preemptively think that they were going to be doing a ballsy move by taking the Dark Lord Slayer. V-Gaming did not have any kind of vision control there, and they are actually paying dearly for that. And right now, with most of the items online for all of the members, it's about who is going to be able to execute a better team fight. Is it going to be Bicotopia, or V-Gaming has what it takes to actually execute? Han is going to look at T1. He's not going to be engaging though without the support from the other members and a wave crashing into the bot lane. They're going to be forced to go for a defensive position.
Oh, yeah, 40 seconds left. The Dark Lord Slayer currently Bicotopia is pushing the members of VGM into their side of the jungle. And look how Pika as well as T-Lane trying to push on bottom side, and T-Lane is not available in the lane as well. So the members of VGM could not know where he is. In terms of 20 seconds just left for the Dark Lord Slayer, the last possible maybe in this current matchup, because VGM in the brink of losing. The goal is not matter much anymore. Only one team fight could make this possible. Whoever VGM takes the kill or not with the Flicker as well as the Gentleman's Duel. Go Bird LB still have the resurrection though for Pika. They need to go side, but members of VGM arrive as well. They maybe lose one member. Kwang has secure skill onto Pika, but they lose as well Bird LB. And the Genesis Blast onto the backside. Then T1 is still alive. A couple more damage. They force the team fight. Zero secures onto Huang TD. They lose Kwang Hai as well. Bird LB will not be alive. The members of Bicotopia trying to force this out. 3 members of VGM been taken down, and only Maris as well as Han happen to be defenders and also defend the title as well. But Bicotopia will end this game and brought us to game number 6. Could they possible be with the Man of Hunter cannot secure this? A couple more balls have been pushed by Maris to try to defend this. Doesn't have the Genesis Barrier just yet. Maris trying to find a way to run onto the side as well. They have the minion, and Bicotopia had the game as well. We are going to game number 6.
Oh wow, Bicotopia overcame the odds, and that was the last clash was a problem for V-Gaming. I think they rushed that so fast. Once they actually proc the Blade of Infinity, they could Eternity. They could have actually just went back and go for a defensive position, but they waited there with the orb still ready for the key. And they were pinned down with the Dragon's Maid, allowing the other members of Bicotopia to actually position themselves up. And because of all the things that they invested to take down Pika, it actually went back and it fired back onto their heads. And going into this game, Wang TD's Brunilda was a liability all throughout. The damage that you're gonna expect from his late game as well wasn't that substantial, and it didn't help them. And this ended to a fight wherein it gave a lot of resources for the side of Bikertopia to actually build up their forces. And if they were on equal grounds, if it was maybe a different marksman that has a lot of mobility like Hayate, Violet as well could be argued to be a better pick. It could have been a different match where it would have been a more difficult fight for Bikertopia and the outcome would have been different. But that is a what if. What ifs don't matter because you are not going to be able to turn back time. And as Bikertopia actually gets this advantage, maybe a Game 6 win for them is going to be possible. A big maybe.
Yeah, I think it is going to be possible for the side of V-Gaming because the investment is still there. They had Hayate, they still had Elandor to be played under the jungle, but Huang Hai itself, when they brought the one woman into that team fight, it will be something that is really hard with the Dirac as well, has to be defending. But in terms of Bikertopia, when they had a lot more investment in that matchup, the game number 6 will be something that is needed to play for the side of Bikertopia, because if they has none of the good heroes to be played with, it maybe sense that it could be done for the side of Bikertopia because they don't have the Yena, they doesn't have the Elandor, and as well as the Richter, maybe the Florentina could be played here, but still, if V-Gaming try to pick the first, try to go for the first pick, it will be such of a ban coming in for V-Gaming. Maybe the ban onto the Moran, maybe the whips to be banned here because the slims already been used by both of the teams. Still hesitate for the side of V-Gaming, but in terms of Bikertopia, support just left. Maybe it's just hard. Maybe a zip could be played here by Bikertopia.
Yeah, I think it all went down to who got the second Dark Slayer. The Dark Lord Slayer was a very, very vital objective. And V-Gaming underestimating the capabilities of Bikertopia to actually take that in a matter of seconds. It wasn't even a 30-second mark. They were able to press that down. You have an Ellender, so definitely they had a lot of playing time already down in the books. And V-Gaming not able to take up a position was actually bad for them, because if they were able to pressure at least to let their presence be known while the Dark Lord Slayer was being taken, they could have deterred that. They could have scared Bikertopia to fully commit onto the Dark Lord Slayer, but because of the information that they showed themselves up in the middle lane in a 4-man rotation, and then you have one member in the bottom lane as well, it opened up the possibility to take the Dark Lord Slayer. And when it was taken, when we were seeing Han actually taking in the Vision, it was already a little too late for them to go for a contest, and that resulted to 2 pushes that opened up the lanes of V-Gaming, and that's where it actually grew to a point where it became harder for V-Gaming to trudge forward. The damage coming from the Brunilda that they were expecting, although they had the capability with the Brunilda, they were expecting a lot of damage, but because of the Yoga's Edge build onto that Brunilda, it wasn't just much. Look at the damage being dealt to Pre-1 TV. You're gonna expect a lot of damage from ADCs. 63k against Zerui's 80k. Even T1's damage was way better than what Wang TD brought to the table. So the Brunilda pick definitely didn't pay off, and it actually bit V-Gaming back all throughout this game, giving a lot of resources to Bikertopia. And you can see here, Maris, Kwang Hai, and the others were trying their best to actually equalize here, especially for Maris' Dirac. He was the backbone of V-Gaming. Without Maris, there was no chance that they would have lasted this long. 23 minutes into the game. Looking at the kills, not much. Statistically, no one actually was dominating in this game, except Bikertopia did get a lot of the objectives as early as they could. Zero is going to be the MVP of this game number 5, 833 KDA, 91.7% KP.
Yeah, it is a good game for Zero himself, and it's that league game. Yena could not be as hard as possible like he used to be in that early matchup, but yeah, Baikatopia dealt with it really well, and in terms of how Zero played, it's making the game for the side of Baikatopia, but in terms of what been played here, game number 6 will be much more a hard game for both sides because not much of a hero just left because of the global ban itself. That is something to see here, because maybe we can saw Valheim to be picked, maybe a Telenas, because it's hard to see a Telenas without the Baldoom itself. But yeah, before we go into game number 6, we will taking a short break. Don't touch anything, because we will be back after the short break.
Jade Fan Beauty Yue. As the princess of the Dragon Kingdom, Yue brandishes a fan as her weapon, retaining her elegance even in battle. Aqua Force and Mountain Crusher allow her to easily control the whole battlefield, and Borrowed Might allows Yue to unleash endless attacks. If an enemy dares to offend Yue's grace, then they will taste the power of Rising Wind. Passive skill, Borrowed Might. Every time Yue uses Aqua Force and Mountain Crusher, she will gain a stack of Borrowed Might. When she has 2 stacks of Borrowed Might, Yue will reset the cooldown time of Aqua Force and Mountain Crusher and strengthen the next Aqua Force or Mountain Crusher. Skill 1, Aqua Force. Yue throws 2 bone fans at close range, dealing damage to enemies in their path. After strengthening, Yue will throw out 4 bone fans when using Aqua Force. Aqua Force will deal several times the damage where the bone fans converge. Skill 2, Mountain Crusher. Yue throws 2 bone fans at far range, dealing damage to enemies in their path. After strengthening, Yue will throw out 4 bone fans when using Mountain Crusher. Mountain Crusher would deal several times the damage where the bone fans converge. Skill 3, Rising Wind. Yue knocks back nearby enemies and deals damage to enemies in its path while pushing them back slightly. Yue will gain additional vision. Yue is a long-range mage with a powerful ability to exhaust the enemies, but is complicated to operate. To deal perfect damage using Yue, you need to be skilled in combining her skills to deal damage multiple times stronger. However, when Yue overlaps with the enemy, both Aqua Force and Mountain Crusher can deal full damage. When in the lane period, Yue can quickly clear enemy creeps via refreshing her skills through her passive skill and then assist the side lanes. In team fights, Yue needs to use Mountain Crusher multiple times to exhaust the enemies and frequently use Aqua Force to charge up her passive skill to look out for chances to kill or exhaust fragile enemy heroes. The core combo of Yue is to save up a stack of her passive in advance and instantly use Mountain Crusher twice to deal burst damage. But be cautious. Yu's ultimate is the only life-saving skill, so she needs to save her ultimate to be aware of enemy assassins' heroes in team fights.
Welcome back to the Reno Valor International Championships 2022. My name is Vittorio. With me is Mikos. We're now down to game number 6. A 3-2 advantage for V Gaming. Bikertopia still hangs on by a thread as they win game number 5. Because game number 6 still going to be taken by Bikertopia to force out the game number 7. Or V Gaming could actually close this strong here in game number 6. We'll see here in the series. What are your thoughts, Mikos?
It's just getting harder and harder to just go for the next matchup, because when Bikertopia, they made a lot of investment in that matchup, and it could be something that they really need to think about what if left in the arsenal in this current matchup, because they doesn't have the Hayate, they doesn't have the Kafni as well, but I think the Kafni maybe could be played here by Zuri. But in terms of what V Gaming could bring, I just want to say that Bikertopia doesn't have already the Kelgroth as well as the Arrow. They still have the Volcan, maybe the Wonder Woman into the jungle. But yeah, somehow Elendor will be taken away for V Gaming itself, because we've seen this how many times that V Gaming has a lot more investment to play in this current matchup. But in terms of what V Gaming been doing, it's not up to standards that V Gaming always play. So in terms of what V Gaming tried to bring in this game number 6, it will determine what energy that it could bring, because Bikertopia will go full on 100% trying to win this game number 6, because they want to go for this game number 7. But if V Gaming just want to block that mentality coming in for Bikertopia, this is the time. This is the time to win this, because you already match point for V Gaming.
Yeah, V Gaming still has Iggy in the mid lane. They still have Liliana as well. Heroes that definitely work. Dirac is definitely a hero that's going to be available for the side of Bikertopia, though. And they can play this out to their strengths. Omen is still available for both sides. Correspondingly, Lorian already out, so it's not a bannable hero anymore. Nacroth is definitely something that Bikertopia doesn't want to land. But if Nacroth is not going to be picked out, there's still the Elender pick as well. So they could play that out, because a lot of the assassins on the side of Bikertopia are already out. They used up a lot here. No more Richter, you don't have Yenna, you don't have heroes that burst down a lot. And with them in the first pick in V Gaming, they could actually secure a lot of the picks here. And it's going to be interesting to see how they're going to be fielding it. They still have Hayate for themselves. They still have Joker as well. Brunhilde. Oh, man.
Yeah.
Picking out Brunhilde was definitely the worst decision of their life.
I think on the side of Bikertopia, they still have the Kafni. So they just played it well with maybe they want to go for a support like a Krezik's play here still happen to be okay for the side of Bikertopia, no? But still V Gaming, like we just said, they want the first pick to be intact, and then V Gaming is the one to ban out Mina, and they want to force down the Nacroth, maybe the Omen itself. So V Gaming does not want to go out for ban onto Omen. They need to force Bikertopia to ban out the Omen and get Nacroth for them, but I don't think Bikertopia want to give the Nacroth instead of the Omen. But we've seen a lot more tankiness for Bird LB when he got the Omen, so both heroes is not up to contestant when Bikertopia really didn't think about it, which one to be banned here. If they don't want to ban the Nacroth, they doesn't have the Zuka to be played it back with the Nacroth, so Nacroth's first pick, but what?
They don't need to first pick Nacroth because it's already picked up by Bikertopia, so they can actually secure more with the ADCs that they want to field. And not much of ADCs are actually available for Bikertopia. Hayate is still available for V Gaming as well, and Violet is definitely an option that they could actually make use of this, because Bikertopia hasn't been able to use this in the recent matches that they had. Telenas is
a very risky pick in terms of you need a lot of protection for that hero. V Gaming actually took it. Nakrot could be picked up. Elender as well. Dirac is going to be open for Biketopia. Are they going to be securing that? Iggy is still open as well for V Gaming. There's a lot of picks still available here, and Biketopia is going to be picking out the Violet. And one of the reasons I think why they picked out the Delanas, because it's a scary prospect wherein they pair it up with a Dirac, which is definitely a very hard combo to deal with, because Delanas' normal attack gets empowered. She's mostly like a ballista when she's stationary.
Yeah, they have the Dirac into the mid lane, but in terms of how V Gaming trying to force it out, I think this is the time they bring out Iggy as well as the Nacross, because they have to think about it. They want a Nacross or maybe a Tain to just block for the Chalanas, and we've seen a lot more Tain will be taken away, maybe for the side of Biketopia, because they need to ban the Tain out. In terms of Nacross, they still have the substitute for the Nacross in terms of they still have the Elendor. They can go for a quick down pick here, but it's going to be something that it's hard to kill down the Varus. They only can target down the Violet as well, but in terms of the Dirac, might be needed to ban. If not, Biketopia take it number 3, so it's going to be something that V Gaming really need to think about it, because they take down the Nacross, and only Iggy is the one currently like a new heroes to be in AOV. Still, we happen to see a lot more time to shine for the side of same kind of composition. We have the Telenas, maybe the Nacross and the Teen to be picked here, but Biketopia go for a Kali instead of the Dirac. I think it's okay with the poking ability and the movement speed that Kali has. Versus the Nacross, maybe the shield will make a lot possible, but the Raz is uncontested. I think it is kind of good with the Raz pick here, because if you're versus a Nacross, you need to dive a lot. You need to wait for the Varus as well as the Raz to just invade the jungle of V Gaming in terms of early matchup, and it's going to be really good for Biketopia though. So when they force out the Raz, they doesn't want to give the Tain, maybe the Tain for the side of V Gaming. They need to ban out the Tain as well as other support that could be played here by V Gaming though. So the Amelie is out of concession for Biketopia. So in the Slayer matchup is a lot more. Maybe a Lubu could be played here, maybe a Kilgrave for the side of V Gaming. They have the Ryoma still for Biketopia though, so it's going to be really hard for the side of V Gaming in this matchup also.
Yep, in this matchup, an Iggy, an Akrot, and a Telenas, you're gonna see a lot of damage on your side. Biketopia opted for a Raz pick. We've seen the last Raz being used up from KFC Talent against one team, where one team used the Valai to actually counter that pick, and that goes to show how out of meta Raz is right now in terms of the capability to affect games. Definitely, in terms of ambushes, Raz is a very good hero, but in team fights, the utility he has not that big, because he needs to be up close and personal, and that's a problem with the Raz pick. You always need, if you want to make a crowd control play for a Raz, you actually need to be close, and that's also a big problem as the game progresses. In the late game, you can just be bursted down in the opening seconds.
Yeah, the seconds is going to be something that is really hard on the side of Biketopia, because that early matchup is kind of a lot more contention. But in terms of they had Iggy for V Gaming, they can play much more defensive in that early matchup, because Telenas will have a lot more hard matchup versus a Raz. Maybe a Tara to just kill down. They need that because of death in that early game. So when they try to fight down the Tara is going to be something that is hard to cope with side of e-gaming. So they doesn't have much more AIC as well as the Tay. They go for the Slayer, and now the Superman has been hovered for V Gaming itself onto the support role. I think when you said earlier these days that Superman onto support role could not make a clear cut on what happened when you have a lot more time, just Tara as well as Superman. But Arthur, I think Arthur could be a good use to fight out the Tara as well, because both of them is not going to be taken down easily. So maybe a Zip here to be played by V Gaming. I would say the Rui could be much better if they draft for the Rui game for V Gaming itself. Now Zip is the one to be locked by V Gaming. Last pick possible Tara support, and only one jungle. Who's going to be jungle? Maybe the Varus, and the Slayer matchup who's going to be fighting Ari here. Doesn't have the Yena. It doesn't have the maybe the Frontino is up to contention for Bicotopia. Still versus Irie, it could be something that is really hard because of the damage Irie has. Arthur is the good call. I think somehow Ed doesn't have the Emily, maybe the Mina. Roxy doesn't have. Kind of the Arthur is the last choice possible. Maybe they go for a Slayer Valheim. I could say though, is something that Bicotopia is. Whoa, what? Okay.
They've used this before yesterday. Yesterday, Amurat versus Irie and Bicotopia actually won that matchup in game number 7. I mean, in game number 6. And again, we're back to game number 6 where Murad is being used up against the Irie. And if we go by the last time that this actually showed himself against Bacon Time, they actually won the mid game with the Murad against the Irie. And definitely Bicotopia is very confident with that pick. Let's see if Bicotopia can actually outmatch V Gaming here, because they had a lot of limited picks here, like the Raz niche pick onto the Murad and the Ara as well, while on V Gaming they're going strong with 5 big picks, which they really saved up to go into game number 6. Let's see if the investment is actually going to pay off here for V Gaming, or Bicotopia can actually topple what V Gaming built.
As what V Gaming plays right now is on a couple more left, because if we go to game number 7 is anybody's game at that point, but now V Gaming has trailing 2 points ahead. They need one game here, and could they make it possible to win this, go for the final game versus one team, because one team is happy watching these two matchup. You know, if more games played, more information be taken out by one team itself. So maybe this is the game the V Gaming want to shut this down, but the drops coming in from Bicotopia is promising as well. But the Murat onto the Slayer lead, we have seen that yesterday, like Victoria said, that Bicotopia won that matchup with that Murat onto Slayer lead. So V Gaming, you saw that yesterday. Could you make it not work for the side of Bicotopia? And it is possible. They need to go for a couple of dives into the jungle of that Necroth. Quang Hai will happen to be something they already know, that Quang Hai starts on the blue because of the dives comes in for Bicotopia. They spotted no Necroth on the red side, top side here, a couple more damage, just giving Irie a lot more space, but the health coming in for Irie itself is going to be something that Murat could burst down.
Exchanges are definitely going to be inside of V Gaming. Irie right now has a better capability than what Murad can bring. He's not going to be able to burst down Irie in a fight. He's not going to have that sustain just yet. But once he reaches level 4, it's going to be a scary prospect. I've seen a 40% cooldown reduction Murad, and I think it's the same kind of build that you're going to be expecting here from Pika. He's actually saving up for a flashy boots.
Yeah, trying to pick a lot more times in this matchup, because if V Gaming, given the fact into the mid lane, still doesn't have the Phantom to go Zen with the flicker itself, and Zen secures the first blood onto Bicotopia. The V Gaming will play it onto the defense as well. That Guang Hai with the knockout has been chased away. Ultimate has been pushed, trying to give a lot more sense, but a little bit too far away with the Telenas. Give the push away, but still not enough damage to kill down T1. Guang Hai arrive at the Abyssal Dragon, trying to find a way to still this Abyssal Dragon. A couple of more damage, a little bit too late there with the Jury Fury, but one more damage secures the kill. Guang TD takes the first kill for the side of VGM, goes with a couple of more damage just left onto the backside. T1 could not do anything. Zin is the first one to fall, with a double kill given to Wang TD at that Telenas. In that early game, it will be hard to find. Only one arrow left to kill T1, as well as the Tara on the bottom side. Oh, Telenas has much more damage in this early game versus Violet, but that is something that is hard to deal with for Bicotopia.
Yeah, it's a very scary prospect. In the live servers, there's already a power-up on the Murad. The Murad right now, on the current patch that the AIC has been played out, hasn't been buffed yet. He hasn't been readjusted yet. So it's a scary prospect when Pika actually gets that buffed up Murad on the next competition. It's a scary sight to see, because he's been effectively using Murad here right now. He already has Flashy Boots, already has an Astral Spear as well, and the Ryu has been used up here. Bird LB has a damage reduction, so he's not going to be suffering from the temporal turbulence just yet. They are starting the Slayer though. A possible steal from T-Lin. He goes in for the Venom, but he is going to be a little too late as V Gaming secures that.
Is going to be something for the side of V Gaming though, because that time is cramping for the side of V Gaming. With that, still nearly make it a steal for Bicotopia. If they did not take that Dark Slayer, it will give a lot more time. The ultimate has been pushed, couple more damage, and now the Zip Angry has been pushed. It takes the kill onto bottom side here. Zerui is not giving a good game because of V Gaming is trying to cap down on the backside. They have Wang Hai onto the backside as well. Only T1 trying to secure the turret onto the bottom side. It just cannot. The members of BGM, they are giving the hell to live for the Bicotopia.
Yeah, they are having a clinic here as they have the advantage going into this fight. And Guang Hai being able to see the advantage that was being built here in the bottom lane. So he is actually helping up the bottom lane to actually get a lot more of the resources. The second tier turret is almost out, one push away, and that's going to be crumbling. And V Gaming knows it, so they did not need to go for any more pushes. And you can see here on the replay on how big of a play that Maris actually was patient about. He was very, very patient in the moment. He knows that whatever happens, he still has a range to reach Zerui, who uses Flicker. But that's just how big of a pick Maris is in comparison to what Sin has, like the Raz, who's definitely only going to work as long as the powers are just going to hit. That's a Ryu being used up. Bird LB is going to be able to use it, but he actually went back. He can actually secure that kill, but Bird LB did not commit.
Yeah, he just could not commit into that fight because it's going to be really hard because Stella Nas already has much more damage. Now a couple more engagement into the mid. T1 is not having a go here because only using the Tara and only 35 seconds left for the Dark Slayer to be spawned here. Only one flicker as well as ultimate coming in for Zen, where secures the game. Ultimate has been pushed away for Juan ZD on top side, tried to burst down Zen, but it just deflect the ultimate, or maybe the potential dive comes in for Zen. They need to run away. VGM, they are scared right now. None of the members of Bicotopia. Bicotopia is mad on what happened VGM on bottom side. They are just, whoever just appear on the map Bikatopia will want to kill it. Look how Bikatopia is going. They're just really mad. What happened? VGM gave them in terms of that bottom side. They want to dive in. They want to go for a couple of steals, but no. They cannot steal this. VGM scared with the ultimate has been pushed. Roll away from Han. A little bit too late, giving a lot more defense. T1 dives in and back and now been saved a lot. The Angry Zip is not there if possible. Juan TD scares a kill. Han will take it away with Zero. Still have managed to run away. One more dive is all he needed. But onto the mid side here, they kill. VGM is on the brink of losing right now. They lose 3 members. And what happened to VGM because of Bikatopia is really mad at them.
Off-cam kill by Karatopia. Pika was able to kill Bird LP. And, you know, Pika has been very, very solid. But T1 as well. Kwang Hai is running. He can't actually go and go for the defense because Bikatopia's damage is mounting up. If Pika and Zerui are going to have that power spike in the mid game, definitely the gaming is going to look to a harder fight. It's hard to actually protect yourself from the temporal turbulence. 40% of the CD is there as well. As long as they're gonna be not be able to hold back Pika's Murad, they're actually not gonna have, you know, the advantage in terms of the harassment that they need.
Yeah, VGM trying a little bit of a time here because they can give a lot more damage, but siege ability for Bikatopia a little bit too much. They need to find what a good coming in with a couple more damage. This cannot kill down T1. They already have the Curse of Death, only one available for Bird LB. Still waiting for the damage to be dealt away, and I see how Maris is not giving a lot more damage. Is going to be something is really hard for side of EGM because Bikatopia itself has not enough of a goal gap because the VGM is currently leading in terms of 1,000 goal. But yeah, VGM, they happen to make a lot of mistakes into team fight with the zip roll as well as the Nacross play. They did not make a lot more split push, but the ultimate has been used here. But look at the health of Attila Nas as well as Han, a little bit too low there. None of the members of VGM could just process into this team fight. Bird LB still have the ultimate though. They need to defend into the mid lane first before they're going for the full-on fight. But they need to watch out for the Zen with that Raz pickup onto the Dark Slayer on top. Maybe Bikatopia could steal this, but members of EGM could not start before all the members has been resetted with the ultimate as well as the health.
Yeah, Pika has been dealing a lot of damage onto the entry, and you can see already how substantial it is. If they're gonna be able to let Pika stack before the clashes start, they could punish the members of E-Gaming, and this has been affecting their game. But they're gonna be very, very reliant on that stacks that Pika is gonna be bringing into the fights. Not always you're gonna be able to stack using your skills, and he is gonna have that. Another bomb being thrown here. Bird LB does his best. That's a Judgment Blade being done with the Jury Fury. They get that kill that they need. T1 is running. He still has the regeneration though, so he's not gonna be easily taken. Temporal Turbulence used again by Pika is going hard there. Actually, the Murad already had that adjustment made. If he uses her first ability, you know, the time travel, he is gonna receive another stack, and this is affecting what's happening here. He only needs 2 stacks to actually proc that, and they are gonna be taking that again with Kwang Hai. There is gonna be a lot of damage coming in from Pika with the Temporal Turbulence. And it's been a disaster always happening here onto the clashes.
It is somehow a hard game for VGM when they are the one who push in this current matchup. Is going to be something they go for. Dive again for T1. The member on the tail and us one TD onto the backside trying to find a way here. But I know Bird LB a little bit too far. And Quang Hai is the one to fall in this current matchup. T-Lin is not giving a damn what on VGM trying to do. That kind of steals is making a way. Pika with the ultimate here. It still happened to play the best moment of Murad in this current matchup, and VGM is still go for a couple of lead in terms of goal, but the kills is not even there. The drops and as well as the rotation comes in for Quang Hai is not living to standard for side of VGM.
Yep, and with 20 seconds left, the Dogster buff is going to be gone. But B Gaming is actually being pushed back here. Bike Utopia is trailing on the lead. 1K left on what B Gaming built, and it's going to be crumbling down as Quang Hai is going to be spotted by T1, who just keeps on soaking up the damage. He's not afraid that he's going to be bursted down easily. And as long as T1 is going to be living, it's gonna be a difficult fight because T1 is just gonna be sticking to Wong TD or onto Maris.
Yeah, I think Maris still needs to step up a little bit of a game, because when VGM is having a good game, Maris is the one to push, and it's going to be really hard. But in terms of how we see the honor objective is still on the hands of both of them. Still only have 3 Abyssal, 3 Dark Slayer, and also 3 towers each in terms of this matchup. But the goal gap is not going anywhere at VGM. Only one fight, good for them. Into the mid lane here, trying to find Pika with that possible matchup. Quang Hai a little bit too late with the punish. Is still there. Can he do it? But Zen secures the kill onto the Holy Dragon. But the turbulence has been used, trying to force them away, but the ultimate has been pushed. T1 a little bit too low there. Ultimate coming in from Huang TD did not land onto T1. T1 is still has the ultimate. He can just push the members of VGM back to the bases, and 10 seconds just left for the Dark Slayer to spawn. And the members of VGM, they cannot lose this. If not, it will be detrimental for them because they need to confirm the goal gap in terms of Brightopia is trying to push them to the brink of not having any money just left.
Yeah, 1 minute and Clarko's Slayer is going to be spawning, and this is going to be a signal. Whoever takes this is going to have the late game momentum. Zeru and the others are dealing a lot of damage, and that is an entry of very wild entry coming in from Quang Hai. Now very afraid from the damage that Waikotopia has. It's going to force a recall onto Zerui though, so they still have a chance here to take more resources. 20 seconds left, and T1 is going to be using his regeneration, pushing out Han and Maris into that brush. Pika, it needs one more. He hits out his temporal turbulence, and he's been harassing Quang Hai all throughout the day. He's not having the best of time here. D1 goes in for the duel though. Are they going to be able to take it? It's already started as T-Lin uses his Venom to go in. And with this, they know that it is going to be difficult. T1 is just going to be living there. As Sin bursted down Quang Hai. Mars traces around. T-Lin is going to be securing that Infinite Slayer. Ziru is doing his best. Han absorbs everyone, and it's gonna be a Zep roll, but Bird LB actually went out, and Wang TD gets double kills. Han is the only one left living, but it's a 3v1. Is he gonna be able to escape? And the answer is no, but in turn, Zirui gets killed, but with Pika in the area, they could probably go and destroy that third tier turret. Quang Hai has 7 seconds to get back. Will he be able to defend this? And I think the answer is going to be no, as it's already a force into game number 7 as Bikertopia wins game number 6.
Wow, game number 6 been taken away from Biketopia, and now we are forced to go to game number 7, and Biketopia is living again with the couple of games they played. Last night, game 7. Today, game 7. A lot more up to stakes in that game. Last game, possibly after this. But Biketopia played it really well in terms of drafts, in terms of game they played. Biketopia is on fire right now because V Gaming, they lose a lot of momentum when they give the Necroth on the side as well as the Telenas. We saw a lot more potential for V Gaming, but when it comes to team fight, it's Biketopia on top, and Biketopia one game away as well as V Gaming, whoever going to go for the finals.
Yeah, that's what happens when you actually picked out Butterfly Jungle and the Brunhilde Marksman. We get a game number 7 when those heroes get picked out. I mean, it was a nice attempt on game number 6. Not gonna lie, it was looking strong here for V Gaming. The problem was in the mid game. Pika actually was the difference here. He outperformed Burnell B all throughout game number 6 with Amurad. We are Amurad Dark Slayer lane, and I've seen this before in game number 6 yesterday, and it got repeated back. Kwang Hai had the parry reflexes in securing the objectives, but at this point, it doesn't really matter because they actually lost the clashes. They needed to win there. Burnell B went out early on that zip roll, and moving forward onto the series, game number 7 is what I call a best of 1. A best of 1 because you can actually pick up a lot of the compositions that you want. Global bans are already resetting. You don't need to think about what's going to be the picks next because game number 7, you need to pick up whatever you think that's going to make you win. Whatever hero that you want. And it's always a mudsling here. Since if you reach game number 7, it means you have some kind of, this is more like a tiebreaker. In terms of skill level, both teams are definitely on par. That's why we reached game number 7. So it's a very scary prospect for V Gaming, who had a match point lead. It's a 3-1, man. It's a 3-1, and they fumbled on that attempt. Game number 5 was supposed to be theirs, but why Brunhilde?
I don't know, man. They make a lot more questionable pick with the Brunhilde and the Butterfly, as well as they bring. But when they brought a lot more like unorthodox kind of picks, it's not working for V Gaming. But in terms of Biketopia, they brought up the Murad, they brought up the Kilgroth, and as well as the Arrow, kind of working for the side of Biketopia, but instead they lose the matchup. But yeah, Biketopia, when it comes to weird picks, they can try to win it, but instead of V Gaming, they're too reliable onto the meta. They need to win in terms of what the best pick for them, but when it comes to global bans, V Gaming is not up to par. Then the picks is not playable by them itself. Look at, as you can see, the latest game is that they have the Iggy, they have the Necroth, they bring out the Telenas, as well as only, I think Zip is the problem, and they have the Irie versus I think the Murad. It is so hard to just play it around, so they substantially forced down the Murad coming in for the side of Biketopia. But yeah, V Gaming, they kind of fumble a lot, but when it comes to best of 1, maybe they can win this, or maybe Biketopia could take the lead because they already have the momentum in that matchup.
Just Pika carrying the game with the Murad was a sight to see. V Gaming, I could say, deserved this again. I was like this against Bacon Time. Bacon Time actually did bad in their draft. V Gaming as well. But in this time, it was a nice attempt on game number 6. They had the better picks, but they weren't able to actually know that Biketopia excels in a lot of niche picks, where it doesn't matter if
the meta picks are unavailable to them because they're gonna make it work, especially the Morale pick. They made the Tahar pick work as well. So you could see the versatility, and they also have an underpowered mage as the Raz, but the Raz knew who he needs to take out. Kwang Hai was the only one that he set his targets, his sights with, because he knows that Tel Nas and Maris as well is gonna have a lot of protection coming in from the Zip. So if he does target that, he's 50% sure that he's gonna be able to take one down. And that's not a big odd. It's not like Kwang Hai, who mostly fiddle himself up in the map, where he's not going to be positioned where Wang TD and Maris is because of the range that Wang TD and Maris. Kwang Hai actually needs to enter the backline of Bikertopia, and that was not possible because Sin hit himself well until the last moments before he used that explosive KO combo. And when Kwang Hai was down, Maris and the others cannot stand it because Bird LB doesn't have the damage to actually burst down Zerui, and the other backlines. Pika as well was doing a lot of damage. You can see here the damage that he's done. 83k damage. The most in Bikertopia. The most damage. It's a Dark Slayer laner who actually trumped the mage and ADC who usually brings the damage to the fights. Pika also had those 1v1s against Spurt LB. He was able to take down the Ivy as well. Kwang Hai was also a victim of that Murad. Maris and Wang TD brought the damage for their team. Kwang Hai contributed as well because he targeted Zerui and Sin. And the MVP of this game is gonna be Bikertopia's Pika with the morale pick 105, 50% KP, but that's already big. He was able to actually stop the members of V Gaming under his tracks, and that's how big of a pick Murad is for Bikertopia.
Yeah, the Mura pick is one of the weird picks that win by the side of Bikertopia, and we saw how the momentum is that Pika before this with the Chi and also with the Murad, he is carrying Bikertopia to the last game for today. The game number 7 is going to be dictates who are going to be in the finals, maybe Bikertopia, maybe V Gaming, because we know for a fact that the global ban has been lifted, and also a lot more champions could be played in this matchup. Maybe we could see back the Hayate, maybe we go back for the Elendor pick here. So not much of a mistake can be made in terms of drafts, but if we recall back when it comes to game number 1, is V Gaming takes a lot of lead, but in terms of what Bikertopia has currently, if they make it weird again, maybe they can win this matchup in game number 7. So yeah, has a lot more potential for Bikertopia instead of V Gaming. They maybe has suffered a loss in terms of energy as well as momentum. But yeah, this is the time for Bikertopia. Game 7, we saw it yesterday. Bikertopia played it really well.
Yeah, definitely. If Bikertopia, if this is a sign, Bikertopia could become the comeback kings of AIC 2022. They went for game number 7 repeatedly, and if they win this is their second consecutive best of 7 wins. So V Gaming is gonna be the first pick. They banned out a Yeoman, so that's already some information. A lot of picks are gonna be up. Lorian, you can still actually see Nakrot being taken as well. So moving forward, game number 7 is a best of 1. Let's see what are going to be the main picks of V Gaming in Bikertopia.
It's going to be something for the side of Bikertopia itself because they want to win this so bad. And if Bikertopia could win this in game number 7, we want to see how Bikertopia could play 7 games in the finals as well. So whoever going to be there, just brace yourself. 7 games into finals. But now V Gaming, they ban onto Roxy as well as the Omen. Bikertopia, they are having a good time. We can see on their faces they are happy with the 7 games and also the chances to go for the finals and the ban of the Laville. I kind of like it, the Laville ban, because they want to go for Huang TD. Happen to be instant, but they give DeLorean for V Gaming. We saw this, what happened when DeLorean been played by Maris itself. Played it really, really well, and it's kind of hard to see when DeLorean as well. They have the Elsu and the Nakaroth to be played here for Bikotopia. Two big picks coming in for Bikotopia, but for V Gaming, they have DeLorean.
Yup, and right now they're hovering onto a Tulin and Nakaroth. And Tulin so far against matchup against DeLorean, he does excel in some ways that he can out damage Lorian in a short amount of time. The advantage for Lorian is that the Starry Sky is definitely a game changer in terms of the clashes. It actually stops the momentum of the other team, and he's able to actually have the usage of his passive where he has that kind of magic vamp where the spell vamp that he has is sizable enough to regenerate some of his health in some of the clashes. And they're going to be pairing it up with a Paina and a Kafeni. A very scary combination here. Team fight is definitely an option for V Gaming if they really want to win this. If they force Bikotopia in any of the team clashes, they're definitely going to want to be the one who is reeling from what is gonna happen. But Baldum has been picked out here, and Baldum so far is also a support that brings a lot to the table, and they're gonna be switching it out with a name. Baldum is still gonna be hovered. Whoever is gonna be picked up, I think Baldum is gonna be the better pick.
Yeah, Baldum is a good pick because they don't want to give a hard time, easy time for that Pena to be played in this current matchup, because they picked down the Pena because of how they're going to predict that Bikotopia trying to pick the Elsu, but the Elsu is still not possible for them. But if they want to go, they still have the potential here. Maybe V Gaming doesn't want to ban down the Elsu because they have the Pena to be support, and the Elsu is not a good ban for the side of V Gaming. They can ban down maybe the Hayate first, because Hayate is a good matchup versus down the Pena. Veda has the healing, but the true damage coming in for Hayate will give a hard time for the side of V Gaming as well. The Torn itself, I think, is a good ban as well. So in terms of this matchup, I love the first three picks coming in for Bikotopia because they had sustained, they have it early aggressive. In terms of V Gaming, they still has a lot more crowd control as well as the late game potential for the Dead Café. In terms of Bikotopia, they need something that can cope with the Slay lane. Maybe they go for somehow like a Zuka pick here. Doesn't want to give Zuka for that for the V Gaming. Zuka as well as the Varus could be picked here. Look into the drafts, but I think Zuka will not be banned. They want to ban down the Varus first because maybe they want something into the support role. Maybe in terms of jungle, Varus is the one could fight down the Nakaroth much more often, so Elendor could be the possible pick here for side of V Gaming.
Yeah, definitely. And V Gaming still has the capability to field a lot of heroes. Zuka can be picked out to actually deter the Nakaroth. Elendor is kind of good if they can add a sustainable hero on their lineup. Maybe someone that could tank, but Scud has been banned out by Bikotopia. It could work out well if Scud was still available. There's not much of any heroes that could excel onto the Darkslayer lane. Maybe someone like the Key could actually be picked out, but they're actually hovering onto a Yena instead.
I think Yena could be the plausible for a side of V Gaming when it is a hard matchup with the Zuka pick onto the jungle. I think versus a Nakaroth is a good, but Yorn pick, yeah, I just love when any teams pick Yorn because of how potentially Yorn could just melt any towers in the game, as well as they had the Nacroft. The early game is secured, but now if Pika pick down the Chi again, it could be the same result what happened in game number 5. That is the good matchup coming in for Biketopia. Picks away the G versus Iena, and Biketopia lays every ammo they had to win this matchup. But V Gaming still had a good draft in this matchup. Game number 7, who are going to go for the win and going to the finals.
I mean, one of the one of my pickoffs here for Biketopia's lineup, it's going to depend heavily on to Zerui's Yorn. If Zerui is going to be able to farm well, Biketopia could actually have this because they have strong lineups here. They have sustainable heroes like the Paladum and the Key. They provide a lot of crowd control as well. You have you have one of the best junglers in the AIC, the Nacrot, and then you have some damage on Tulin. He is a finisher and someone that can burst down any of the people of V Gaming. But V Gaming has something here. In terms of the team fight, the AoE skills that they have, the Healing Light, the Nature's Rally, coming up from the Paina, you have the Starry Sky as well. You have some gap closers with the Zuka and the Yena, which is going to be the key here. Are they going to be able to zero into Zerui, or are we going to see V Gaming fall in game number 7 with the damage that Biketopia has?
We have to see. We have to look what happened in game number 7, the last game for today. New hope, new rivals. Who's going to go for the finals? V Gaming or Biketopia? We saw this happen for Biketopia because they had a lot more fancy game in the game number 7. They had a lot of momentum here with the good draft they made in this card matchup with the Chi onto Pika again. With this matchup alone, Biketopia takes on V Gaming semifinals. I just love when they just want to execute that. They want to give loose onto the speed buff coming in for V Gaming. That Yorn is too bold in that move, in that early matchup. Without a couple more attention, not enough of a dive will go for V Gaming because it has been secured here by Zen onto the bottom side jungle, but Lorian as well as the support just goes in. Peina and Lorian goes into the jungle trying to find the red buff, has been tendered away with Bird LB and waiting for Huang Hai to just happen to go onto the top side, but been pulled out by the members of Biketopia, but it lost one Salamander on top side.
We already see here matchup with Pika there. I think that was a steal that happened. That's Huang Hai is still level 2. At this point, not much that you're going to be expecting here. They're not going to be that aggressive. They go for, calculated pickoffs by taking some of the small caps. Wang TD is definitely going to be a threat here, as we see Zerui just piling up the damage for himself here as he procs his passive multiple times. It's not going to be something that hurts them though. In the early game, you don't expect a lot of damage coming in from the Yorn. So definitely protection is also going to be a key here. Zerui needs a lot, so he has an alchemy for himself. So every time he hits up a hero, can have additional gold. That gave him a boost. 200 gold already difference against Wang TV. There is the trade on objectives though, as Biketopia settles for the Pistol Dragon, while V Gaming goes for the Slayer. They actually went for a invade there for the side of V Gaming.
Okay, out he goes in for a couple more damage, but the Server Knight has been used, trying to run away, but they will get a potential dives here, trying to secure the kill onto Maris in that mid lane. But a huge clash has been a couple more damage. But now by Katopia focusing onto the mid lane here, they're waiting for Zen to have more magic pierce for anybody, but they leave the potentially Kafni onto the bottom side. Huang TD will have a lot more damage with the Kafni when none of the members of Bikotopia are trying to cope with that movement. Oh no, checking the bush. T1 with the flicker trying to run away, but T1 will be taken down as well. With a couple more damage just left. Wicked first blood for Huang TD. VGM takes the first blood. And we saw what happened in game number 6 when the VGM has the first blood. Bikotopia just steals away their momentum a lot. But look at the top side. Pika trying to fight away, but no, not enough damage. Kwang Hai a little bit too low in the mid lane. He needs to run away, but a couple more minutes into the objective. Still doesn't have the Thunderbird though for Zen. Just secures the kill onto Maris. At V Gaming, currently they have... Ooh, that is some target coming in for Zero. A little bit not on the target, but that will make Maris scream a little bit. But when Bikotopia tried to play it really well, VGM, they lost a lot more potential in this matchup in terms of they had first blood, but still they are trailing by goals because of Kwang Hai has been pushed a lot from his jungle, and he's going to go for the punish himself, trying to force it away with Thunderbird, trying to chase down with a couple more dives, and now takes the first kill. T-Lin takes down Bird LB, and Kwang Hai is the one to be blamed there because Bird LB sacrificed himself for that Zuka.
Yep, he overestimated himself. The Dragon Spin coming from Key is definitely gonna hurt you, even if you are, I think. And that's why I was actually convinced that on game number 6, instead of a Nairiq, he would have been a better pick. But I don't know what's on the mind of me gaming. Bird LB right now has been falling off after their loss here, and Pika is just slowly taking up some traction. There is a trade of objectives here though, as Maris is going to be recalling his, they're going to be spotting now Pika. Will Pika be able to actually save this? The Star Sky is going to get a hit, but they're not committing because there's a mid lane rotation from Bikotopia. They might be flanked here. They're going in hot. Pika might be in danger, but he gets to safety. The Judgment Blade is going to be used. T-Lin is very low right now. Zerubi almost gets taken out by Bird LB, and a lot of talents and ultimates have been procced here. Bikotopia is going in strong, but we're seeing Sin and Kwang Hai actually duel that out into the mid lane. Are they going to be able to kill each other? The answer is no. It is still not here as T1 goes for a wild charge. Maris goes in with the Star Sky. They are not going to commit yet again. They just push out T1 from the zone. And there is a fast take here. Wang TD takes out Slayer. Good thing T-Lin was not in the area, or a punish was already in the making. T-Lin is now going to take the holy, the Abyssal Dragon for himself in exchange of that Slayer.
Yeah, I think that Bikotopia want to go for a second round when they trying to go for that Dark Slayer's wall, and it makes a lot of sense when they know for a fact that the ultimate coming in for Maris is not available for him. So I thought that is second round, but T-Lin decided to go for Abyssal Dragon. They want to trade in terms of objective, but living, look how the damage is trying to secure us onto the back line, but the Fusilat has been pushed. But now Zero is trying to take down the tower. First comes in with a couple more damage, but it's on the bird as well. Secures the second kill. Zero takes the kill as well, and now the tower will be taken away, but no minion just left to crash onto the top side. But Bikotopia takes a lot of lead here, and they take a lot of possession in terms of this game, and VGM loses a lot more space to jungle, and that Zuka will have a lot more time needed in terms of goal and also in terms of kills, because Quang Hai, I think he is one of the a little bit much more damage needed to kill down Zerui, but Zerui managed to run away, and T1 on the backside, but the flicker has been used. Zerui but taken away by the Bird LB. They need to trade this down. Zin secures the kill on the Bird LB as well. They take the trade. I love what Bikotopia is doing. They secure the towers on the top side. They take the trade, but still Zin will be chased down. Can he kill them? Maris, but now the Fusilade secures the kill as well. So VGM takes a lot of lead here, but now T-Lin trying to secure the tower, but he just can't. A little bit too much damage to 3 members of VGM on top side, and giving Pika as well as T1 trying to find a way. Who's ever going to go for the Dark Slayer first, because I think Bikotopia want to fight this out, because Zerui is a monster onto the objective right now. Only one passive could just chuck a lot more damage coming in for VGM. So Bikotopia trade this really well, trying to find a way with the opening, coming in with the ultimate as well for Pika, trying to go for Maris, but Maris a little bit too late in terms of a little bit too low in terms of health. The members of VGM could not go for the Dark Slayer just yet. They can steal this, but T1 really need to do good work. Zin onto the backside as well. Use the Wild Prison, trying to secure the Quang Hai, secures the kill onto the Dark Slayer. They lost Zero on the process, and VGM, they are going for Brinket to win it. Double kill for Quang Hai. Gives one to the backside here, one by one will be taken away. One more attack with the Fusilade has been pushed. One TD secures the kill. They lost 3 members. Bottom side, but takes the kill onto the tower. But now the members of VGM will force T-Lin into TP back home to try to defend this. Because this is the last game possible. Whoever wins this matchup will take the hand, and also their feet go for the finals. Bikotopia in the brink of losing, but the members of BRO already respond in this matchup. It goes in with a couple of ultimates just left for Quang Hai. They need to force this matchup, and VGM is trying to kill one by one. Zero is still alive, but T1 will be taken down as well with Wild Fusion. Doesn't even connect into one member. It's no, T-Lin secures the kill. Onto back onto Wang TD. The members of VGM really need to back away. If not, it will be a couple of lower mistakes coming in this matchup as always goes for Bikotopia with a couple more counter-attacks on the VGM members.
That was a good attempt. Birdel being named. This is one of the key factors here. If Zerui is dead, no one can actually deal damage. Even if you can say that Pika can deal a lot of damage if he's going to be able to pin people down on the wall. Zerui is still going to be the main DPS here for Bikotopia, and without Zerui, you could see the disaster there. And Birdel B is going in. Spots on T-Lin. He's not gonna let an easy push come to V Gaming. They need to fight it with every inch of the ground, as a rotation is going to happen. They're setting up death traps for themselves.
Death traps or not for the side of V Gaming currently, they are trailing in terms of the goal, couple hundreds only, but Bikotopia trying to find a way with 2 kills they need to find. They're finding a lot more. They spotted one member on bottom side. They spotted as well as Quang Hai. They can't go for this Dark Slayer. They're watching down the towers on the bottom side. T-Lin secures Tier 2 towers on top side. Members of Bikotopia goes in into the mid lane, trying to secure a lot more possession into the Dark Slayer, forced into the mid lane, where a couple of more criticals comes in for T-Lin, and they will set up a little bit more defensive in terms of how they want to take these 20 seconds into the Dark Slayer, and it would be something that V Gaming really needs to realize. They goes for a couple more damage. Zerui into the mid lane, trying to flicker onto the backside. Zerui a little bit too fast, but Serenite does not hit. Zerui is still alive, but now the ultimate confirmed. Quang Hai onto the backside, secures the kill onto Zerui. That doesn't have much more DPS, and Bikotopia, they need to realize that Zerui is the one who could make this game possible. He needs to defend that Yarn, and it's not plausible if they lose Yarn at that first team fight.
Yeah, definitely. And the Slayer is going to be taken. They're going for the defensive position as Quang Hai being able to take that Zerui. And this is the problem with the Yorn pick. If
Yorn doesn't have the flicker. They're not gonna be able to reposition that hero. He doesn't have the kind of ability that you need. He's more of a walking turret, and he needs to be stationary as well. And that's a hard part here. And Han is just gonna be getting in, taking in the damage coming in from Biketopia. Sin is going to reposition himself. T1 doesn't have the ability to have the flicker anymore. He is going to be taking that. Guang Hai is going to be taking and securing that kill. T-Lin is running. Skyfall is going to hit. He is going to be in the far side, and he is going to be hit in the head. And a Nexus block is already going to be possible, and it is going to be an AOG versus TCS here on the finals of the AIC as V Gaming takes game number 7.
They are going to the final versus one team for GCS. And it going to be an AOG team coming in for V Gaming. The life of the Vietnamese team is still possible in that team fight, and as well as the AIC 22. Congratulations for V Gaming, but I would say good job for Biketopia to bring us to game number 7. The fighting spirit is there, but the execution is V Gaming really needed the win for themselves. But V Gaming, when they played a good game, they will have the win. But in terms of drafting, it will be something that needs to go back into drafting board, because that final versus one team, they will have their Cinderella story versus one team again. If not, it will be the same kind of result when the upper brackets final is the 4-1 win against one team. VGM, they have a lot more to give to one team in that final matchup. Then V Gaming is the one going to the finals.
V Gaming consistently being the finalist for the AIC. They were the finalists in 2021. They actually was in the finals dominantly, sweeping people up in the upper bracket, only losing to Burrito United in the best of 7. And right now, maybe we're seeing a prelude on the game safe and capability of V Gaming. They were able to overturn the odds and the winning condition. They know who they need to take out on the side of Biketopia. And once Zerui was out, it was very easy for V Gaming's damage dealers to wrap everything up. You have the healing light coming in from the Pina. You also have the Nature's Rally. You have a lot of stunts, and Maris really securing most of the opportunities for them. Without the Starry Sky, they won't really have a lot of free looks. But they made it work despite what happened in the early parts of game number 7. They were able to get their winning condition, and V Gaming takes game number 7 strong. That's a lesson. Don't pick out a Yorn, a Brunhilde, and maybe Atelinas could actually work. But in terms of marksmen that become ballistas, that needs to be ballistas to actually be effective, they're not really, the most defensible heroes that you want to protect, because you're always going to be stuck in one area.
Yeah, because that problem is they doesn't know how to defend out the Yorn. You pick it up the Yorn versus Izuka, as well as the Lorion, is going to be really, really hard, because you have the Baldoom, but Baldoom is the first one to fall, and it's going to be something that is hard to defend the Yorn itself. Maybe if they take down the Elsu, maybe they had a much more comfortable pick because of the range that Elsu has, and none of the members of V Gaming could go onto the backside without being noticeable. Look how Zuka just Guang Hai just go onto the backside, just use the ultimate, and then boom, Yorn is gone, and none of the members has the DPS, and the Knuckles could not do anything, as well as using his ability to just take a lot more objective, and it is really hard on the side of Biketopia. But yeah, they brought us to the game number 7, and kudos to them. They still have the potential, but V Gaming really needs to win. They have this the fighting spirit into the late game possible, and makes the win for them, and they are wanting to play one team once again in AIC 22.
Yeah, definite rematch after they lost in the upper brackets. A redemption story could actually happen. A redemption story, but that's not sure. One team wiped them out with a Nazenka in the last game on the series. So, you know, there's a lot of confidence on one team. But the gaming can actually still be, you know, be a contender. They are challengers, and they showed it up here in the game number 7. They are hungry for the win, and whoever is hungrier is definitely gonna be chunking the biggest piece of the meat here in the AIC 2022. But let's see, are they gonna be able to actually damage the pristine record of one team not losing a series here? They did lose some matches in the series that they played, but it doesn't matter because they're looking strong. They had a 4-1 lead against V Gaming in the upper brackets. But we also saw Biker Utopia had a 3-0 lead against Bacon Time. And they went with a it was a hard fight for them. It was a 4-3 as well for Biker Utopia. And that could also translate going into the finals because these guys who've experienced a lot in the lower brackets definitely has the experience, has the capability. They are the top of the lower bracket, the teams that were desperate to stay in the AIC, and they were able to call them all to enter the finals.
Yeah, I could see with the couple stats left for the side of Bikotopia. 13 minutes into the game, and we see Maris dealing 89,000 damage in terms of that matchup as well. But I think the most of the point when Pena is the one making the healing for the members of VGM makes the game. And I think when Bikotopia had a lot more potential in that matchup because he has the goal different over time. And at only one, I think it's 2 point over time that V Gaming is still up front. But yeah, the 2K goal lead made by Bikotopia is not enough. And that choke point alone, when they happen to catch down 0 a lot time, and it is giving hard time for the side of Bikotopia. So yeah, Bikotopia is the one we seated third in this AIC 22. Congratulations to them. But in next week, we're going to find who's going to be the number 1, maybe number 2 in this AIC 22. Because whoever are going to win that trophy is going to go home with 700,000 US dollars. Ooh, this is exciting, man.
Yeah, definitely very, very exciting. And the MVP of this game is going to be Kwang Ai on that Zuko 504, 75% KP. He did well on finishing up Zerui. But I think, you know, most honorable mention is always going to be on the Lorian pick. Maris on that Lorian was a menace. If he did not proc the flicker from Zerui, Kwang Ai will not have that open looks. As well on the attempts by Purple B. Although he was falling off against Pika, in terms of the team play, he knows what he needs to do. That's what matters. You don't let the game affect you. You always look at the brighter side, look at the objectives, look at what you can do for your team. And he was able to do it. He was able to silence Terui, opening it up for Kwang Ai to take the kill. Starry Sky from Maris as well opened up another opportunity for Kwang Ai. And of course, the decision making for Kwang Ai to actually trust what his teammates are doing. He's not always in the clashes, but that doesn't matter because he was able to capitalize on any advantage that was given to him. We're going to see now the grand finals on next week. That's going to be July 10th. Yep. That's on the GMT +7. So one team versus V Gaming. One team is still waiting, while V Gaming, definitely the challengers here. One team has the better record, but anything could happen. I've seen a lot. AWC, AIC, we've seen a lot of underdogs actually come. And Bikotopia could have been the comeback kings here if they would have won it, but it's another story. V Gaming is still gonna be dominating here in the AIC 2022.
Yeah, this is going to be something of an exciting game to see one team takes down VGM again in the finals as well in the 10th July, and it could be hard to miss this because only one best of 7 to be played at that matchup, but it's going to be something that we need to see. But yeah, in terms of what happened in the finals, we will see. Before that, I just want to say that thank you for everyone in this. We have a good month because of thank you, because I will not be in the finals. I just want to state it out there because today is my last day in the AIC, and guys, maybe I see you when I see you. Maybe in the next, upcoming matches after AIC. Who knows? Who knows?
Yeah, definitely. Migos has done well for the AIC 2022. I'm pretty excited now for one team in V Gaming, but that excitement is gonna be coming into next week's cast. I'll still be joining you guys for the finals, and joining me there is gonna be Giang Gaming. And as the tournament has progressed to the last game for next week, I'm very thankful for all the viewers that supports Arena Valor as well. And that is all, folks. We are going to be ending the stream as the matches have ended. We're very, very thankful again for the viewers, and in behalf of Tencent, Level Infinite, VSPN, and Garena, my name is Pisorio. This is Mikos. This is the Arena Valor International Championships 2022, and we'll see you in the Grand Finals.